Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. Eid Mubarak. Eid Mubarak. Eid Mu'afiyah to the whole world. Yes, we're back. It's open mic, 1st of August. A bit late. Why not? Different day. But it's the same routine, same rules. Open mic, you know how it is. We just thought, we might as well just pick up the people, see how the crowd's saying, see the family tree, we thought we'd run it a couple of hours. And guess what? Number 14 in the bag, FA Cup. Everyone that knows me knows I'm a passionate Arsenal fan as well. Everyone that knows me knows I'm a passionate Arsenal fan. 14 in the bag, my people. Obama blood cat yang, Obama who, Obama where. Yeah, we did it. So it's open, mate. We're going to be talking a lot. So let me just get into it. So I'd like to pick up everyone again. Eid Mubarak, Eid Mu'afiyah. Open, mate. Saturday. Let me try Saturdays. Let me see if Saturdays can happen because if man's gonna be shooting on Sundays and it's exhausting, I'm not gonna lie to you, my people. So I thought, let me see how Saturday goes. And yeah, just bear with me, man. So big up again, big up to the crowd, big up to the family, big up to the so we just I'm gonna be cruising, chilling. I'm gonna be putting out the link soon, so anyone that wants to jump on could jump on. But again, I'm gonna be talking about this all day. And I wonder where the Chelsea rent boys are, man. I want to see what the Chelsea fans have got to say as well today. Any Chelsea fans that are listening, please jump on them. Like, you get me? Or you're gonna get roasted. So just bear with me, my people. I set up everything. I'll just give you a little video side.
Your mouth is a creative weapon. It's not a tool for distributing excuses. The first sign of a loser is an excuse. Champions take full responsibility, good or bad, for their outcomes. Tell the world one time what you're gonna do, and that's it. Spend less time talking and more time grinding. Think like a champion. Speak like a champion. And then walk it out. Grind 120 all day, every day. Stop making excuses. Champions make adjustments, not excuses. Every time you justify being average, you invite in the enemy. Mediocrity is a dream killer. Your coach, your trainer, your teacher, your boss is not the problem. It's your consistency. You gotta make a decision. How bad do you want it? Average is on the left. Success is on the right. You gotta choose which one you want. A champion's workout doesn't officially begin until pain arrives. You see, greatness is right on the other side of pain. So what are you running from it for? You say you want to be successful, then push through it. Stop making excuses and go get it. Very few battles are won under ideal circumstances. So you gotta simulate and practice the unknown so that the unexpected will not derail you. Every morning when you get up, ask yourself, how can I put myself in a place where I'll be uncomfortable? See, you have to master the unknown. You gotta master your fears. You gotta master the unexpected. So when it happens, you are prepared. Champions can push through and keep going when everyone else around them is quitting. They have immersed themselves in pain so often that they have become immune to it. Greatness is on the other side of pain. Go get it! The more you expose yourself to pain, the more comfortable you will become in its presence. A champion's workout doesn't officially start until pain arrives. Everything else is just a warm-up. A boxer can be the best technician in the world, But if he gets in the ring and the first time he gets hit, he falls apart, he's not going to be a champion, I tell you that. See, in life, it's just like that with us. We're good until we get hit in the face. But what separates champions from the rest is when they get hit, they keep coming. When you hit them a second time, they get stronger. And by that third time that life hits you and you're still standing, the world will know there's a champion in the ring. How bad do you want to be successful? Do you want it bad enough to get hit in the
Yes, back again. I what man like CD? What did he say? CD try to say bun Arsenal. Come on, bro. Come on, Chelsea rent boy. You hear me? Yes, my brother Salahdin. Salaam alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Eid Mubarak. Eid Mu'afiyah, my brothers. You get me? Today's open mic, so anyone that wants to jump in, man. Come on, Salahdini, man. Do your little debut on Somali speakers, man. I wanna speak to you. Come on, don't be shy, my brother. So, yeah, let me just put out the link. Anyone that wants to jump in. Yeah, we're gonna be going for a little couple of hours today, maybe hopefully touch for inshallah. Yeah, anyone that wants to start off a topic or anything, let me know. The link's in the chat. Let me just fix up the description, all of that. Let's put that out there. Yeah, man. How's your Eid in Norway? How's it like, man? How many Eids have you done, man? Speak to me, man. Yeah, talk to me about your journey, brother. As a Norwegian revert, you get where I'm coming from. Big up. Talk to me. How is your Eid? And how you finding it? And just wants to jump in while I just eat this. Got a couple of videos that I wasn't even ready for it today. I'm not gonna lie to my people. So today is totally freestyle. Yeah. Give me some minutes, bro. I'll just get in. Yeah. Say nice, Salah. Anytime when you're ready, Salah, let me know, man. The link's always in the chat. Yeah, man. I really wanted to speak to my brother Salahdin as well. Obviously, man's had little one, two little. I'll find out. But good brother, hopefully. But as a Norwegian, as a revert, and how many times has he fasted? That would be a couple of interesting questions to get into. Yeah, man. So that's maybe one topic that we could talk about. Anyone that wants to do a review or anything, speak. Yeah, man. Come on, GG. Big up. You get me? It's love, man. Nah, it's just I have to I had this conversation with a couple of this seller brothers the other day, and I was like, I kind of rate you guys. You guys kind of taught me a lot. You get me? Some good, some bad, but I'm not gonna lie, I got big up them brothers there as well. And what? People are shocked, like Khalid, what? Nah, man. Some of them brothers, they're good. Once you get to know them, and I think that was the problem. But obviously, inshallah, man. You grow as people in there as well. That's the main thing. So let me swap out line fast. Give me. Yeah, come on, Gigi. That's what it's about, Salah, man. Sometimes, you know what? Believe it or not, yeah. The best of people, like majority of like one or two of my friends, I've met them through fights and arguments. You get where I come from, Salah. Like one of my good friends, one of my closest friends, Congolese, in it, yeah. We actually literally got into fight the first day we met, and this was about 4. We're good friends till now, innit? So sometimes it's good, to get into a little tear up with one or two of the brothers and some of the sisters as well. I'm not gonna lie, I've had a couple of issues, but I think it kind of taught man a lot as well. So that's one aspect. So I'll probably get into that later on. But where's this video that I wanted to play? I want to play this out. I wanted some people's thoughts and reaction to it. I wanted to play it the other day, but I did not have no time. Sometimes that's there. Let me just see if it's there. And this was like a sort of follow-up to the other conversation that we had the other day, but for some strange reason, I did not get enough time to play it. Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you. I tried this week, man. What do you think, man? What do you think? Yeah, well, like Saleh, later on, inshallah, if you jump on, we'll discuss a couple of things, man. Couple of topics, yeah, man. Yeah, man. I don't mind doing running like a little review, whatever, whatever. Thank you again. Shukran, shukran. Mad Sanid Somali, that means thank you, innit? So, just in case. Yeah, this is something that I wanted to play. I didn't get a chance the other day, you know? Because the conversations were actually banging, I'm not gonna lie to you. Big up all the again, yeah, big up my brother Ocean Star, big up 123 Abdi Semed, big up Ahmed Guri, big up CD, big up my sister Rax. Who else jumped on? Big up brother One Way as well. Who else? Was that Inten? I think Inten jumped on, and that was a good stream, man. That's what it's about, you know. The sister from Norway, the other brother Mohammed Norway was there as well. He was part of the stream, and he's another brother. Yeah, big up. I think that stream went well. We kind of covered it, kind of, you know, that's type of streams that I kind of like. And plus, you know, I love as well. This is one of the main things that creates Somali speakers as well. Like, we had a brother from studying petroleum engineering. Big up. That's another thing where he was talking about. What was he talking about? He was talking about Abdisalam. I lost my foot. Yeah, I mean, this is what I wanted to say. Yeah, he's in Cyprus somewhere studying petroleum engineering and all of that. That's the main thing. Brothers and sisters coming together, actually having a flowing dialect, and I loved it. So I just like to big up everyone that was a part of that last stream. And that's the type of energy that, inshallah, that's the type of streams that I enjoy. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's my type of stream. So anyone had a little chance to look at it, it's the Hassan Khaira. Go ahead, look at it. But I'm gonna play us a little video. Yeah, keep doing your thing. It's building up, and yeah, man, come on, nah, yeah, Salah, man. It's not even just like I've had like I always said, I've always had like non-Somalis, and I always love having non-Somalis on my show. But it's the type of topics. You get where I'm coming from? And I think a lot of the brothers, where they got upset is when I told them, look, I'm not really trying to base the thing on religion, but as a Muslim, I'm always gonna be like, and as someone like, you know, it's my way of life. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you. Islam is of my way of life, and I follow the Sunnah that the Sunnah of Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So that does play a big role, and you know, and sometimes it is, like I said to everyone, it is kind of evolving as a channel, and it's always looking for the right type of conversations as well. So yeah, man. Again, thank you. Yeah, man. No, that's me in a nutshell, man. Come on, Salah, my brother. That's just me in a nutshell, man. I'm one of them people. If I'm in the wrong with someone, I like to apologize. And if people are in the wrong, you know, forget. We are grown ass adults. On anywho, let's get to this other one. This is the video that I wanted to play.
habeen farxada runtii waxay tahay caawa habeen farxada waa habeen taariikhiya waxaa ilaahay mahadiisa inaan maanta magaalada Dhuusamareeb aan habeennimo ku shirayno oo nabad ku shirayno oo qurux iyo wanaag badan oo ka muuqata aan caawa halka markhaanti ka nahay annagoo og maalmo badan oo la soo dhaafay dalkeena siduu u ekaa khaasatan magaaladan si ahaan jirtay waan uga mahad celinayaa madaxweynaha iyo xukuumaddiisa iyo dadka reer galmudug dhammaantood aad baan uga mahad celinayaa soo dhoweynta iyo sida diiranayna loo soo dhoweeyay waxaan sidoo kale marka ugu horreeya jeclahay inaan u mahad celiyo madaxweynaha jamhuuriyadda federaalka soomaaliya iyo ra'iisul wasaaraha oo runtii shirka wejigiisii labaad nagala soo qayb galay si kalsami ah oo niyad sami ah muujiyey muddadii hadda dhowrka cashahayd aan wada joognana runtii wax badan oo muddo taagnaa noo sahashay in aan ka gudubno arrintaas waan uga mahad celinayaa xaqiiqda warkii baryahan aan nalaga sugayey waxaa akhriyey laga akhriyey halka nuxurkiisuna waxaan filayaa dadka xooggiisuna ay la baxeen. maanta waa maalin taariikhiya. muddo waxaa taagnaa dabcan inkastoo dadku aad ii wada fiirinaya laakiin waa iska kafta badna waa kaftamaynayo kala taagnaan badan baa muddo jirtay madaxda dowladaha xubnaha ka ah dowladda federaalka iyo dowladda federaalka ah. waxay noqotay guura raac iyo carruur waa loo kala sheekeeyaayo markii la wada fadhiistay wax badan baa runtii meesha ka baxay. waxaan aad ugu faraxsanahay runtii kulamadii fiicnaa oo dhacay iyo sida wanaagsan oo niyadsamida leh ee loo wada dareensanaa in marxaladan dalka meesha uu marayo loo baahan yahay midnimo qaran iyo in lagu wajaho xaaladaha dhabta ee jiro si aragti midaysan ah doodo dheer kadib. arrintaas runtii waxaan uga mahadcelinayaa madaxweynaha dowladda federaalka oo runtii muujiyay dulqaad iyo odaynimo. runtiina gogashaan maanta la fadhiyo wanaaggeeda la dhihi karo isagaa iska leh. saan ogsoonnahay dhammaanteenba halka looma kala harin. waxaan iyagana jeclahay si gaara inaan ugu mahadceliyo xildhibaanada iyo aqalka sare xubnaha ka jooga oo runtii aan tiro aad u fara badan ay halka joogto 100 kor u dhaafay xildhibaanada dacwa hoose keliya. waxay iyagana muujinaysaa inay iyagana diyaar noola ahaayeen waxa aan rabno inaan ka shaqeyno inay gacan ugu siiyo ruuxadooda ayaan bay ahaayeen xildhibaanada iyo xoogaa waxba jiray laakiin wax rabaa inaan wax dayno inaan diyaar u nahay inaan la shaqeyno. kursigu waa iska macaaye oo hadday rabaan inay sii joogaan oo mar labaad la soo doorto xataa waa kala shaqeynaa. waxaan rajaynaynaa inay doorashada ka baqin oo mararka qaarkood xildhibaan baan ahaan jiro doorashada waa laga baqaa. marka waxaan rabaa inaan nidhaahno madaxda anoo afkooda ku hadlaya ragga waa soo wada dhaweynaynaa haddii ilaahay dhibaata ma jirto. xaqiiqda in doorasho la galo dalkeenna dantiisa ku jirta dalkeenna horumarkiisa ku jira is-aamin baa ku jira. galmudug haddaysan doorasho ka dhici lahayn dhowr bilood ka hor quruxda maanta leedahay maysan yarata. inay doorasho dhacdo waxay daliil u tahay in caqabad taagneed laga gudbo. marka waxaan rajaynayaa inuu dadka doorashada uusan ka baqin. muhiim ah tallaabo kastoo la qaadayo in wada ogol ahaato la isla ogol yahay. waxaa hadda aan halka ku gaarno waa hordhac iyo tilmaan laakiin u baahan furxaan bixin iyo cid kasta oo iyada ruuxadooda ra'yi haysa in la siiyo waqti iyo space ku darso. la jaro halkayga yaa la jarana iska hadlayaa insha Allah. dadku ayaantan buu booran ahayo hawaa waxaan rabaa inaan ka kiciyo madaxweynaha ruuxadiisa. waxaan rajaynaynaa inuu kursiga noo sii joogo tartan fiican oo galo annaguna hareeraha qabanno. marka insha Allah dhib badan ma jiro. ragga naga maqan oo xoogaa cabsida ku jirtana iyagana waxaan rajaynaynaa inaan garab fiican siino. aad baa u mahadsantihiin. haddii aan madaxweyne qoorqoor hadalladii uusan jeclayn aan uga dheeldheelana isagaa goga shufisado oo iska dulqaata raalli ha ahaado. waa mahadsantihiin.
One of the Middle East's bloodiest conflicts is also one of its most overlooked. It's not Syria or Iraq. It's in a different place entirely, Yemen. The 20-month-old civil war there has killed more than 10,000 people and triggered a massive humanitarian crisis. But press coverage has been minimal, overshadowed by the fight against ISIS in Syria and in Iraq. In Yemen, one side has Houthi rebels, backed by Iran. On the other, you have the former Yemeni government of Abdrabbu Mansur al-Hadi, backed by a coalition of 10 countries, led by neighboring Saudi Arabia, who is ultimately also backed by the US. The civil war there erupted in 2015, when the Houthis, a Shiite group who received money and weapons from Iran, took up arms to overthrow Yemen's government, which is Sunni, and backed by Saudi Arabia. The Houthis complain that the government discriminated against them for years, mistreating them on a large scale, and that their fight is a fight to be treated fairly. Many in the region, by contrast, see it very differently. They think it's the latest front in a shadow war between Saudi Arabia and Iran for control over the entire region. In March of 2015, Saudi Arabia began bombing Houthi-held territory across Yemen, causing mass civilian casualties. They've destroyed targets ranging from marketplaces to hospitals, from schools, and even to a funeral recently, where 140 people were killed in a single strike. In August, the Saudis bombed the vital port of Hodeidah, severely damaging a main source of Yemen's food and humanitarian aid shipments, and increasing the chances of mass starvation in what is already an impoverished country. The indiscriminate bombing has prompted investigations by the UN for possible war crimes. But while the Saudis are leading this bloody campaign, the blame also spreads to a great power whose support is directly contributing to the carnage, to the United States. The US has supported Saudi Arabia militarily since World War II, selling arms, providing military aid, and training the Saudi military on how to use US-manufactured planes, tanks, and other weapons. In recent years, Saudi Arabia has bought more weapons from the US than any other country in the world. Just since March of 2015, the US has authorized $22 billion worth of weapon sales to Saudi Arabia. The most recent deal includes 20 Abrams tanks listed as battle damage replacements. The battle, of course, is Yemen. The weapons the US sells also include cluster bombs, banned by most of the international community, and F-15 fighter planes, which is making up the vast bulk of what the Saudi Air Force is currently using as it bombs Yemen. But America's aid to Saudi Arabia goes way beyond weapon sales, and it's directly contributing to the current fight. That's because Washington is literally helping to refuel Saudi planes while they strike targets across Yemen. When the Saudis asked the US to refuel one of their planes, giant American tankers like the KC-135 Stratotanker take off from the Incirlik Air Base in Turkey or from US carriers in the Arabian Sea. They then link up with Saudi F-15s in international airspace. These airborne refuels give the Saudi planes a much longer range and allow Saudi's air campaign to become more lethal because the planes can stay in the air longer and hit targets much more frequently. As of late November, the US had flown more than 1,600 refueling missions to over 6,300 aircraft in the skies bombing Yemen. That's an average of 2 a day. So why is the US so supportive of this bloody campaign? The most important reason is the Iran nuclear deal. In 2015, the Obama administration offered to drop its crippling economic sanctions on Iran in exchange for Iran limiting its nuclear program. Without those sanctions, Iran's political and economic power has significantly increased, making Saudi Arabia nervous that their enemy will gain new influence in the region, in countries from Iraq to Lebanon, and from Syria to Yemen. Now that Iranian influence is in Saudi Arabia's backyard, the Saudis fear that Houthi rebels loyal to Iran will now be literally on the footsteps of their country. They want US help beating them back. Secondly, the intervention in Yemen is also a part of the US's broader counter-terror strategy for the Middle East.
The goal of U.S. policy in Yemen is to make sure that Yemen cannot be a safe haven that extremists can use to attack the West and to attack the United States.
Yemen is home to the most active and dangerous branch of al-Qaeda. The U.S. has a major interest in preventing this terror group from taking advantage of the power vacuum in Yemen to plot new attacks. Finally, the U.S. is honoring one of its longest-standing and most important allies. Since World War II, Saudi Arabia has been a vital partner against communism and now terrorism. The Yemen campaign is a high priority for Saudi Arabia, and that makes it a priority for the United States. But as the war devolves into a bloody stalemate, the administration is increasingly worried about being complicit in potential war crimes. In State Department documents obtained by Reuters, a meeting agenda from January of 2016 talks about limiting exposure to LOAC, which means the law of armed conflict. Some in the White House worry that the US was potentially violating that law because of its assistance to Saudi Arabia. In those documents, State Department officials also discuss the implications of a 2013 International Court decision implying that if the US were to provide practical assistance, encouragement, or moral support to the Saudis, the US could be charged with war crimes itself. In an effort to avoid this, the US issued a no-strike list to the Saudis to try to mitigate civilian casualties. It included things like known hospitals, universities, schools, cemeteries. The Saudis appear to be ignoring it. The UN estimates 10,000 people have died in the fighting, that 370,000 children are malnourished, and that 10,000 other children have already died from preventable disease. Nearly 3 million people have been pushed out of their homes in the last year of fighting alone. Truces have come and gone, while hopes for peace talks falter. The Houthis continue to run the government in the capital of Sana'a, raising questions about what Saudi Arabia has actually accomplished, and whether any of it could possibly be worth the cost. Here at home, in Congress, some lawmakers from both parties have talked about stopping weapons sales to Saudi Arabia until it does more to keep the air-worn Yemen from causing massive human rights abuses. Others argue that America's relationship with Saudi Arabia is so important that the US needs to keep selling weapons despite the carnage in Yemen. The Obama administration, for its part, has repeatedly urged the Saudis to do more to avoid accidentally hitting targets like schools and like hospitals. The White House has also condemned individual attacks. But the reality is that the US finds itself increasingly complicit with the actions of a coalition led by Saudi Arabia. That means President Obama will leave office with America helping an ally fight a bloody war, causing mass civilian suffering that shows no signs of ending. And that is not a legacy to be proud of.
Yes, my people, big up, big up, big up. Pardon. Yes, my family, my GG in the building. Yeah, man. So I don't know. Today's open mic, so I wanted to get into this Yemen thing. I've always wanted to. It's fascinated me, especially recently going back like a couple of times to the Horn of Africa and come on, I support the team Arsenal and Chelsea fighting. Laugh out loud. Come on, man. Come on. What do you mean, sister, man? Come on, bro. Like, let man have the day. Let man have this day. 14 FA Cups in the bag. Aubameyang, bad man goals. You get me? He left Kurt Zuma. That's what I'm telling you. HA, Eid Mubarak, my broski. Eid Mu'afiyah, my brother. In the building. Big man in the building. But sis, she's taking the piss now. Come on. We come on. What do you mean? I feel sorry for what? I feel how? CD, you're a Chelsea rent boy, bro. I don't want to see. We what, like top 4. You're taking the piss out of us. Our top four is a trophy. But I see certain man they do Nico. You get me? They come on, gang. These men are just hating. These men are hating. The links in the chat, man. Come on, CD, man. You've been on the pitch, fam. Come on. So what are you then, Amina? Halaka بدنا نقطع أنا عبد الرحمن بنكويرنا أنا عبد الرحمن. What are you? You get me? What are you, fam? What do you mean, man? What did he say? I'm about to leave after dropping the effort. I see what he did, fam. I see what he did. I see. Now I'm gassed today, fam. I'm not gonna lie to you. Yeah. When I saw that first goal in Pulisic, I'm not gonna lie to you, Giroud's a guy. You know what? Yeah, I don't get when a lot of people don't rate Giroud. You get me? I don't know. I've always rated Giroud. I've always said Giroud's a bad man striker. You get me? You get the ones. I say the only thing missing from Giroud's pace, yeah. Otherwise, the guy's cold. That little flick, bang, Pulisic in. I was nervous. I thought, you know what, deja vu. I thought this was Baku all over again. I'm like, nah, you bad. I can't take it. Chelsea rent boys. I can't take that, fam. I hate them, man. There, you know. I just hate Chelsea, man. Chelsea are scumbags. I'm not gonna lie to you. Yeah, Chelsea just come. They fuck football over. Them and Man City in it, yeah. But I just don't like Chelsea. There's no class. Chelsea and Tottenham got no class about them. No swag. You get me? What did he say when Giroud came to Chelsea? Had a panic attack. Why? But like Giroud's a hard striker, fam. Put some respect on his name, man. He's the third highest French, French was it? French striker. He's third on the all-time list. World Cup winner. You get me? I'm not gonna lie to you. Europa League. He's won FA Cups. I'm not gonna lie to you. Yeah. Right. You gotta put some respect on the man's name, fam. I don't get it. Scorpion kick. I think Giroud's a cold striker, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. Starting striker, I don't know, you get me, yeah. But he is like, you know, when he's working with Griezmann and Mbappe, okay, yeah. They were like, he won. He was part of that team that won the World Cup. Let's not shy away from it. Let's not shy away from it, bro. Nah, I know he ain't no Benzema, but where's Benzema? Benzema ain't got I'm not gonna lie, Benzema's had an extraordinary season, yeah. But I've always said Benzema's always been getting 30 goal plus a season. It's just Ronaldo outshines him. 50 or 40 Bumari, yeah. But Benzema he's up there, he's top quality, but I don't get it, man. You gotta put some respect on Giroud's name. I don't like that, fam. You're mocking the guy, fam. The guy's a World Cup winner. You get me? You're telling me you don't rate that, fam. And I'm not gonna lie to you, he did bits. In that World Cup 2018, yeah, he did not score, but he did bits. You can't deny that. But Chelsea, where's CD? CD's not coming on the pitch. The Chelsea Rem boy fan. You get me? Chelsea Rent boy fan. They're gassed about FA Cup. Shut up, brother. We're gassed about FA Cup. Yeah, of course we're gassed, man. I'm not gonna lie to you. I think like a big team, minimum you could do as a big team is to win something. And it's about trophies. For years we've been complaining about trophies, this, trophy, that. But I don't know, fam. Like that just felt good. You know, that felt good. Like, you know, like I remember back you that hurt. I thought then they don't even need to win it. You hear me? Yeah, man, had that in the bag, but them man they did something nasty, you know them ones. You get me? But Wembley's our home. FA Cup's our cup. You know, full team right now. By me, and second goal was class. Sign the brother. I keep telling you, I don't care. I think like build the next team around him. Nicolas Mbappe. I wasn't a Nicolas Pepe. He ripped Chelsea apart, fam. I'm not gonna lie to you. Certain man got mugged. Like, you know them ones. Like, certain man can't look at their wives today. I was listening to Troops on Arsenal Fan TV. He smashed it. He goes, Kurt Zuma can't look at his wife. You can't go home proud like that, fam. After that turn, you got spun around, fam. I'm not gonna lie, spit roasted. Yeah, kick it like that. And man, like CD's chatting shit. That Chelsea Rent fan, that Rent boy. I don't rate none of you Chelsea Rent boys out there tonight. In one of my bedrooms, he's a Chelsea fan. Bedard Barger saying it. I was like, what? Nah, he's got Bedard here. You know them dirty Bedards as well. And he's a Chelsea fan. Scumbags, innit? That's what Chelsea fans look like. They look like scumbags. I'm not gonna lie to you. Every Chelsea fan's a scumbag. You know what I mean? I lie. Gigi knows, man. Come on, Gigi. Shout out to Big Gigi. Gigi knows. The man, they're scumbags, fam. You know me? You know them ones. The man are scumbags, fam. The man there they'll call you the M word right in Stamford Bridge. You get me? That Chelsea Bedard. You know that Chelsea Bedard. Oh, Lord. I hate you, the guy. Man said the Chelsea Bedard. Woo! That's the na'latullah alaykum plus the salam alaikum at the same time. You know what you get from both ends, man. Jeez. I'm done. Yeah, man said the Chelsea Bedard, bro. I'm onto certain man, bro. I'm gonna flash it on my channel. Whoever's got that dirty Bedard, it's called a Chelsea Bedard from now on, fam. But anywho, I got a nice little saucy video for us. Yeah? I want you lot to I want your opinions on this next country that I'm gonna play in it. Yeah, it's a little video that I got from Caspian Reports as well. That's a big channel that I follow. But let's have a look at it. Let me just bring it up. Right now. And yeah, man, let's just flow. We bring out this country because I'll take a little break as well. So you lot flow. Let me know what you lot think. But as I said today, them Chelsea boys and their Bedadas are getting bun out, fam. Chelsea rent boys are getting bun out today on the channel, fam.
Situated on the Persian Gulf and the Arabian Sea, the Sultanate of Oman has made a name for itself in the most unlikely of ways. Known as the Switzerland of the Middle East, the country has managed to act as a mediator in a region known mostly for conflict. The capital Muscat is home to negotiation attempts and peace deals, while Omani diplomats often act as liaisons between belligerent nations. All these international relations are pursued in the name of survival. But how did this playbook come into being, and how does it work? I'm your host Shivan, and welcome to Caspian Report. Today's episode is made possible by NordVPN. If you want to reduce your digital footprint, check out NordVPN. It's affordable, user-friendly, and it works on mobile devices as well. Go to nordvpn.com/Caspian Report and use the promo code Caspian Report to get a discount on the premium version. When looking at the map, it's easy to dismiss Oman. With only Saudi Arabia, Yemen, and the United Arab Emirates as its direct neighbors, the country is relatively far from the major epicenters of the region. Oman's isolation is compounded by the Rub al Khali Desert, which shields the country's western flank. While it has helped to deter invading forces, this means that 82% of the country is arid, and much of the interior remains uninhabited. For these reasons, Oman has historically looked beyond its borders and towards the seas. The situation remains the same today. With the advent of oil production in the 1930s, countries like Saudi Arabia and Iraq saw radical shifts in their socio-economic circumstances. Oman, situated at the mouth of the Persian Gulf, was strategically placed. Having control over the Musandam exclave set the shipping lanes of the Hormuz choke point within Oman's territorial waters, which is a strait that spans around 39 kilometers across from this point, 32 kilometers of which is navigable. With over 21 million barrels of crude oil flowing through the Strait of Hormuz per day, any interruption to the free movement of tankers and shipping vessels could spell major economic disaster across the world. For oil exporting countries, it's a matter of life or death. Now, this factor helps to contextualize why Oman maintains a seemingly neutral appearance in Middle Eastern affairs. It is one of the few Arab nations that can comfortably work with both Saudi Arabia and Iran. It is a nation that has hosted Israeli diplomats while supporting the Palestinian cause. Omani foreign policy is simply one of many faces, yet these different initiatives follow a single goal. With imposing neighbors, there is a perpetual level of concern over Oman and its geopolitical leanings. Should Muscat side with one hegemon, the balance of power on the Persian Gulf would be tipped, and the slightest provocation could put the country in a disastrous position. To deter these geopolitical threats, Oman has developed an international strategy that highlights its unique geographical position. Many Omani officials emphasize the necessity of free and unhindered shipping across the Strait of Hormuz, a stance most nations in the region can agree on.
What's the difference between NASDAQ and the New York Stock Exchange? Not sure? Get a $200 worth course.
Oman has also leveraged this framing to foster friendly terms with major foreign powers, increasing the country's security buffer. By employing this coalition-building approach, Oman can weave a web of alliances to ensure some level of protection should its more volatile neighbors act up. To put it simply, Oman keeps its friends close and its enemies closer. This foreign policy has its roots in the early inception of the state. After a bloodless coup in 1970, Sultan Qaboos bin Said moved the country away from its isolationist roots. However, the new sultan had inherited a state, not a unified nation. After putting down a large rebellion, Sultan Qaboos found a formula that worked. He distributed the country's hydrocarbon wealth to the most influential tribes, towns, and political figures. By doing so, the Sultan created a network of patrons who were loyal to his direct handouts. It wasn't perfect, but it worked. Foreign policy-wise, to maintain Oman's independence, Qaboos made his country valuable to powers big and small, including the United States, the United Kingdom, Iran, Israel, Yemen, Saudi Arabia, and so on. None could quite afford to sideline Oman. When Egypt and Israel signed the Camp David Accords in 1978, Cairo was thrown out the Arab League. Nearly every Arab leader disengaged ties with the Egyptian president Anwar Sadat. Oman, however, remained one of the few that maintained relations with the Egyptians, and Sultan Qaboos was the first Arab head of state to visit Cairo. Contrary to its neighbors, Oman saw little reason to shun Egypt, viewing the situation as an opportunity for developing strong regional allies. A year later, the Iranian Revolution sent shockwaves across the region, and fears of anti-government Islamist takeovers threatened the survival of the monarchies in the Arabian Peninsula. The armed conflict that ensued between Iran and Iraq in the 1980s further escalated region-wide tensions. As the Iraqis and Iranians began to mine the Persian Gulf and attack ships indiscriminately, Muscat drafted a multitude of strategies to defend itself. In 1981, Oman worked with Saudi Arabia and the other Gulf monarchies to create a multilateral institution known as the Gulf Cooperation Council, or GCC. It gave the member states a regional shield against the chaos that was unfolding between Iran and Iraq. This was not the only strategy employed by policymakers in Muscat. Numerous bilateral dealings, both covert and overt, were conducted at the time. In fact, Oman was nearly convinced to use its air force to strike at Iranian sites, but it was forced to reconsider after pressure from Britain.
Your whole life you've been told the lie that starting a business is hard, risky, cost-intensive, right? Your friends and family might have even tried to talk you out of it, telling you to settle.
This near-catastrophic decision sealed the fate of Omani politics. From that moment onwards, instead of physical force, Muscat came to rely on diplomacy to achieve its goals. As such, Omani diplomats visited Tehran to negotiate a financial aid package. Meanwhile, on the floor of the United Nations, Omani representatives pleaded the international community to foster peace talks between Iran and Iraq. Throughout the 1980s, Muscat hosted peace talks between Baghdad and Tehran, and by 1989, the negotiations paid off. Hostilities ceased while security and stability returned to the Hormuz choke point. Importantly, Oman also made overtures to international partners, mainly the United States. Although the country enjoyed strong ties with the United Kingdom, which it still maintains to this day, American involvement in the Persian Gulf was increasing, and the opportunity to secure deals with one of the world's dominant hegemons was one they could not pass up. President Ronald Reagan held bilateral discussions with Sultan Qaboos and even invited him to the White House in 1983. These negotiations resulted in a series of agreements that provided over $165 million in economic aid and thousands of American forces in Omani territory, which deterred direct incursions from both the Iranians and Iraqis. These historical examples highlight one of the few instances of Oman's strategy. Much of the groundwork established in the 1970s, 1980s would reverberate into the 21st century. With the increasing tensions of the Saudi-Iranian Cold War, the balancing act between Oman's many friends and foes has become more critical and necessary. The ties developed during the Iran-Iraq War would prove to be fundamental in laying the groundwork for the Iranian nuclear deal. Oman quickly became the perfect liaison for conflict resolution, and for years, Muscat used its position between the Americans and Iranians as a back channel for secret hostage negotiations. To smoothen this process, Sultan Qaboos once more held key negotiations in the capital, while Bank Muscat provided considerable funds to the Iranians as an incentive to adhering to the nuclear deal. In one of the most geopolitically volatile regions of the world, and with threats on all sides, Oman has worked hard to strengthen its national security. Although lacking in manpower and natural resources, the country has been able to utilize robust relationships with other nations and international organizations. From the GCC to the UN to the United States, Oman is a quiet but powerful friend to have. It has managed a dizzying network of different partners and somehow manages to navigate these waters without major repercussions. That is the art of diplomacy. However, the world is not static. As the Saudi-Iranian conflict ramps up and as China and Russia continue to chip away at America's sphere of influence, Oman must remain ever wary if it is to maintain its playbook as the Switzerland of the Middle East. I've been your host Shirvan from Caspian Report. Please leave a like, comment, and subscribe for the algorithm. Thank you for watching, and Saul.
Yes, big up. Let's upon the hack in the building. My brother, my brother. Yeah, me. Big up, big up. People go to his channel. Let's upon the hack. Subscribe if you like all that juicy content. MashaAllah. He's got that going on. Big up, big up. You hear me? Yeah, man. What do you guys think about Iran? I'm not sorry, not Iran. Oman. What do you guys think about Oman? Do they play it safe? Is it a country don't the Quran? That means in English, they're just looking out for the interests. Are they smart? Are they doing it right? Is that the right way of handling business? I don't know, man. I don't know. I really don't know. Let me put the link out one more time in the chat. What's on the description box, but what I'm saying tonight is more of a freestyle. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, man. I got a couple of more, man. My brother, I got a couple of more. Let's upon the hype. You get me, GG. So anyone wants to jump in, the link's in there. Or if anyone's got some videos or anything they want to discuss or play up, let me know, man. Let me know. You hear me? Yeah. You know me, man. I love my little geopolitics, man. You know how it is, man. I like to see what's going on, and especially in different regions as well, man. I'm gonna play a different one for us right now. Just looking for it. Let me just find it. The one that I just want to pull up. It might piss off a lot of people, but it's a decent one, man. It's an interesting one, you know, fast as well. What's that? Okay. Yeah. Tomorrow, what you day are? Yeah, inshallah, man. I'll see you. It's upon the happy. You know what time it is? Inshallah, yeah, I'll be there. Inshallah, tomorrow, no hard to. You get me? Yeah, man. Hopefully, the microphone's gonna be working. Yeah, hopefully. I'll see you tomorrow, man. Let's upon the hack. Again, my brothers and sisters. If you love your Deen debates and anything Deen related, go to Let's Unite upon the hack. That is a brilliant channel. One of the D channels, I'm not gonna lie to you. Yep, I got you as well, man. I love Tina, Monken Dona, don't worry. I got you. See you tomorrow, inshallah, my broski. Anyway, yeah, this is the one that I wanted to play. It might rub a couple of people up the wrong way, but hey, why not?
this ad. Just like you skipped out on buying Amazon stock and Google and Apple. Need I go on? I'm sure you think
Ethiopia is a unique state in the African context. It has existed. Ethiopia is a unique state in the African context. It has existed in a coherent form for more than 2 millennia, fighting off numerous foreign invasions. It has its own alphabet, a self-defined concept of nationhood, and it largely escaped European colonization. All this and more make the country stand out in the continent. Now, Addis Ababa is working on political, economic, and foreign policy reforms aimed at redefining Ethiopia as a regional powerhouse. I'm your host Shivan, and welcome to Caspian Report. Before we continue, I want to recommend you to check out the YouTube channel Terra Matter. They create valuable content on nature, conservation, and the environment. It's a different side to geopolitics, and their videos are well researched, while their footage is outstanding. I particularly enjoyed the video on the Nile conflict or how container ships killed thousands of whales. Have a look on their channel for more. When we think of geopolitical competition in East Africa, the usual candidates are China, Russia, Turkey, Iran, various European powers, a few Arab states, and the United States. Absent from this list are the nations from within the area itself. That notion is steadily changing. Ethiopia is applying reforms that seek to transform the country's internal and external mechanisms, a clear sign that the state wants to increase its influence in the periphery, and Ethiopia is distinctly situated to take on such a role. What sets the country apart is that Ethiopia is gifted with a substantial amount of freshwater resources. A dozen major rivers snake through its territory, with the largest delivering into the Mediterranean Sea and the Indian Ocean. Meanwhile, the smaller rivers and lakes feed into the lowlands and coalesce into 3 critical hydrological basin systems. The first and largest is the Nile Basin, which includes the Blue Nile, Akobo, and Tekeze rivers. Together, they cover roughly a third of Ethiopia and then flow west to the White Nile in Sudan and South Sudan. The second basin is located in the Rift Valley and includes the Awash, Omo, Lake Turkana, and their tributaries. The basin covers about a quarter of Ethiopia and goes straight through the center of the country before it dissipates into the plains of Djibouti and Kenya. The third basin is the Shabelle Juba to the southeast. It includes the Shabelle and the Genali rivers, and the basin covers a third of the country and then extends into Somalia until it drains into the Indian Ocean.
Meet Editor X, the world's most advanced website design platform, made for you.
There are many more rivers, lakes, and even basins, but these 3 watershed systems are the most critical ones. What these basins have in common is that much of the water is generated in the Ethiopian mountains and highlands and then flows to the lower riparian nations like Kenya, Djibouti, Sudan, South Sudan, Somalia, and even as far as Egypt. This makes Ethiopia an indispensable source for renewable surface fresh water, generating as much as 123 billion cubic meters annually. Each of the downstream nations relies on access to the fresh water flowing out from Ethiopia, and this grants Addis Ababa political leverage across East Africa. Historically, the allocation of fresh water to the lower riparian nations was an academic issue, because Addis Ababa did not possess the means to shape nature. That has fundamentally changed. In less than 2 decades, hydroelectricity has become the primary method of power generation in Ethiopia as the state began constructing power plants, dams, and stations along its rivers. As of 2016, the installed electricity capacity in the country sits at a modest 4,200 megawatts, of which 90% is from hydropower. However, Addis Ababa has ambitious plans for the future. It is estimated that the country's hydropower potential is at least 45,000 megawatts. Let that sink in for a moment, because that is the second highest rate in Africa. Of course, not all of the potential will be fulfilled, but it goes to show that Ethiopia is only getting started with its hydropower developments. Some of the projects, however, have already caused considerable controversy, such as the massive Gigal-Gibey 3 dam located on the Omo River. Commissioned in December 2016, the Gigal-Gibey 3 is one of 3 dams along the Omo and its tributaries that drain upstream water to irrigate large plantations on the Ethiopian side of the border. While doing so, however, it deprives Lake Turkana of its precious water, which is situated some 675 kilometers downstream in Kenya. In the coming years, as the water level in Lake Turkana drops, Kenyan plains, villages, livestock, and fisheries will be affected severely. An even more controversial project is the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam and its power stations along the Blue Nile River. It's the biggest hydroelectric dam in Africa, and once it's operational, it will generate over 6,400 megawatts of power. However, the dam will also have direct consequences for downstream Egypt. As such, the mega project marks a source of friction between Cairo and Addis Ababa. We did a separate report on this project a few years back, so check that out for more details. The point is that Ethiopia has enormous hydropower potential, and the government has set its sights on an additional 17 places for hydropower projects. So Ethiopia's controversial hydropower policy has thus far set a pattern of behavior for the foreseeable future. Now, if you want to explore this map on your own, you can. I've created a special page with an interactive globe that displays rivers, lakes, basins, ethnicities, etc. It's pretty neat, and it's available for those who join our Patreon community or the YouTube membership program. In any case, with a history of regional supremacy and in control of water resources, Ethiopia is bound to make its mark in the 21st century. However, before the country can throw its weight around, it needs to get its house in order. And Ethiopia has its fair shares of troubles, from literacy, electricity, locusts to power dynamics, but standing out is the country's landlocked nature and its ethnic makeup. Ever since the loss of its coastal territory in Eritrea, Ethiopia has been stripped of its access to the sea. Being landlocked has raised the costs of imports and exports, and today Ethiopia relies on neighboring Djibouti for 95% of its trade. This is a huge vulnerability, considering that Djibouti is also a military hub that hosts the navies of China, France, Italy, Japan, and the United States. Right now, Ethiopia and Djibouti enjoy friendly relations, but that dynamic could easily be exploited by foreign powers and turned into a liability. To mitigate this vulnerability, Ethiopia is trying to expand its supply chain by gaining control of ports along the coast of the Horn of Africa. It's also considering developing a navy of its own somewhere in the future. But perhaps an even greater vulnerability is the country's ethnic layout. Spread interchangeably across the Ethiopian landscape are numerous ethno-religious groups, all native to the area. With a population of 109 million and growing, Ethiopia is dominated by two religions, Islam and Christianity. Its adherents can be further dissected into 80 ethnic groups, the largest of which are the Oromo, who account for roughly 32% of the population. The Amhara are the second largest, making up 28% of Ethiopians, while the Tigrayans and Somalis each represent another 6.5% of the population. And there are another 9 ethnic groups that have over 1 million members. Ethiopia's rugged terrain and its large territorial size makes it exceedingly difficult for the government to exercise its control over the entirety of the population, not to mention the hinterlands. As such, ethnic insurgencies have been a near-constant occurrence throughout Ethiopian history, and the central government used sheer might to cast its authority. In 1987, that paradigm changed as the communist dictatorship was abolished, and in its place, an ethnic-based federal system of governance was established. Then in 1994 the government took on a new constitution and divided its territories into 9 regions and 2 autonomous cities based on the ethno-linguistic makeup of the local population. The trouble with this federal system is that it leaves out the ethnic minorities who don't belong to the dominant regional group. So there are a lot of grievances at the local level, and the road towards federalism has been bumpy. However, in 2016, the stalemate was overturned when Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed took office and started renewed efforts to form an inclusive central government. Abiy is a new kind of leader. He's young, he's a member of the Omoro community, he has both a Muslim and Christian background, and he is a former military officer. These qualities have thus far taken a shine to the rebel groups and dissidents, and the political environment is looking more stable today than it has in recent years. Under the leadership of Abiy, the state is trying to design a sense of unity and shared identity that supersedes ethnic fault lines, a concept commonly referred to as Ethiopia Vignette. If the social program works, the government will be empowered to act more decisively and independently in foreign pursuits. One thing all Ethiopians have in common is their shared heritage of resisting and repelling foreign invasions. It's a source of great pride, and the government uses that history to motivate its public to work towards common goals. On the economic front, Ethiopia is not doing so well. As a result of the pre-Abiy unrest, there is a heavy dependency on imports, the national currency is declining in value, and the state is drowning in debt while facing liquidity problems. To rectify its economy, the government wants to stimulate double-digit growth by fully or partially privatizing public enterprises such as national airlines, telecommunications, logistics centers, railway projects, industrial parks, and so on. Ethiopian policymakers have also been trying to secure their national borders by improving relations with their neighbors. Secure borders would allow the state to transfer resources elsewhere and boost economic development. But in a region plagued by instability, that hasn't been easy. There is conflict in Somalia and South Sudan, with some of the violence spilling over into Ethiopian territory. Still, in recent years, Addis Ababa has taken the necessary measures to secure its borders. Eritrea and Ethiopia are in the process of mending ties, and if the settlement is fruitful, it will boost investor confidence in Ethiopia and give the country access to Eritrean ports. Even relations with Somalia have been favorable of late. Policymakers from both countries have expressed interest in economic integration and security cooperation. A secure and stable Somalia will allow Ethiopia to invest in the Ogaden region, construct pipelines across the area, and even acquire access to Somali ports. Meanwhile, in South Sudan, Ethiopia acts as a peace broker. In 2013, Addis Ababa negotiated a ceasefire deal in the South Sudanese civil war. Although that deal fell apart soon after, Ethiopian lawmakers are currently working on ways to turn that ceasefire into a lasting peace. There are about 500,000 South Sudanese refugees in Ethiopia, so the state has a lot riding on this. All these activities combined, developing a shared identity, privatizing the economy, gaining access to ports, holding peace talks, etc., they indicate that Ethiopia is laying the groundwork to compete with foreign powers that are increasingly active in the Horn of Africa. And although Addis Ababa still has a long way to go, geography and history show that Ethiopia is uniquely suited to step up as a regional powerhouse. I've been your host Shirvan from Caspian Report. If you like this report, leave a like, comment, and subscribe for the algorithm. Thank you for watching, and Sahol.
Yes. Yeah, some of it. What are you saying, CD? Some of it's misinforming. What bits? Cause I really like the channel, man. Like KJ said, bro. So I think it's a big channel. Like if you're into geopolitics and all of that, it does you justice. You get what I'm coming from. So yeah, that's about it. So I'm gonna hopefully run the stream for another hour. If anyone wants to hit man up, let me know. Let me know. You get me? Obviously, I'm actually in a monologue, so man, obviously, so if you don't some of the links in the chat, so let me know. But Ethiopia becoming a superpower. Should we be concerned? Should we embrace it? We say economical sharing. Do you think that'll be a stronger stability for the whole of Africa? Oh yeah, what you are saying? Well, scuba honey, hey, scuba honey, that's the thing here, like that's what I'm thinking. And the bit I find interesting is Ethiopia wants a navy, an Ethiopian navy, like that's interesting. Interesting. That's what I'm saying. So find out a bit strange. Yeah. So I'll tell you the truth. Why don't you jump on the links on the chat and we have a discussion? What do you think? You get me? Why don't we have a chat? You know them ones, obviously. I don't do the keyboard warrior antics. So have a conversation. Maybe we share some food. I want to know what you think, innit? Like, you don't come from one other brother or sister.
Yes, they could. And we're about to find out how. This is Qatar, and this is Saudi Arabia. And this is Saudi Arabia's plan to dig a big channel, effectively slicing off the border with Qatar. But could Saudi Arabia really make this happen? Yes, they could. And we're about to find out how. Qatar is a peninsula that juts out from the mainland into the Persian Gulf. Its only land border is with Saudi Arabia, but it's also close to Bahrain in the west, the United Arab Emirates in the east, and across the Gulf with Iran in the north. In 2018, Saudi Arabia first publicly floated the idea of digging a canal called the Salwa Canal between itself and Qatar. This obviously raises a lot of questions, which I'll do my best to go through answering in this video. But first, we need to rewind a little bit. To understand why Saudi Arabia might want to dig a literal trench between itself and its neighbour, we need to know a little bit about the recent politics of the Persian Gulf. In 2017, Qatar's three geographically closest neighbours, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, and the United Arab Emirates, along with a handful of others, denounced and cut ties with Qatar. Their main reasons were Qatar's relationship with Iran, meddling in other countries' internal affairs, and Qatar's perceived support of terrorist organisations. These three countries banned Qatari planes in their airspace, banned Qatari ships in their ports, and Saudi Arabia closed its land border with Qatar. Suffice it to say that political tensions in the Gulf have been high. So that brings us back to Saudi Arabia's plan to build a canal that would quite literally slice off Qatar. Why do they want to, and could they really do it? First, the why, and there are a few reasons. Saudi Arabia claims the new canal will create loads of jobs. This is probably not wrong, as spending hundreds of millions of dollars on construction usually does create jobs. They also claim that the Salwa Canal will be a tourist attraction, complete with beaches, water sports, and luxury villas. Again, a hard claim to refute, as throwing loads of money at something can make a desert into a luxury tourist hub. Thirdly, the canal would provide an alternate shipping route from the UAE to Bahrain and Saudi Arabia. It will also let ships avoid navigating too close to Iran, with whom these countries have a perpetually volatile relationship. We'll talk about the dimensions of the proposed canal in a moment, but there should be enough room for cargo ships and for recreation. And finally, the obvious reason, sticking out like a giant peninsula of a sore thumb, regardless of the reasons you do it, building a moat between you and your neighbour is a huge political statement. It could permanently close the land border between Saudi Arabia and Qatar, as the remaining land on the Saudi side of the border would likely be reserved for military use and possibly even for nuclear waste. So now we know the why, we need to know the how. Can this huge political flex of a project even be done? The planned Salwa Canal would be 20 metres deep, 200 metres wide, and about 70 kilometres long. It will most likely be dug at least 1 kilometre away from the border of Qatar and follow the curve of the border in an arc around from the Salwa area in the west to the inland sea in the east, which empties into the Persian Gulf. Saudi Arabia is suggesting the 70 kilometres of canal could be dug in only 12 months' time. That would be a huge effort, but definitely not impossible. There are two main options when designing and building a canal: sea level canals and locks. The choice is normally determined by the landscape through which the canal is built and the constraints of finance and labour.
Hi, I'm Marie from Timer. If you're a sole proprietor or an entrepreneur looking for ways to grow your business,
The Suez Canal in Egypt is an example of a sea level canal. This means that the canal was dredged so that the whole canal is at sea level. This prevents the need for mechanisms such as locks, which we'll get to in a moment. Sea level canals can be very expensive to build if the terrain is rugged, requiring a huge amount of earth to be excavated. The Panama Canal is an example of a canal that is not at sea level. Instead, it has locks, which fill with water to allow ships to travel to higher elevations, and empty water, which allows a step down to lower elevations. This reduces the cost of building a canal in rugged territory, as less earth needs to be removed, but it does slow the passage of ships through the canal. It's not yet clear what kind of canal Saudi Arabia intends to build, but either way, it would have geographical and political ramifications. So, are countries allowed to build canals willy-nilly that alter the geography of the Earth? Yeah, they kind of are. The Panama Canal and the Suez Canal each cleaved continents, connecting bodies of water that would not otherwise be connected for thousands of kilometres. And despite evidence of invasive Red Sea species in the Mediterranean, the Suez Canal has been expanded in recent years. Also recently, the Nicaraguan government was serious about creating a canal to compete with the Panama Canal that would have bisected the country's own largest source of fresh water. They could not secure funding for the project, and it may be just as well, because an accident or oil spill over Lake Nicaragua may have been catastrophic for the people and animals reliant on the freshwater lake. The environmental impact of the Salwa Canal would likely not be as drastic as this. The landscape is arid and sparsely populated, and the bodies of water that would be connected are relatively close anyway, on a global scale. A canal of comparable dimensions is actually the Kiel Canal in Germany. It's shallower and slightly narrower than the Salwa Canal is planned to be, and it does include locks. But if we zoom out a little, we can see that actually, the canal passes through the German state of Schleswig-Holstein and cuts off the Jutland Peninsula, which is mostly a part of Denmark. So what has Qatar's response been to all of this? Well, they pretty much refuted the claims made by Saudi Arabia and their other neighbours, and have turned to Iran and Turkey to rely on their imports, many of which would previously have come across their land border. And what impact is the canal likely to have on Qatar? Probably not much more than a closed land border is already having. At release of this video, the land border between Saudi Arabia and Qatar is still closed. So building a 200-meter wide canal on the Saudi side is kind of like making that situation a little bit more permanent. In terms of making Qatar into an island, it's not about to float off into the Gulf. It's still attached to the continental shelf after all. Similarly, asking a Danish person how they feel living on the island of Jutland would probably only get you a few confused looks. So the next time you see clickbaity titles of articles about Qatar becoming an island or Saudi Arabia slicing off Qatar, think about the Danes and how little they probably think about the Kiel Canal. What it would mean though is that Saudi Arabia followed through on a plan which many see not just as a tourist project, but as a giant bird flip to Qatar. It would indicate that Saudi Arabia has no intention of reopening the land border, and that they are done building bridges, so to speak, with their neighbour. It may also leave many Qataris wondering how adept their own government is at dealing with foreign policy issues, since they now have to deal with trade blockades, neighbourly tirades, and possible future canals being made. Thanks for
Grammarly does more than catch errors. With Grammarly, you can find really good
Assalamu alaikum.
Hey, wa alaikum salam. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, brother. How you
Hey,
doing?
hey, good, Sahib. Hey, Sahib, as you can probably tell from my accent, American
Yeah,
country, okay?
yeah, my brother.
Hey, I just came on to say, I've been listening to you, American country, Minnesota Chuga. I don't see anybody else in this area doing what you're doing. So I just wanted to say I appreciate the Hassamini. I love
No,
how,
thank you, man.
everything,
Yeah,
the conversations, you guys are not politically correct. I know a couple
yeah,
times before that you say you don't edit your show or nothing, you just leave it the way it is.
yeah.
So I really appreciate that there's somebody who's doing it and who's not trying to be politically correct. You know what I'm saying?
Come on, Astro, man. Astro Camel, yeah, is that your name?
Astro Camel. I mean,
Yeah, yeah.
we're using real names here, or everybody's just
No,
using
no,
aliens.
no, no. Any
Okay,
name, man. Any name, man. My name's Frank,
okay,
by the way. Nice to meet you, my brother. Wallahi, you know what? I appreciate it.
yeah,
Thank you, my G. This is, Somali, this is the main thing that I wanted to start this whole thing about. Like, get us talking, get our people connected. And even the
yeah,
other day, I was just saying earlier, like, the main ethos is, I feel like our people don't really have a voice.
mm-hmm.
We don't really, and I think, I think it's that time we started using social media to our advantage instead of degrading each other all the time. Do you get what I'm coming from, my G?
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. I hear you, Bilal. Yeah,
And as a Somali male, I just got sick and tired of looking online and just seeing so much bullshit about that kind of what they can and
exactly. And they're always going to give their narrative of how they see
yeah.
a lot of people but
And we don't really have
yeah,
like I said, I feel like we don't have a voice in any type of community. But I don't know what's it like in
yeah.
stateside for you, man. Talk to me, man, Astro. Talk to me,
Abo,
Bubble.
horta stateside. First thing you need to know, well, waxa weeye, it's much bigger than London. Ma garatay. Marka Minnesota deganahay, Minneapolis deganahay, city deganahay. I can't speak about the people who live in the suburbs. I can't speak about the people who live like the 20 minutes away on the other district. Ma garatay walaal. Marka I feel like red London, everybody's like a couple hours away from each other at most.
Yeah, at
You get what I'm
most. That's
saying?
how it is. It's not that
Yeah.
far.
And one other thing too, man. Some people get wrong about like Somalis in America. There's different like subcultures or like within America. So Somalis that live in California, yeah, Somalis that live in Minnesota, isku mid ma ahan, isku dhaqan ma aha. So they're like completely foreign to each other. Me fantabu.
What does that mean, though? What does that mean? That's interesting. What does that mean, though, Astro? Explain that to me.
It means like Hadartan. Okay, so for one thing, in Minneapolis, I guess you would say up until recently, up until like maybe like 2000, let's say until Ilhan got elected, was more considered like the conservative, more like our type of like you get out on the ball.
No, it's cool. Okay. Well, you can't hear him, CD.
No, I can hear him now.
You can, go ahead, Astro. Come through, my bro. Come through, broski.
Marka saaxib ani waxa oran lahaa adiga from my perspective aniga san aniga u arkin Mareykanka ama waxa opinionkayga kaliya ka hadli karaa maybe
no, that's it. No, Astro, drop it to us, man. Come on, man. This is a place, it's a platform where everyone's opinion, it's an opinion thing. It might be factual. You know, you know how it is. No, just drop it, bro.
Okay, and reer Minnesota ku sheegay abo asalka waxay ahaayeen dadka mataqaana dadka oo I wouldn't say more traditional ka ma garatay. So Somalida tusaale ahaan and Washington DC or East Coast dadka jooga waxay ahaayeen dadka dagaalada burburka intuu soo dhicin ka hor dad yimaadeen ma garatay. Marka they're more westernized or naga hormarsan yihiin. Kuwa gobolooyinka kalena saas oo kale laakiin dadka reer Minnesota waxa weeye majority-ga waxa weeye dadka burburkii ka bacdi mataqaana. Wadankii yimid. And then they kept a lot of their culture. They never really
assimilated.
In Minnesota is like that.
Yeah, Minnesota's like that. Yeah. So
they have
but the other
Somali museum there, isn't it?
Yeah, well, they call it a museum, Neil, but it's only like a 2-story. It's like a little strip mall.
No, but you got to rate it, innit?
Yeah,
as Europe, as a London, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm kind of proud of you guys in Minnesota. I look up to you guys in Minnesota, you know. I don't feel like, you know, the actual, from an outside perspective, it's like, as a Somali, I know Kufraha and State Kina, in a way, like, you know, with Ilhan, you know, apart from the bullshit she did, let's put that to aside,
I do not rate that, but
yeah, let's put that to aside, CD, again. I've had a couple of problems with the sisters, Somali speaking sisters, so let's leave that to aside. Like I say, but I'm saying from an outside perspective, I love what you guys done. I recently, so on one of my videos as well, like if you go down, there's a video of me and a couple of brothers in Speaker's Corner talking about how like, you know, there was tension between Africans that migrated from Africa and African Americans, innit? So as we're discussing, part of the conversation, we brought up Minnesota, and Minnesota, like, it kind of represents that you guys have got malls, and I'm talking about it's affluent, and for centuries, but downtown. Do you get where I'm coming from, my brother? And majority of Americans, there's a statistic, I think it was somewhere, I don't know where I was reading, or someone must have put it on the Hangout. The most affluent diasporas, or, you know, the go-getters, majority of American came in, a majority of Minnesota came at it. Or Somali, you know what, I'm diaspora, majority of you North Americans.
Well, okay, man.
So from the outside perspective, I know maybe it's like you guys, because you're there and you don't really see it.
Yeah.
But because in London, we don't, like, I'm a Londoner, and I've had this conversation numerous times with my brother. We don't have a set area, Somali and Degennahay. We're scattered all over the place.
No, but also I think it's because they're in such large numbers, innit? I think the Minnesota, Minneapolis, my brother's from there, innit? I don't know why he lives in America, but there's a lot of them, innit? There's a lot of them. Well, there's way more, I think, than London. I don't even live in London as well, by the way. I'm from Bristol, innit?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? No, Bristol, because you have to head, bro.
Because you have to, but I'm talking about aspects where there's a lot of them, but a lot of them will hate Tarren. You get where I'm coming from? They're not really, they weren't really on welfare dependent like Europeans. You get where I'm coming from?
Wallah, you're
Of
right.
America, how I see it is like, I see them as, you know, Koshake stuff. Majority Koshake America. Yeah, I rate them more than the UK. I don't know whether the child system and the welfare system held us back. I don't know. I'm not really sure. But compared to the Americans, well, like even back home, I could take it like, the biggest places, well, the American came. You know, North America, really, like, especially. So I've always kind of saluted them. Then Arabta, and then apparently Australia beats us. You know, the UK, Norway, Australia. When they go Horeyan, like there's, you know, Somali diaspora is actually Qatar, and America led the place. So I don't know. Is that me just looking at it from the outside? What do you think, Astro? Talk to me.
No, Abu, well, I think there's some truth to that. That you do see a ton of Somali entrepreneurs here, and I don't know what it is about America, but it seems like they're more entrepreneurial friendly. I don't know if there's more like roadblocks or if there's more stuff. But Americanka, it's not just Somali. The Warkas, I mean, like Hindi or Korean or Qatar or Shali. Like the same thing, you know. So it's just something about. Americanka aniga on finding in it's just something about Americanka. They promote the entrepreneurial class, the small business guy. Maybe
I was reading something. It's like you guys, it's like 4 times easier to start business in America compared to Europe as well.
Yeah, for sure.
That could be a factor as well.
Yeah. So ultimately, I think it's more, if anything, wallahi, I think it's more of a reflection on like how America facilitates, the growth of small business, as opposed to, and once again, you know, not taking away anything from like the Somali entrepreneur, but a big part of it is like how great America is at like facilitating the growth of small businesses. You know.
What about someone asked you the question? Isn't it a bit tough with the life insurance thing? What's that about?
Yeah, there's a lot of things holding them back, isn't it?
Yeah, I've always wanted to talk to an American or someone from there. What is this life insurance?
Life insurance, insurance life insurance is if like if you have a wife and kids, okay, and you die, it's
health insurance. I'm sorry, I mean, I think the person asked you health insurance. Yes, health insurance.
So health insurance, it's some I need experience. It's something I've always the arrangement I've always got into with whatever company I work for. Marka company and contract and lactic pay green line. Part of the arrangement is okay. Are you going to pay for any healthcare? Are there any retirement benefits? So it's part of the discussion. It's part of the discussion along with your salary. Some people would prefer to get like a lower paying job and that has better health benefits, or for the kids, or if they have a lot of kids, or something like that. There's I'm not an expert at this, man. There's some government programs, but I need experience. I need nolosha and yeah, or قيبة يجيب بحنشرين قيبة كنا دعوة حدو يها أذيك like $100 كلا. Maybe they pay like for $75 and then I'll pay like the 25 out of pocket كلا.
Okay. Okay, because that's that, you know, I always heard that's a stumbling block over there, but I don't know what another question I always wanted to ask you, my fellow Somali brothers and sisters in North America, violence. What is the violence over there saying? Because I'm hearing ruthless over there as well.
Abu, violence, first off, man, that's just a general American problem. Like even if you remove Somalis from the equation, there's just something else about America. It's just everyone is just more prone to violence. Adanka, Madoga, like Asians, everybody. There's just something about this, something in the atmosphere regarding the Minneapolis Somali violence. And I don't know in the internet, but 2 weeks ago, one of the big malls, or Marco 24, so anybody else who's listening knows what I'm talking about. I think that was the last incident in Unugiri, or I think he was like 17 or 18. I don't know what he was involved in, but that was like the last major shooting. But it seems, I don't have the official police statistics, but it seems like Minneapolis at least in regarding Somali violence. I can't speak about the broader picture.
I don't know, man. I've always heard like it's actually in North America, especially Canada, Mela, and places like Minnesota. In because it's Kudoyin, add this Kudoyin as well, innit? Yeah. It's like
yeah.
It's like across the border. You guys across the border or something? Minnesota and Canada. But I just said like the brothers over there is a lot of violence, or is that just stereotypical myth?
Yeah, you know, it's two completely different worlds. I think what you guys are talking about is like the stuff in Toronto, Toronto, Canada. I love to go. They got their own completely different dynamics. So I'm actually not even gonna talk about that because let me say, Toronto is almost as foreign to me as like London or kale. Me fante. Marka and mid and Toronto is like close to like New York City, okay, it's just a couple hours away, and then Minnesota Highway is like the central part of the continent. Marka dynamics ka Toronto ka socdo, I would say is like it doesn't have anything to do with once again from my perspective, it doesn't have anything to do with the Somali Minnesota stuff. It's like two separate. The only thing they have, the common denominator is that there's Somalis on both sides, the Minnesota side and the Canada side, but it doesn't seem to be linked in my perspective. Yeah. Marka waka.
Yeah, that's it, man. Well, what do you say with the taboos you got around there? What do you say the negative context as a Somali growing up around there? What's the challenges you face growing up in Minnesota?
And Abo Igral Noko, I got my headphones on, and then you said.
What was the challenges that you faced growing up around there? What would you say the negative in Minnesota, in that area?
Abo Minnesota, anigo gawlooyinka la kusoo koray and Mareykanka, like in Minnesota, like I came here for like high school. Way back, I want to say like 90s, early 2000s, there used to be like major Madhu versus Somali issues. It just didn't get along back then. But I think that's just like it comes with the territory. You know, when there's like a new immigrant group, you don't assimilate right away. Problem but it seems like Anton you see like Somalida you'll BLM that's probably like from the Minneapolis side, schooling Minneapolis Dunka St. Paul in the central Dunka and Minneapolis school as a south and it's like multiple times a year there's I think they might even have like some old clips from CNN. But that's I think that's like ancient history from when I was in high school, so you can probably gauge my age from that.
I can probably you're similar ages to me, early 30s. I can tell.
Yeah, definitely. So Marka like in Iantanabo I feel like generation I feel like they're assimilating more. They know more about the culture. They don't have to try to fit in or anything. And like I said, I need a generation like the older millennial crowd. I feel like it was the what do you call them? Gen 1 or Gen 2 migrant challenges. And they don't have to deal with those problems.
That's true. I think we've got the same similar thing in the UK, but I think the UK is more different. How is it like Somalia? Are you more classified as did they see you as more off model color? Are you more accepting with that, or are you guys still on this Somali bun here? What's your angles on that?
It depends on Sakushe Mrekanka is like it's I want to say man maybe I should move this, no just what I say size I think it's like about the size of like continental Europe if I'm not mistaken. Marka Somalida معناها aniga naftayda ku sheegaya Minnesota intaan joogo and like I identify as Somalian. Like you can not be even like marka meel walba joogo waxa weeye in Somalia I like magaalooyinka Soomaalida ku yihiin oo kale hadaan aado New York aado mise Texas oo kale hadaan aado oo Soomaalida laga aqoon they have no idea what it is. The only thing they know about Somalia is Black Hawk Down. Markaas oo kale madow iyo arkaan cadaanka meesha joogna madow iyo arkaan madowga kale meesha marayana sidoo kalena you get what I'm saying? So as long as you're in Minnesota, Somalia tahay Somalia marka gobolooyinka kale oo Soomaalida laga aqoon marka aadid you're just another black person. Yeah.
That's it. What do you think, CD went on a rant the other day as well.
No, No, but bro, you didn't. I think a lot of people misunderstood me. What I was trying to get at was, Somalia as a country, like the whole Somalia, Kadlo, basically, for me, I was thinking because the name Somali was talking about, it refers to the people that live there, innit? The ethnic Somali tribe. So my thing was, is Somalia originally, was it meant to be an ethno state, like a country that represent, or that the people that live there, it's for the Somali people. But if it's a nationalistic thing, then yeah, anybody can live there, anybody can get citizenship. That's what I was coming from. But I have nothing against like red hammers and like you know what I mean, like other people living there and stuff.
Yeah. No, I don't know, but sometimes it did come across a bit. Woo.
No, well, no.
No, but I know how it is. When you're on a panel and that panel, there was a lot of us that day, and it's like trying to get words in is a bit hard. And
yeah,
it was.
I'm not gonna lie. Everyone was trying to misunderstand. Like, I'm not like, obviously everyone have been adding it. Everyone deserves respect, fam. At the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? Nobody should be dishonored because of what they are. Like Somali kufane with hair, and then you have people that are Chinese that big themselves because they're Chinese. Like, it's all good at the end of the day. Nobody should be looking up to each other. Nobody should be looking down on each other. But my thing is, with this thing that you just asked the brother, what's it called? The black identity amal. My thing.
What's your thing?
No, well, I mean, even in the UK, bro. Like, Aniga, right now, you guys are probably had more problems with black people. Let's just say black people in quotation marks. Yeah, me, I'm like 21, innit? Me growing up, I didn't really have a problem with, like, we grew up with so many different backgrounds. Like, we never thought,
you're from
like,
Bristol, innit? You're from Bristol, innit? Yeah, Bristol and Tottenham's kind of similar. I've kind of have sort of similar thing with you, where I never saw none of that. You get
it's like you have, that's what I'm saying. It's diverse, isn't it? But the thing was, even like recently, I remember secondary school, innit? Basically, we used to have this problem where people would say, when you're playing football, Amal, and you have, sometimes you do Muslims take, sometimes you do black people take. Like, when something like that happens, and the Somalis are joining the black team, they're like, nah, you lot are not black, you lot are not, like, actually, we're like, what? And then they're like, yeah, you're Somali black. So it's been there from day, innit?
Somali
and
black.
you have like, fam, it's been there from day.
That's a new thing. Should we start calling that now Somali black?
No, well, this is a real thing, bro. It happens.
No, but then again, I've had this debate as well. I feel like, should we look at the context and the word black as well? Should we open it up more?
Yeah, that's
as I've started jumping on panels nowadays, I started thinking about it. I started looking at color in a different type of aspect. You get where I'm coming from?
Yeah, bro.
Well, I just see it as a social construct now. You get where I'm coming from?
Yeah, that's what I had the like. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. Like, in sixth form, had the there was this one Madoga, I don't know where he was from, some West African Mado in it. He was, wallahi billahi, my blood was boiling that day. It pissed me off on another level. This guy was coming up to Somalis and telling us our ancestors got raped by Arabs. Like, that kind of thing pisses me off, bro. Like, how could you tell someone what they are? They don't even see us as one of them. Like, and then you have people asking us questions. Oh, why aren't you like mixing with us? Like, blah blah. You don't even see us as a part of you at the beginning. And then you have this word black, which is a made up thing. Like, nobody in the world used to identify its colors like hundreds of years ago. Like, if you think about it, everyone had like their own tribes, their own ethnicities or whatever. But it's not for me, it's not a problem like black if it's like a description to do with my skin color, because I'm closer to that color in it. But obviously, it's not just about skin color, because if it was, a whole lot more people outside of Africa should be labeled black as well. So I'm saying, for me, black was originally referred to people that were taken as slaves from West Africa, but they were Bantu. And then this whole thing that because they're called African American, everyone thought Africa or done by Bantu, and then everyone from Africa is black. I think that's how it kind of like developed over the years, isn't it? But bro, if you see, well, personally, I don't know if there's actually any difference between us West African Bantus, but wallahi, I can't tell the difference between a Nigerian and Ghanaian. But if you put Somali into the picture, wallahi, from a million miles away, I can tell you that that person is Somali. These two other people are, you know, not. I don't like calling them black either, but they're, you know, Bantu. Like that's not a bad word. That's what they are. So that's my thing, innit? Like black isn't like a real thing to identify, bro. It's just something. It's a made up thing, like racial. Even wallahi, the one of the thingies were the race categorizations were being made. You had Negroid, you had Caucasoid, you had another one. What was it called? Mongoloid. Originally, Somalis were classed under the Caucasoid. Like a lot of people don't even know that. So I'm saying, this term black, we need to drop it, fam.
For me, I don't know. What do you think? Like for me, it's like, all right. Once we stepped out of obviously we never called ourselves that, innit? Back home, innit?
Yeah.
And are we one of them nations before the Dalka? Did we what? Or did we needed to go anywhere? That's the thing. Somali though. That's one question I always like to ask.
Did we need to go anywhere, Maka? What do you mean by that?
Were we out, like, you know, before the war, before the big war, where we were massacred,
Yeah.
Because obviously that time, like, you know, when we came out of Somalia and we came into Megala, like, Western European, do you think it's because man Laqabson? What do you think about that? And it's like a new thing.
To be honest, do you know what my mom, like, my mom recently told me, when they were leaving Somalia, they thought they were going to go back in a couple of years. Like, it was only going to be a few years. They never came here to assimilate, bro. We never came here to assimilate. That's the truth. And I know it's the same for every... Nobody knew it's going to last 30 years, bro. And it looks like it's going to carry on for another... Not a war, but like this like conflict, this tension between different Somali gobbles and, like, do you know what I mean?
Do you think it's getting worse now? Astra, what's your thoughts on this? What's your thoughts on the Somali geopolitics thing?
Well, that's not my strong suit, man. I just kind of wanted to be like a fly on the wall. I think it's getting better, Neho. And one thing about the whole prime minister, I was actually listening to that podcast you made the other day about Prime Minister Leda. But I just want to say like that's just the norm in Somalia. I know everyone's acting like it's a crisis, but Hassan Sheikh went through 3 different at least 3 that I know of.
Prime ministers.
I don't know about Sharif. I know Abdullah Yusuf went through at least 2 different prime ministers as well. So this is just part of the Somali process. And it's just like cyclic.
Do you think it's because Khair was such a popular figure and he had that charismatic figure about him and the way it happened? It happened in under 18 minutes. There was a meeting in Busa Marab. Next minute later, boom, bada bim, bada boom, Mickey Walla he came out and made that. That's what I think bothered the people.
No, definitely very very charismatic guy. I think you know, just to put it out there, and Red Puntland by but family Kega and Hoya they like she supports Khair. Everyone thought he was like in American terms we saw him as like a Somali version of like JFK, a young guy, charismatic, you know, he knows how to talk and like, you know, like the formaggio moro bagavana, you know, he doesn't can't even read a sentence. So he had this like aura about him. I don't know about his policies. But I think you were onto something from your last podcast when you were talking about how and like it might be like a conspiracy. Why doesn't like Formaggio take all the heat for everything that's went wrong the last 4 years? Was it you? I don't know if it was you or if it was another one of your guests, but someone kept saying that, you know, it might be a conspiracy that Formaggio is going to take the heat for everything that went wrong the last 4 or 5 years, and Khair is going to show up as like the savior from the opposition party, Yokala.
Yes.
So I think
we don't know what happens behind closed doors, though. If we've got to be honest, innit? That's what I'm saying. Like, it could also, like, if you think about it, even if that's not true, it could turn out to be a good thing. Like, you know, certain things happen in life. Like, Allah plans certain things. For example, you know, if Allah wants us Somalis to unite, like, no matter how much people try to, like, how many people dislike it, it doesn't matter. It's going to happen at the end of the day. Do you know what I mean? Like if this thing that caused tension between the president and the prime minister, this prime minister could do something to, you know, cut the ties with the parliament and actually go on to fix Somalia the way it should be fixed. He could also like actually start calling them all out one by one, like I was saying in the other video. Like, bro, wallahi that can Somalia is not gonna see how the horumar like until corruption can like just clean the house. Do you know what I mean? We need to clean the house. And people say, some other bros are saying, yeah, we can't do that because the government is weak. Well, how else are we supposed to do it? That's one question I have. Like, do we focus on the economy first, building the country, or do we actually go out and start naming people one by one that need to get arrested, like, or put on trial? How do we go about this, like, as people, as Somali people?
aniga fikirkayga ku sheegaya aniga like how I would like to see every Somali, because waxaan ogahay like regardless of the qabil or the president or the prime minister in charge, the other qabil is going to say you know, you're taking advantage of us or kala magarate, and I feel like that's never going to change. It's just part of something like in the Somali DNA. Aniga waxaan jeclaan lahaa wadanka qayb walbo sida Puntland oo kale inay isku dhisaan, reer galmudug inay ismaamulaan, reer maxay ahato hirshabelle, and then manaha I want to diminish like the power of the central government. Manaha, if you guys are familiar with like American politics, I'm thinking more like Republican fikran oo kale weeye. Marka powerka in gobolooyinka in ayaga ismaamulaan qabiil walbo gobolkiisa iyo degmadiisa inuu maamusho.
Yeah, but don't you think that's a bit divisive, bro? Like,
sorry, CD, let Astro land. I think he's on something I'm kind of on. Let him land, and then we dissect.
Because Abu Firi, and no matter how you so walalahay reer galmudug kala hata ka hadlo, never like you can have you know, a brilliant to like a Lee Kuan Yew type guy, but like in, let's say qabilkiisa waa reer Puntland, he will never be able to accomplish anything in reer galmudug ma fahamtay. And nin on a qabilka beeshaas u dharan oo majority ku ah haduu soo wax ka qaban ayagana ognaan miyaa nin oo manaha ma garata qof qabilkan inuu wax qabto. Sidoo kale Soomaaliduna waa saas weeye. Aniga marka qof walba I'm just saying, let's formalize it. If this is ingrained in our DNA, why don't we just formalize it and say, okay, and Hiran nin on red Hiran ahayn nin kale ma maamuli karo, and then hold and maxaa la yiraahdaa qabil ka fiican ma jirto ma garata. We're all like the same DNA. So they're able qabil walba they're able to manaha waxa ka imaan karo qof oo wadankooda dhisi karo, magaaladooda dhisi karo. Ma baahno manaha nin reer Puntland mise reer Somaliland inuu u taliyo. Ayaga they can hold each other accountable.
Okay, is that it? Can I jump in?
Yes, go ahead.
Bro.
Yeah.
You guys hold on the panel. I'm gonna just come back here. Hold on the panel, you man. Yeah.
Okay.
DD and Astro.
Okay, so what I was saying, you said two things. You said we should have like not independent states, but states like governing themselves, like Gobalaha. Okay, and you're saying okay, let me just talk about that. For the problem with that is not every double is held high. They don't have clan borders. Like say for Galmudug, I come from Galmudug. So the Galmudug what's gonna happen then?
Okay, so demographics معناها galmudug, so majority ga waxa waaye and habargidir, is that right? I think I'm asking seriously because No,
habargidir is the majority. But
it is the majority.
Yeah.
ما حدا saas tahay, like okay, reality ga hataa isku sheegno marka abu, like hadana hadalka qaban if there's not a person or habargidir oo on ka dhalan oo qabiil kala ah, and how effective do you think qabiilooyinka hadartan minority ku ah? I think you're talking about Dirir Marahan or minority ku ah, and meesha la yiraahdo galmudug, like how effective do you think they will be in accomplishing anything?
No, but there are other tribes as well that are Hawi, but you know how far do we have to break this thing down? Because even habargidir kasi laflaf oo si kala goy kartaa, ma fahamtay?
صح.
Like if like Somalia, but you know what I'm saying, you can go sub clans. Like how far do we go with this? Because I did have sub clans and they branch off as well. So how far, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, wallahi Abu, I don't have an answer to this. I'm still trying to figure this out. Just like you know. Yeah,
Yeah,
me,
bro,
me,
you know what I'm
me
saying? I'm
fans.
trying to figure it out as well, bro. I'm asking
Yeah,
questions, innit? I
yeah,
want to learn.
yeah.
I want to
I
see
think
what other people have, what other opinions people have.
I think
I
my whole
think
thing is like somebody Abu. I think my whole thing is somebody like has to start me fanti and
yeah,
Halqawil has to take the first step and then everything else is.
Yeah,
I'm
example,
not.
but followed by
do,
example.
yeah.
Uh,
Do you
and
think, guys, Astro and
Abu.
CD? Do you think like, all right, you know what Shadal Kena, like we are tipped to become a if run right, if the country is run right economically, a blue ocean economy with natural gases, with Shadal, with Holo. Do you think we started to utilize our natural resources and lag? Just take away poverty from Somalia. It's about the lag
100%. 100%.
I'm talking from the south, from north to south to say, you know what, when they can antenna, Habashida next door, Hisamania Markesan, they become the superpower. Right next door. Like I was playing
Wallahi,
two videos
but to be
earlier.
honest,
If you see earlier in the stream earlier,
yeah, I seen it.
I'm saying
I watched that
and
video before as well, yeah.
And I'm saying I'm one of them. Look, I'm a Somaliland. I'm a Sark. I'm saying like stronger together, but divided. With every man, like you know, I'm kind of on what Astro's on. Everyone just runs their own area. Why do you
Okay.
have to have one type of president?
No,
no.
see me, Firi, I'm kind of half. I'm actually kind of with you and I'm kind of against it at the same time because there are problems with that. Like, let me explain myself, yeah. This whole idea, like, this is a federalism kind of idea in it, where you have different states maintaining themselves, like, not centralism. Well, one place, everyone, like, but there's benefits to both sides, bro. If you say, like, you know, a lot of people don't know this as well. Like, in Somaliland, people think that only Asaq live there. It's not just Asaq, bro. You have you have even Hawiya, which are a small number. I know. You have Zarod, you have Dir as well, bro. Like, you have different clans living there. Because otherwise it would be called Asaqland, not Somaliland. Because do you know what I mean? Okay, so my thing with that is, if you're saying let every state govern themselves, then it's the same thing as the whole country uniting and saying, oh yeah, this guy is not from my clan, I won't have him lead me. That goes to this is the same as going down to the small states. The small states will have the same problems as the whole country uniting. The same thing will happen. But that's my opinion in it. Like, I could be wrong. It could turn out to be good.
Okay,
but the reason why I'm with it.
In hindsight, if we're looking at this, I say the kumbayarism. The kumbaya, let's all hold hands and visibly, as a Somalilander, as a pro-passionate Somalilander, and I feel like we never get our credit for what we accomplished. Like a template for the rest of Somalia, we just get hounded out. Oh, we've got a son.
No, but those people are like not seeing the truth of it, innit? That Somali. Well, I wrote in the comments as well. Somaliland is way more peaceful than the Somalia, like the government in Mogadishu. But the thing is,
I just wanted to land on that point. CD is like, you can't really come over and force that blue flag because Somali Wayne, in my ideology, Astro and CD, my brother, it failed. It failed. It was disastrous. And certain people like never ever again.
So, wallahi,
that
that's
aspect
the thing.
of I don't get that. I don't get. They can't be forced now. And like Somaliland, I hate to say this, my brothers and sisters, we have been kitting ourselves up, my family. We're not gonna. That's better. What happened to us? It ain't never gonna happen again. Well, we got damn sure about that part.
100.
Because I'm not gonna lie to you, a lot of people are like, oh well, the gala happened everywhere. Like, no, I'm talking about bombings. I'm talking about raping. Well,
against
Hammer, you know,
people as well. Yeah.
Against Hammer, disco, like literally, Somalia was getting bombed by its own people. So, for me, the scars are deep. But again, I feel like, I think the scars could get healed in a way where, look, like something Astro said earlier, and I wanted to allude to this. He's saying, look, it's fabricated in our DNA, this Kabila thing, innit?
Yeah. I don't think we should either. Carry on.
Yeah? We say?
I don't think we should either leave Qabil, but carry on with your point.
I'm on that as well. I'm on this. I hate, you know, the anti-tribalism movement. I'm saying no, anti-tribalism. Runtawan accent, Qabil is Somali, It's
It's
intertwined
intertwined. Yes,
so
bro. Yes.
much, yeah. We need to utilize it in a different type of way. And what I see
100.
is, I see like a country like I always say, I always allude to this country. I say a country called Botswana Okale, where, and a lot of people accuse me of this. I'm gonna say this: nationalism, our resources. Well, not nationalism, the people, the resources, and
Yeah.
get this poverty. I believe honestly, well, I wholeheartedly Somali gachadan kasarno. عدو هذا اللي لا look ماشي أنا عنتينه ودن كان على تصنف for the next template like Oman Okale, you know Oman. Like earlier, I was watching that video of Oman where it's a peacekeeper and it's actually like use our strategical area. Yes, Dusty, my brother, welcome back to the show. You've been ghost. We took away your spanner as well, but we're gonna give it back to you. Salaam alaikum, Abdi Samad Walaki, Sardo Wall.
وعليكم السلام صاحب
والله
شتي
يسعدوا عيد مبارك عيد مبارك
عيد
الحمد
مبارك
لله bro.
يا
الحمد
عم
لله.
عيد مبارك
عيد مبارك. I forgot
So
Eid
what
as
do,
well. Yeah.
I forgot it's Eid. So what do you guys think about if we nationalize our resources and get this gotcha out of the place? What do you think?
Can I go first? My
Go
thing is,
ahead,
yeah.
Freddy.
Yeah, my thing is, wallahi, a lot of questions need to be answered first. This whole thing with who actually, tribalism, where it comes in, and I think somebody mentioned it in a couple of videos ago, is when it comes to politics, when it comes to not hagbed, what's it called, the inheritance. I don't know how to say it in Somali, I forgot, and land. We need to actually come to an understanding in us Afghan, like this whole land thing, yeah. Who actually owns land? Can anybody prove it? Like my cousin had in Somalia is getting chased by next man saying they own the land that actually belongs to him. Like things like Somalia, they had what land do they own? Like if you're saying let's share resources, yeah, what land do we own? How much land do we own? Like what, like I'm trying to say is like you have Red Hammers like Kula from the Coast Guy trying to say that's my land. Like, how do we come to an understanding where we say Somali, let's let them do their thing, because that can happen. It's a possibility. Like Somalis could actually eventually come to an understanding and say, this is our land. Anything that comes out of the land, we'll share it between us. Anything, you can be a neighbor to me. I'll build a house right next to you.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. Ocean Star, my brother, Eid Mubarak, Sardo Wall.
Eid Mubarak to you, brother.
Yeah, go on,
so what
finish off that.
So what I'm saying is, yeah, bro, we need to answer. We need to ask the right questions and come up with the right answers. Until then, yeah, wallahi, like as well as the diaspora coming back, if we come back, yeah, and build our cities or wherever we come from, we're going to be seen as outsiders in this land. Like another problem might arise, another war might arise. We need to we need to take precautions as well before coming back. So I'm saying is, let's come to a common understanding. What land belongs to who? Let's fix the government. Like corruption, there's so many problems. The economy will fix itself, but the government is another thing that needs to be taken care of as well, bro.
How do you propose that? Alaikum assalam. Reaper, Rad, my brother.
How are you?
Does anyone? I'm alright, alhamdulillah. Does anyone on the panel want to answer that question?
Yes.
Yeah, how do we fix this problem, bro?
Well, can I add something? Just listen to what you said a few minutes ago about the land dispute. I believe we need to get a land registry system in this country, a land registry system back home, where I do believe there is a land registry system in Hargeisa, Mealahas, but I believe we need to get a national database to register land, because there's a lot of corruption going on with the Somali diaspora in terms of misappropriating land that belongs to Hebel Hebel and Qabiyala da Wahas and corruption. Do we all agree that there should be a land registry system, or that wouldn't work?
Yeah,
the power is in Hamar at the moment. Hamar.
maya in Hamar in koonfurta markii la imaado waxaa jiro tii dowladda, laakiin waxaa jiro marar qaar ay dhacdo, waxaa jiro dhul oo waqti macnaha laba qof baa wata, marka labada qof isku waqti waay isku dheed baa ku dhacay, markaasoo kale dood waa la geliyaa, ama dhul ay dowladda aysan bixin dood waa laga gelinaa. Laakiin haddaa wadato waraaqihii dowladda dowladda way ku xukmineen in dhinacan kale waqooyiga haddaad timaa waqooyiga waxaa caanka ahaan jirta ku qabso ku qadimaysidii waa aan joogay aad bay maaragtay u kacsaneed oo dhulkaaga in
muuse bixi dadkiisa waxaa sameeyey ku qabso ku qadimaysid
mayo ilaa iyo 2010kii ilaa hadda xoogaa way degeen laakiin waagi 2010kii aad bay u kacsaneen dhulkaaga in lagu qabsado oo weliba maaragtay adoo leh aad haddana
Abdisamed, you know what that is, Wololo? Waxay kula tahay, do you think it was because of the tahrib?
Wallahi,
tahrib markii kordhay dadkii aqoonsa everyone was dul bay kala iibsanay kala buubayeen. I'm not gonna lie to you, my uncle from Canada, dul badan buu iibsaday during, you know, the tahrib. Dad badan buu ka faa'iidaystay. Dul aad, you know, I'm talking also style and location.
Hadda Muqdisho hadda aniga ma fiiri marka dhul gadanayo kale iskama iibin karo waxaa u tagayaa waxaa jooga niman oo dowladdii hore ah oo ka shaqeynaya joogo kow marka qofka aan ka iibsanayo waraaqihiisu keenaa waxaa jira consultiyo oo dowladda ka diiwaan gashan dowladda hoose meeshaas u tageenaa markii meesha la tago nin baa loo geenayaa oo waxaan soo bartay si dhulka loo yaqaano aniga meesha ani asagin ma naqaano ninka waraaqaha loo dhiibaya 1 kilomitir inta la gaarin meesha waraaqaha loo dhiiba waxa la geeyay lambarka dhulka nagay si uu sii wado haddii dhulka iyo isla yihiin waraaqaha iyo dhulka wuxuu ku leeyahay waa kan haddii kalena dad baa ku dhacday waraaqaha dhulka islahayn wuxuu u maray 3 sano in dhulkan lahaa waraaqihii si loo wadana meel magaalo kale ama lagu tilmaamay magaalada ka baxsan yiri ama meel carkawada loo qoday yiri waa kan dhulkaaga.
Yeah, these things happen. You know, I don't know, man. And also another thing is, go on.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, CDs. Go ahead, my bro.
Yeah, another thing is like when you're saying sharing land and sharing resources, who are you going to share it with? You have people. I know I keep bringing up Kula from the coast, but it's people like him exist in Somalia, bro, that claim land, innit?
He pissed you off, innit? He pissed you off, innit?
Brother,
he got you,
like, brother, let me be honest
it
with
pissed me
you.
off.
I understand where you're coming from, but you have to understand Kula wuxuu ka hadlaya waa fantasy. How things are being dealt with back home. You wuxuu saga dhahay. Ma islaamba. wuxuu leeyahay dhulkana iska lahay back home cidiisii wax la isku haysta ma jirto
no but they exist, bro. We have to like understand who are we sharing land with, who are we going to share land with.
They do exist, but what Kula is saying is not even a dispute back home, so it's just sensationalism.
No, but he's saying he's one of the first. Like I know he's not the only person in the world that thinks like this. There are other people rare hammer that think like this, bro. They have this thing where they actually think they can claim land.
It's just a few who are
midaan ku sheeg ninka maybe beel kale ku dhagan yahay dadkii maaragtay sagaashi koodii dhulkii la qabsaday yes
CD ninka Kula loo iska daa nin codad
sagaashi koodii markuu dhulka laga saaray dad baa dhulka laga qabsaday guryahoodii aniga waxaan aqaanaa nin intuu gurigiisa u tagay oo ilmo lagu dhalay uu yiri dhulkii baa u baahanahay la yiri kuma siinayo yes way jiraan taas sagaashi koodii yes ma diidani ilaa hadda dowladda hadda 2 sano 8 sano u dib dad baa loo celceliyay dad dhulkii dad kale ka iibsadeen dad wali waa laga haystaa lama diidana laakiin si kalena way u dhacaan laakiin ma badna markii la joogo koonfurta.
No, but bro, the thing is, that's not the only angle he was coming from. He was saying he was there, his people. He was there before Somalis. He's saying Somalis migrated from the north, innit?
The South block.
Yeah.
1 2 3 ana ku sheegay wuxuu ka wada dhul ahaan macnaheed dadkiisa qoomiyadiis meesha ka soo jeedaan wuxuu leeyahay waagi hore aan deganayn dhulka anaga xaq
we were before
hal su'aalan ku weydiiyo
dhulka ma
ninka hadda carbaha ka imaaday 400 sano iyo waxaan joogo meel kale ma degaan mid kale dhul markii la fiirinayo ma aha magaalaan deganahay dhulka markii la fiirinayo dad deegaankooda dadka waxa la fiiriyaa magaalada ka baxsan weligood magaalada kama sabixin mid kale waxa xamar hadaad taqaan cadcadka magaalooyinka qaar degmooyinka qaar ma yaqaanaan weligiis muustagi
okay, but who was there? Who was there first? Like when did like my question is when
for example hadda Muqdisho ka hadlaysa dadka qaar waxay dhahaan abgaarka noogu hor
yes I wanted to say that
I'll explain let me touch on that macnaheed for example ani waxaan hawiye mugta hawiye habil gudanahay hadda xamar business ka leedahay ama xoog ku leedahay waa marmara maartay lagu kafto waxa lagu leeyahay awal dhulka maada iska lahayna abgaalkaas ka ma fahamta So saas lagu la kaftama. So the thing is when abgalka markuu leeyahay anaga muqdisho deganeyn. Is he therefore going to argue and say anaga abgalka ka horeyna meesha?
والمية مدة كلا وائمادو كلية مال لا دون إسكوتو ماشي كريستوفر كولومبوس ميا مسكي ما سو
exactly and the funny thing is waxa xagga sheegta badanaa waa abgal ma fahamtay no one's disputing that waxa la ogyahay laakiin Kula from the coast the stuff he's saying brother it's not even realistic back home even his people are taas ma hadlaan
midda kale taa wax taariikh ma haya
when did Somalis, Hawiyas, Daros, Dir, whatever, when did they migrate south? I want to know that question, innit? When did they migrate south?
This is from beginning of time, not beginning of time, but I'm saying, you know when the Tutsis migrated from the Horn? Yeah.
No, but like, what are the dates? Like thousands of years ago, or like
Ocean, wasn't it the Khoisan? I mean, the Khoisan, but
you can say so how the hunter-gatherers, the Khoisan, but in the Horn, not the Horn, but in the east of Africa, that's true. Lakin markii laga hadlayo Kula Barwaniski waxa soo dhan aniga ka hor even though we may have migrated from north and went down south we were there before them so whatever he's talking about is nonsense to be honest.
Okay, what about if you go further south though? What about if you go further south?
Yeah,
go on. I'm gonna come back you man, hold up the panel. Ocean, my brothers, all you man, hold up the panel. Yeah, come back.
Yeah, see what you say.
My thing is, okay, if you go further south, you know, Ocean Star, you said last time we were on the panel, you're saying there were people there before that were native as well.
No. What K the speaker was saying was there's apparently not I wouldn't say evidence, but there's people are saying that in the east of Africa, Khoisan the Ganai and hunter gatherers, which is something we can't dispute. So we have to obviously look at the science and stuff.
But they've moved all the way to the south.
They've moved to the south. That's true, and obviously.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the canal, innit?
You know if you're talking about recently, say the past 1,000 to 700 years, then but even though we came from the north, we were still there.
Okay, how about the Jarers that lived there? You said they were native, innit?
No, Shabbat had again way again, but Jarers are different from the Khoisan, from the.
Yeah, I know, but you said they were native. I want a question, bro. One question. Yeah, if they're native there, this Khalid said we need to share land and the resources. If Somali is a nationalistic state, I can understand we can share land, but what is the sort of government you're looking for?
I'll go you now.
Who do we share land with? That's what I'm saying.
The thing is, what he's saying is not even realistic. Back home, no one is disputing resources. To be honest, it's all shared. Say that they tomorrow oil in the southern region. It's not what Kula is pretty much proposing is let's take a percentage from the oil. When in reality, the Dawlad would share that between not all Somalis. Shanta Somali.
Yeah. That's mid kale we dir waxay tahay hadda adu mid kale ni horta kuwa kaaro iska hadlaa jira oo hadlin.
Maya wuxuu leeyahay
maya
sidii wuxuu leeyahay
heshiiska la saxiix fiiri hadii wax heshiisa ama hadda dhacayo dad bes gareysan yahay heshiiska hadda ugu dambeeyay bay double lagu saxiixay petrol si loo qaybina waa la
saxiixay already
waa national heer national way kadib dawladda markay soo qaado kadib heer federal la gaarsiina laakiin maaha oo federal loo kala qaadanayo maaha
of course maaha wiilka marka sidii wuxuu leeyahay kan cooler la dhaho wuxuu leeyahay anaga inaan soo ka qaadan waa anaga waxaan ku leeyahay qabiil looma qaybsan aan leeyahay
asagu madaxtinimada ku tarta macadaadkii baa ka
عددك وحولي أنا قاعد دول كمادام دجنها ما ماشي أنكو
على السؤال ودي ديمقراطية نمط محي ديمقراطية سو علينا
that's what I'm trying to say that's what I'm saying
no but do we have to share land with like the resources do we have to share their resources with them
ocean هل مد ودي إيش واحد نكنا ودي شارك من دول أنا لا ينقصي مساء عفضها أنت كده هاي سو ملي حافظة دقنو مدلوك ياكسي هذا
هذا ما يفهمين
1 2 3
أنا واكو شيء
أنا أفسر سيدي sorry
okay
1 2 3 وحو كودا دولكي دقناي resources كدي tomorrow say oil لهلا أما الذهب وح لهلا كولرك وحو لي ما دام أن دولكاس دقنين أما تصاران حتى أنا جوهريين وحو لي هاي أنتي Somali kala qaybsan lahaayeen anaga iskalna oilkaas ma fahamto
horta fiiri midaan ku shaqaalahan ka soo qaadan ma diidinta hadda Ethiopia imaan meesha Soomaaliya gaaska ugu weyn ee Afrika la yiri aan laga helay waxaa la siiyay meeshii laga helay 5% ee lahayd
ما 15% على سي قيبته ها
ما 5% dhulka meesha yar ay laga helay tuulada meelaha ku haraysa
5% بس laga helay okay ku fahmay hay
ما 5% yaalsi boqolka markii la fiiriyo 45 meesha oo dhan la siiyay state ko dhan san jeclahay
okay
su'aasha weydiinaya waxay tahay lama diidan hadda fiina marka laga helo Hargeyso meesha laga helo 5% oo ka wixii lagu heshiyo in meesha la siiyo oo deegaankeeda wixii lagu ilaaliyo dadkii deganaa ilaa dad xoolo dhaqatay waxa jiro midda kale hadda tiraahdo intaas yara on greena ama meesha yara laga helaa dadka dhan hadda on green anagu boqolkiiba 9 dhulka haysanay iyo resourcekiiside adiga boqolkiiba boqolkiiba 100 aniga ka taajirsanana dadkii quality maanaay
so you're saying you're not going to share with him like
with okay CD I think you misunderstood something Somali دي بريتو حاجة هلا it's not going to be shared خبيالة bro ما فهمت it's going to be split in region to region and it's going to benefit whoever lives in that region جرار أهاو عض أهاو دولة العكس
yeah
what Cool is suggesting is tribalism ما فهمت he's saying tribe can
yeah I get you
when in reality دولة وحي بريتها هشة قبيل وقيم يصير ريجن الله قيمنا ما فهمت
ما هرتني waxa ma waa taas caadifnimo oo ninka horta duu perspective ka caadifnimadu ka hadlaa midda kale hadii taas la imaado hadda yaa dhaha imtixaanka hadii la galo wixii imtixaanka galay imtixaanka da nationalist national laga dhigay dugsi hoose dugsi sare waxan marka cid fiiri Somali imtixaanku uu galaa xataa waxa lama jiraan caafimaad la bixiyo lama dhaho dadku caadi isku dhaxmaraan hadda ka soo qaad hadda aylasha la sheegay mid wuxuu ku yaalaa Kismaayo midna Baraawe midna Hobyo midka Baraawe 200 bilyan ku jirta lacag ahaan marka loo bedelo boqol iyo inta dhorna 150 meelaas waxa ku jirto ceelka Kismaayo
صح
labada ceel hadda Kenya sheegay 30 kilomitir meey u jirtaa
that's why they're interested
Baraawo 30 kilomitir badda markii la galo ceelku ku yaala bartaas ay sheegeen
marka wiilkan barwaaniga wuxuu leeyahay baraawadaas oo laga helay intaas oo kilomitir oo oil ah anaga haysanayna qof kale aan isticmaali karto ma jirto marka anagu waxaan leeyahay dawladda day intaas heshaa intay baraawo sii lahayd ama tooka sii lahayd Soomaaliyeed dhan loo wada qaybina Soomaan
hal su'aal ku weydiiyo hatta aan ka qaado fikradiisa hadii la qaato baraawo dadka la tirikoobal haduu wax helay
even say hadii la cala oo baraawo oil bas laga helaa meel kale laga heli waayo dawladda day gacanta ku dhigta oilkaas shanta Soomaali wada qaybinay ma fahamtay kan cooler wuxuu leeyahay maadaama ay baraawo laga helo oilka kaliya anaga iska leeyahay waxaas wax qabyaalada
hadda ceelka ugu weyn waagii la ogyahay hadda inta la ogyahay ceelka ugu weynaa wuxuu ku yaalaa Laascaanood
okay
راس عنود انت له مقادنا ايغا marka
exactly how cool is pretty much say
that's my thing that's what I'm saying
that's what I'm saying to you brother just ignore this cooler guys it's extreme it's not even reality
okay no I understood you guys okay my next question is my next question is what do you guys think about nationalism like actually the wholesome like you guys say you guys always want not always want halha. You guys say Shanta Somali, they need to come together, but why the Shanta Somali? What's so important about that?
I made a point. It's a good question.
CD, what do you mean?
I'll answer that for him.
Let me explain the question. Let me explain the question in it. So,
okay.
Yeah, so my Shanta Somali, since it's a nationalistic thing, why do we have to join with the other Somalis?
That's what I wanted to touch on. Earlier, I wrote a message down in the chat, which was I know what I'm saying. Before we can even think of
CD, can I add something?
Can I finish, brother?
Let the brother answer first. Let the answer first.
Before we even think about Somali, what I believe is before we think of Somali, we're in nationalism. I think in itself we need to be stable first. That's what I believe. When we're stable and we're secure and we have a thriving economy, then we can think of Walalehe and up north and say, you know what, we have a proposal for you.
No, but why do we have to do that though? Why do we have to join?
Wait, before then, what do you
No,
benefit?
even if we do, like say the South like actually rises to power, is there any reason why they have to join with the other Somalis?
To be honest with you, I think after what happened to the landers in the 80s, in the late 80s, and I believe it would be an insult upon injury to say, you know what, you have to be a part of us when we have nothing to offer to them. But when we have, say, a stable economy, a thriving economy, powerful army, strong dolet, maybe then we can, as a apology or as a mutakhana compensation, we can say, you know what, join forces with us and we will mutakhana give you a share of whatever income we have. And then that way, in that sense, we can help develop Somaliland together with Shanta Somaliland. Before we can even reach that, we have to obviously fix ourselves somehow in the south, get a strong dolet, strong army, strong thriving economy, and then we can maybe suggest, you know what, let's join forces with Somaliland, and then they can get a piece of the pie. What do you think?
Okay. No, I agree with that. But I think RR was about to,
Sidi, nationalism-ka, perspective-ka haddii la tago 1960-kii 1990-kii inta la joogay waxay ahayd in xoog lagu soo qabto ama dhulka la keeno maanta ma awoodno runta la raba xaqiiqda markii la isku fiiriyo laakiin waxaan awoodnaa halka keliya awoodno waxay tahay kow in horta meel aan dhigno teena aan ka shaqeyno midda labaad halka keliya ee aan ku qabsan karno ama aan hadhow dominant ku samayn karno East Africa oo dhan waa economic power only ma aha
sidaan ku dhahay
waa inaan abuurnaa economic power.
Wow, cool, because 1, 2, 3. What do you lot think of Economica being privatized?
Privatized.
No, I don't.
I'll give an example. Example. Like, do you think certain areas of the economy, like the railway, potential areas that could be developed for the future, should be privatized, like the pharmaceutical sector, the manufacturing sector?
No, it's different though. Some areas need privatization, some others don't though.
That's right. Exactly.
Not because. Can I finish?
Okay.
Can I finish? Sorry, I just wanted to add why is this important? What do you think the telecommunication sector should be nationalized because there was no government for like nearly 30 years, and basically the telecommunication and banking sector, financial sector has been privatized. If the government wanted to nationalize it or bring about a nationalized telecom sector or banking sector, it would definitely fail.
At the moment, telecommunications in Somalia, you know Hormuz. They're a private company. No, but
I'm saying I'm saying to you, these sectors are being privatized. I'm trying to say the government wants to introduce taxation, which is a good thing, but the government wants to like nationalize it maybe in the future. That's what I'm speculating.
Yes, هذا شيء شو واحد يقول شرعي هذا يعني هذا دستورك لمرسين ربو إنك استوعد يهرتاج أنت هرمود عقب بحسه لكن شرعي وحده دقايا هايد إلا الرسو دولة يو برايفت كيكون جيران هايداس وحا إن دولتنا أي كانت تضد شركة كشقي ودولة دنيا كصعدة ما فهمت؟ مد لبات wax kasta private ma ka dhigi karo because dad taajiriin oo capability ma haysan because hadda hal qof firi hal 48 shirkadood aan lahayn markii wadanku jiray hal nin oo taajir waxa furi kara ma jiro maanta ma fahanti mid kale hadaan ka sheekeeyo koronto wadanka oo dhan ma hayaan mid nuclear ka samayn karaan hadda remote waa may ما دام أنك سمينا ما هين وإن مد دولة قرش يكون بحساب مد كلا أنا أقول حق أمس مد كلام حق أمسان مد كلام
سوري
أوكي مد كلا أنا حق أمسان هاي إن دولة دو because nature أهم مركب فيرسو إنك استو عن ليه كنا ضد كمال والسوشياليزم لكن هذا فيرسو education free ربان waxbarasho free qof kasta uu rabaa
yes and healthcare
taas waan ku leeyahay hal dhinac ma qaadan karno dimuqraadinimo ma wada qaadan karno waxaan ku communist ma wada qaadan karno taas waan ku leeyahay waa inaan wax anaga suit ah nagu haboon aan sameysana
Yes,
So
I agree with that
education,
100%.
education and health, that will not be privatized, and you probably stay
education wadanka hadda soddon iyo dowladda waxay xukuntaa waxay la wareegtay hadda ay la wareegi rabto iskuullada oo
la
dhan
wareegi rabtaa waxaan ka macnaheedu hadda iskuullada insha
They've
Allah
already
waxay ka dhigi
started,
doonaan state schools who are free
muqdisho ka
oo
bilaabeen
ha
muqdisho hadda ka bilaabeen
Then again, the problem
jaamacadaha
is, yeah, but you
jaamacadaha
know,
xataa waa
again,
la
at
wareegi
this
rabaa
waa la wareegi so that's okay
ocean.
laakiin telecommunications iyo waxyaabaha ay dowladda aysan lacag u haysan soo dhaweey foreign
What
investment
about Sonkorta? What about, like, for example, the banana
this was
sector,
all
Sonkorta?
private this was all private
adiga
Do you think it should be privatized, Sonkorta?
why would you want to privatize something that
Yeah,
was
there's
not
no
private
there's
back
no
in the day back
No,
in
it was
the
owned
day
by the
also
state.
can I
It was
just say
owned by
one
the
thing?
state.
Can I say one thing, bro? One thing. Things like that you can't how I forgot what the economic term was, yeah. But there's some things like water that there's no point in making money from it because it's all this, it's water at the end of the day. Sakor wa sakor, bro. Like there's no point. How are you gonna differentiate between businesses? Do you know what I mean?
That's true.
Like so things like how the agricultural products. The government needs to have like a system for producing it for the whole country.
They did
supplying
have
for the
at
whole
one
country.
point.
No, but talking about.
No, I'm saying even now, again, in the future, innit?
inshallah hadda beerta waa la soo celinaa waxaas oo iskana
dowladdu waxay samaysay Soomaaliya bangi u gooniya beeraha hadda la sameeyay magaciisa agama bangi u gooni bis oo maalgelinayo beeraha
anna way loobaha
There's already an agricultural bank 123 already ships to agriculture bank.
bangi bis beeraha laakiin midda ku sheega waxay tahay waxyaalaha aan isma dhahayo qof Soomaali intuu awoodo ama nin qof lacag u hayo waxaas inuu sameyn karo dowladda ma sameynayso laakiin baahi baa loo qabaa because awoodin hadda ama lacagta Soomaalida hadda ay haysato waa
hadda hoosta ka bilowna ina
hadda way starting slowly hadda
yeah no we all agree with that yeah
so
but my point
go ahead, Raj.
Can I just make my point, Walali? My point is, yeah, let's say you got a Somali from the diaspora who wants to basically buy the sugar agricultural sector. He wants to invest 100 million, but he wants to basically buy it and privatize it. Would the people object to it if he's bringing tens of thousands of jobs, new technology?
They wouldn't object to 100%. If say Dora today came, if a billionaire came,
yeah, if it's going to help them,
if it's going to help them,
yeah, I'm talking about.
taas lama diida because hadda waa la beeraa baasha hadda jawhara laga beeraa ayadii briiska
dowladda you're right
and hadda Hormuud waxay bilowday ayadana ma aqaan jubbooyinka waa shirkadda ugu weyn ee dhul ongreysa oo beeraha ayada hadda bilaabato ma aqaan waxay ka sameeyaan
so in conclusion
but the point is
conclusion is in conclusion,
see what, bro. See what.
We're heading in the way you would want us to head into. So basically, some certain sectors will be privatized if need be, but the rest,
that's exactly what I was going to say. Yes.
Education, the health sector, that will stay the same. Alhamdulillah.
But what I'm trying to say is, do you think Somalia is better managed privately, or through the state, or they should like be in the middle when it comes to management?
Certain parts, the state needs to take control of certain areas. And privatization is needed in certain areas.
Good question.
Also,
I say a fine balance.
Yeah. Also, even though some things need to be privatized, some things need to be nationalized. At the end of the day, the government still needs to have the regulations sorted out as well, because every industry needs regulation. That's also another thing.
I would suggest you do research on Wazir Bale, who is the finance minister, and I'm proud to say he's a lander as well. So I want you guys to know that too. The finance minister of Somalia right now. And the job he's doing. Wallahi, I'll tell you right now. This guy, in my eyes, is the best finance minister Somali.
Mashallah.
And all that you're saying and above what Wazir Bale. Just so you guys know.
wuxuu qaatay wasiirka ugu fiican East Africa ee xagga maaliyadda
finance he's the best
that's good the best so he's an example for people to follow
don't you know the old saying والله حليلي nin isaaq lacag ma la tuso nin hawiye qori ma la tuso nin daaroodna xukun ma la tuso kursi ma la tuso
I did not know the same. That's funny still. That's funny.
Nin hawyena qori tusin
It's a stereotype, but
It's all
yeah, I was gonna.
stereotypes, but
It's
to
funny,
me,
innit? It's a funny
wallahi, to me,
stereotype.
أنا مثل Charlie هذا the finance minister is Orlando, the current interim prime minister is Isaac. As long as the guy is doing a good job, أنا مثل Charlie wallahi. So
there's a little rumor going on about that, yeah. There was something that I was watching. People are trying to say like, was that a power play move? Get rid of the man,
it's a chess
person to say, listen, Somalilanders, look, you're here, you're there, you're in chairs in Somali government right now.
Yeah, it's a good thing. It's a good sign, isn't it? It's a good sign.
Not because Khaira was kicked out. No, I don't think it was that. Because initially, the deputy prime minister was Isaac anyways. The Musir was the finance minister, was Orlando. He's getting the Wursi. So I don't think every term, every cabinet, they Isaac and they get a Wursi. Or if you're Orlando, you Jaga Wahelis. I'm a fan. That's not undisputed.
Yeah, bro, mid dhibka jira aan kuu sheego. That's why ay ku adag tahay lenderka because marka u fiiriso marka u timaado afarta markii la fiiriyo labo way organize gareysan fiiri labo waxa u moodaa marka u timaado labada hadda xilka madaxtinimo ku tartama labadooda waxay dhigteen ambition goal si kasta dhexdooda isku dagaalaan markay u timaado xariiqdaas ayagoo dhan way midoobaya laakiin landerka tay ku jiraan maba is yaqaanaan way kala socdaan kala hami dadkii codeyn bisa u imaadaan qaarkood that's why inay markay dantooda ay isla hadlaan ay dhahaan waxaan rabnaa goolkaas leenahay kadib dadkan way la tartami karaan
of course no but do you think 100% right Abdulsalam okay hindsight do you think why we don't do this because Somaliland ban haysana
ما لحدن كساس أيضا ما إلا لحدن إلا هاد وكلا دات سنتين كنت على موت
واو
كنت دات سوا كلها
معنى ما كنت لي مكة وكلا دات سنتين
هاي كلا دات أبتي إلى هذا وحن كويري
أبتي وكلا
ليه وحن كويري كم سوقات لحدن انقلابك مركي للسمي كبس markii tii hore waaba waxay dimuqraadi dad baa wax dooranayay inqilaabkii xataa dadkii gacanta ku hayay majority-goodu waxay ahaayeen labadan kale ee wax walaaqay soo had garatay maaha haddana markaad aragtid waxaad u moodaa isaaqu inuu dadkan kale inay gees isku kuusayaan maaragtay furfurnaashihii iyo dadkan in wax la walaaqayo ama gees aad waxaygaan rabaa ninka wax socon maaya fiir waxa hadda la wada ma taqaanaa وحوليجي إسي قفك دوس هذا اللي نقوله وحوليجي إسي ديك اللي أنت أسرع تعضو.
Yeah, but everyone's like that.
بدلان لبي صدق توانك مركي لا قري إن صدق توانك مركي لا قري بنادر كنت اللي حل معنا استكت أو مشوري تقول كسر قلم بدلان يجبلان. Why? Because أقل كسر أقل بدك عنده حكوها إيجا. طبعاً طبعاً تضوي هاين دتك كانوا وحياة صدق طبعاً الهاين صدق طبعاً كان مركي لو قدر دتك كلا وحنا قلنا majority that's why نقول سكست اسكت دعالان هدف يقول كل مركي للسؤال هل متبين قناعين why تاس لوجو وايد دتك كان
no ولا جهلا bro I كده نصاصة I believe that anyway
someone said Puntai said to you Mr. 123 is a Qabili Somali version of EDL
no قف إسكال لي لكن حقيقة جرتوي أنا هذا مركز حقيقة كلاه هذا أنا واديه كرا أو قبيل ما أقانو كلا بلاين كلا كاجو مجد فيلم كاس واديه كرا لكن حقيقة مركز لا تجو ورسليه حقيقة صعطة هذا
No, but you're generalizing. But you're generalizing.
No, I don't think he is. I think he's
I think I'm going to elaborate for him because some of you guys didn't understand. 1, 2, 3 أنا أفسرها. وحو كولا وكذا سنتين وحو كولا معناه
all over the place.
Meaning, I don't mean to be a tribalist, but say right now, دولة waxa haysto waa Isaaq Soomaan. Right? Last I know markaad timaado the SEC, although markaad tagtaa all these areas she's more the team. What he's trying to say is that the people that are connected are working together as a goal like Isaaq. I'm not saying that's a bad thing.
No waxaan leeyahay waa political idea ma lagama midaysana qadiyad ahaan ay koray political idea midaysan ma haysin.
Exactly. So people from Las Anal and the SEC waxay rabaan Somali weyn dadka older degan they want Somali weyn. So he's saying the only people who are united are the Isaaq. فهمت saasoo ka wada kala daasintii macnaheed
ما يفهم because marka xukunka hadda aan ka hadlayno Soomaaliya qofku ama afarta loo qaybiyey political aid iyo dadka ka midaysan baa ma aragti wax noqda runtaa la rabaa moogta haddii adinkii wax noqon lahaa haddii la kala coday dhib wey
1 2 3 someone said you're from Gedo is that right
where you from brother
galmudug baa ka yimid ninkan baa yaqaana laakiin waxaan rabaa wax yar inaan sheego qof baa wuxuu yidhi waxaan jeclahay dad baa waxaan jeclahay speakerka inuu ka hadlayay dadka maaragtay waxba aan helin waxba aan noqon macnaha waqooyinis waxba ka noqonin
Nah, there are. Can I say my opinion on what I think about Somalia? I think personally, even though I would love to see Somalis united under one flag, I personally think they are a country right now, and they operate as a country. They operate as a country.
Of course, they operate, but as a goal, does all of Somalia want to secede? That's what it means. And the reality is, the reality is,
now I understand.
Reality is, I'm not trying to be a tribalist, but people will tell you that the Isaac are united and they have a goal. So that's what it means pretty much.
So you're saying Samaronka? So you're saying Samaronka, Taro, and Gulbahanta, Warsangeli? Gulbahanta, Warsangeli, and Gulbahanta don't really. Is that where you're trying to come from?
Along with the Isaka, you all don't have one goal together. So that's what 1 2 3 meant. So he says
no. Isaac كمان هالليل أنا وحن كهاللي مقع لوصو قل دي صدق حرفته DIR.
What is DIR? إنه معناه ولا
دير
بانك هاللي أنا وحن كهاللي
إساق قد بورسيوك هلا إنه كل ينكلم
أنا ها إحنا سوماليلاند maaha dir Somaliland kaliya ma degto waxay degtaa galmudug waxay degtaa gado meel kastay degan yihiin laakiin waxaan ka hadlay waxay tahay qofka hadii doorashada Soomaaliya xaqiiqda marka laga hadlo daarood wuxuu leeyahay 61 hawiyaa 61 dir 61 في concept aan kala hadlaa waxa weey why mid daarooda iyo hawiya min 61 oo dir u noqon waa madaxweyne
that's something we need to
61 lahay that's why aan ku leeyahay marka qofka political aid siman ay wada leeyihiin labada qof aniga hadda political aid ajandayga aan wato ninkan ajandiis uu wato at least hadda ismari weyn waxbaan ku heshiin karnaa waxaan dhihi karaa oo kuwa ismari weynay mar saar aan ku saaro
1 2 3
So what he's pretty much saying is, if all of you guys, the SCC, anyone who comes on the dairy are all united, then you can say, you know what, it's what we want to secede. But the reality is, we're not trying to shit on Somaliland. The reality is, how we cannot give independence to one tribe alone. When all of you guys are united, then and you have a goal to secede, then it would be realistic. That's what.
But even that is a problem because anybody can just say I'm from this country too. Then because since my tribe lives there as well.
What call them is in all of the regions in Somaliland, if they were united and they all wanted to secede together, then that's
if that happened. I'm saying if that happened, anybody can say.
Almar, waxa weeye macnaha waxaan ka hadlay waxay tahay adigu fikraddu waxa la aadi Soomaaliya iyo Somaliland no that's no waxaan ka hadlay xataa Soomaaliya in madaxweyne laga noqdo
yes
hadda aan ka hadalno aqalka hoos dadku ugu badan ma taqaan 45 waxa ku leh Somaliland maamul goboleed ahaan hadii loo fiiriyo
okay
45 ku leh
I didn't know
1 2 3 waxaan ku weydiiyaa Hakam dadka you know what qoboladay haysataan kursiga meesha aqalka baarlamaanka Somaliland ay haysataan kuraasaha bacidna ma tagteen What do you have to say about that walaalo
ma fiir 45 Somaliland 37 Puntland ahale maamul macnaha xildhibaanada ka soo baxay at least isu tagin xataa hadii laakiin political agenda ay leeyihiin aniga ay ugu qancin karto political agendaha بس وقفكوا كوري ماشي واحد اسكو حست واي انا اجندي اديق waxa wadad iga gadi karta aniga
if we go ahead but what about if our agenda is one got another waxa shaqal ma doono in ku darsano nabadey
that's a good point.
What about
that? But that's a good point. But the thing is, are all of you guys united though? That's the thing.
What's the point of all
I'm not going to lie to you, Ocean.
What's the point of all of this?
Yeah, mate, had for example, I really don't want to be a tribalist or sound like a tribalist, but I can tell you right now, I can tell you right now that the Isaac are willing to secede right there and then. The other way. So that's no one's debating that. But the SEC, dadka dhulbahantaha degan say for example laascaanood inay go-aan ma rabaan kuwaas. That's the question we should be asking ourselves.
No, but you can also let me just add on to that. You can also 100% you cannot deny there are people from the north that are like Ethiopia that do not want to split off as well. There are people like that as well.
I'd say from all the tribes in Somaliland, that's the strongest, the guys who want to secede, the strongest camp is Isaac. We have to be realistic, my friend. So
majority-ga Isaaq inay go-aanay rabaan, laakiin hatta waxaa jira magaalooyin Somaliland hatta aysan maamulin dhexdooda ay isu tag hadda waxaa jiro mid ay hadda la dhahayay hatta jabhadii leeyihiin oo malena ma fahanteen.
That's what I'm saying, man. General Arre what's it?
may Arre man Isaaq maaha Borama maaha ma magaalo Buhol.
That's another thing, yeah. No, older state. I think you're talking about older state.
Older state
majority older state waxa dowladda support. That's a good question on it to ask.
Warsangeli badan hadda dhowr sano ka hor gacanta waxa ku hayay Somaliland maantana gacanta uguma jirto. Why?
I don't think so, man. A majority of Warsangeli people that I meet, majority of them bang for Somaliland. It's more Dulbahante, and I'm starting to notice the Dulbahante and Somaron. Tell you the truth.
No.
Especially,
I haven't met Dulbahante who wants to Somaliland logo. I haven't met one. He's right. He's absolutely right.
It's mostly Dulbahante. I've noticed this. Dulba and Somaron, especially older state, because I'm hearing older states making a lot of noise as well, you know. So that's something to contemplate. But at the same time, I don't know, man. Like I've said I've said this from earlier. I've said like something Ocean Star said, man, and go Habone as Somali win, or the bigger Somali in a come with a plan and then put something on the table.
That has been proposed many times. A lot of landers who are
can I add something?
Yeah, go ahead, my brother.
Well, can I say something? Yeah, like what do you think of the idea of, let's say, if Somalia were to industrialize today or tomorrow and extract the resources, invest 100 billion into the economy? What do you think of the idea of giving Somaliland to entice them to give them like heavily, like let's say 10 or 60 billion in terms of development and industrialization incentives, like federal, like to be a federal state?
The thing is, how do they get?
Good question. That's what this current Dawlad wants to do. They want to you know the talks that have been trying to go on for the past few years. This was one of their proposals. If you were to join forces with us, we would give you a share. So as RR mentioned, when it comes to investments of say billions, wherever we get it from, that's one of the proposals we've made to Somaliland. But the reality is, I don't mean to say Somaliland they do not want to obviously get into talks, but the Isaac tribe is adamant that they do not want to join forces with Somali. So that's the issue pretty much.
How far?
And the sad thing is, the recent talks that were supposed to happen, one of the proposals Musa Bihi made was you cannot have a team coming from Somalia which has a deputy prime minister who is Isaac. He's saying if the Isaac man is in the talks can that man.
waxay yiraahdeen waxa saxiixay Silanyo iyo Hassan Sheikh Turkiga lagu saxiixay in qof waqooyi ka imaaday dhinacan kale uu ka soo galay
cannot represent Somali government.
Yes, waa loo ogolaaday. ayaga hadda waxay saxiixeen markii Djibouti la joogay isku socodka iyo freedom of speech, dadka in qof Hargeysa oo pro union inuu hadli karo inkastoo hadda ay heshiiska jabiyeen aqaan laakiin.
So wait. No, sorry guys, repeat that again, yeah. You're telling me right now, yeah, qof Isaac or Somali ka soo jeedo cannot be
or dowladda Soomaaliya u shaqeeya cannot be in a talks. Saas issue.
No, waxay yiraahdeen free tribe waxa waaye politicalka inta ka soo harto wixii politician ma tagi karaan, kooxaha sportiga fanaaniinta wax kasta oo
the first step runtiisa and wixii ku heshiin which was football teams. So say in the south there's a football team and the league is developing. What Kushin was let our players play your players in both Somaliland and Somalia. That's the one good step we've made so far.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Which is step in the right direction.
It's the right direction.
Plus, can I throw something out there? A little FYI. for your information, yeah. You know that
freedom of expression.
One second, Abdi Salam. The brother that scored that goal against Zimbabwe, Habrionis, I just have to throw that out there. That one.
No, 100, bro. 100.
That was something beautiful. I think
no. Hold on. You said Zimbabwe. Which brother? Which brother? Do you know his name?
No. There was one goal. The guy that scored the header.
Yeah.
Mate, Gerardo Akas.
No.
The one who's are you talking about the one who scored in Djibouti? No, the one who scored a header in Djibouti, Makalisa.
No. The first game they played, they won 1-0.
The first one, that's the one we scored.
In Djibouti,
Are you sure?
Maxwell Samson.
مية جرير صومالي وكمان كياتي كان
أنا كل شيء جاي إيشو وديلا هرسات مو هدو ديلا وحالي هذا
ما ألمن وديلا وجارين يا حوجات جرير صومالي والجليع كل حجروا وين بانا ما هين
ما حالي هذا حالي هذا حساسي
ما حساسي مثلا كان جول كجيبوتي كل لنا against Zimbabwe ما تخانفته ألمن وهروه وعياران
Are you man even denying us man the goal? Oh
my no.
He was honest, man. He was HY. There was a whole article, yeah. He said there was about a couple of this guy. They did a tribal team.
Will Qatar somaha oo gadaal laga keenayo.
Will Qatar.
Oo gadaal laga keenay ciyaarta. Badal lagu keenayo.
I wouldn't deny Landa scoring a goal. I would want to, but at the moment I don't think there's a Somaliland. There's one guy who's in the squad who's from Las Anod. Who's a captain, Asayo. Apart from that, I just wanted to let you know.
I think it's Shakunda. Is it Shakunda?
Anwar Shakunda, that's the one.
Anwar Shakunda, maaha umalena Jarir.
محوية جلع اسكول حجرنا.
ورنيو ما قرن لكن أول Shakunda ما إيك لكن إسكدل عمل وإيجي.
ما أول سيد علي Shakunda لها مقتهى. إسكدل وإيجي.
Well, we get back to the point.
But either way, he was the one who scored against Zimbabwe, brother. Just wanted to clarify that for you.
عروض بدنا على يوروب غريق قارة لو قاضي ميد هذا غريق سويدن
سيكي بورتيري ها brother
that kind of lines into the conversation. If we get back on track here about football teams going across the borders and actually playing with each other.
That's amazing. It's beautiful.
That's where
what about the Ciara Gobala? Who remembers Ciara Gobala?
Oh, kada Somali hauruntaha.
I think that's where I used to play. That's something I think that would be a big statement.
1, 2, 3. Imagine koox ka timaada gobolka Somaliland. Imagine.
هذا ريدوجين ما أقان maalintii saas loo ogolaaday saacada kadib koox ka dheesha burco battery waa aadina hadda say sheegayeen bilba hadda dhowr bilba ka soo wareegtay laakiin inay imaadaan la rajeenayo
but Khalid, I just wanted to give you hope. Inshallah, this whole agreement, there will be a lander who will score a goal for Somali soon, inshallah.
war article akhrinayay khayr markuu joogo waxa la yiri wuxuu u offer garay madaxweynaha markuu soo tagay madaxweynada iyo caasimada inay siin doonaan laakiin waa ka aamuseen ali
madaxweynaha ma fahmin
maya madaxweynaha Soomaaliya madaxtinimada iyo inay siin doonaan caasimada hadii ay macnaha soo dedejinayaan laakiin way ka aamuseen
madaxweynenimada maxaa ka leh markaa ma fahmin
hooska farmaajo inay ku wareejin doonaan macnaha
madaxweynaha damaan miya asaga
معناها ولا فرقنا إنه قوي لو وريتشيو يا عاصمة دبا
عاصمة أوكي مصاصي كل شيء كوميشين ساس
لكن وي كأمس ما يأرنه سوي معناها أتذكر كواحد قراي
suggestion ودور دسمان
like rumor
no they put forward a suggestion he's saying a suggestion but he said that the government kept quiet on that
but I have a question How far do you guys want to take this nationalistic thing? You know, Somaliland joining is not just that's one of 5, innit? That's one of the other. You know what I'm saying? Like you have the West.
That's a question that's been raised. And a couple of
how far do you guys want to take it? Are you going to be satisfied if the North join? Are you going to be satisfied?
CD, let me elaborate on that question even more. Yeah, a lot of landers actually do say that. We say like we always say this here. What about the other 5? Or something called
yeah, bro.
And we sit there gladly. You know, I know Somali man did lahayn.
fiiri kuwa badan oo saas way dhaheen su'aasha laga hadlayo waxay tahay aan ka hadalno 5ka markay bilowday 5kan waxay ahayd markii labada isku bilowd labada markay kow labay ka bilowday 5ka ma isa bilowday let's get to
but we need to fight for the others as well though. That's what I'm saying. We can't just be satisfied with that.
No, yes, like let's get to 2 first,
yeah, but then we need to carry on from there.
Second, ay wado kasto ay ku timaado fiiri ma la dhahayo waa la haystaa maanta oo hobbigu dhamaaday no intuu adduunku iska bedelay systemka hadda jiro wax ma samayn karno hadda world orderka jiro ma samayn karno waddanba waa dhamaatay aniga aaminsanaa waxa waaye at least waa in political agenda inaan samaysano at least aniga waxaan maqlaa zionism inaan abuuranaa aaminsanaa anigu oo agenda aan samaysano iyo
as in kind of capitalism. Zionism is a bad word, bro.
Zionism bas أنا agenda at least waxaan fiiri kuma lihi aan samaysano laakiin at least
salaam meeshana xidhin nin leeyahay Wiley ba waxa lagu xidhay inaad I'm a startup channel عبد السمد يقطع ما
لكن معناها salaam ba ku siinaya waxa weeye micnaha agenda lagu socdo oo political ah oo political ahaan lagu mideysan yahay political kaas oo ah qof kasta oo Soomaaliya ama ku nool xuduudaha mucayinka ama ka baxsanow u adeegayo ma fahant xuquuqdiisa
yes
abuuro oo lacala hadii xataa dad lagu yeelo in organization la abuuro u doodo in la abuuro ganacsiyo xuduudda ka baxsan ina wax u qaban karna dadkeena meesha ku nool maal gashan karno at least xataa hadaan maal gashanayno oo Ethiopia
okay that's my next how
su'aal yar baan ku weydiiyay Soomaaliya ganacsigeeda korbu u kacay ama ganacsi waa yeelanay misleedahay dadkaas way joogi doonaan dhulkaas way soo gali doonaan wadanka
yeah but how though that's the thing how because they are actually under the did you go no you're still they're still under Ethiopian rule bro like how are we supposed to get them back from there and Kenya as well like
I don't think in our
waa inaa ku yeelanaa saameyn Ethiopia si kastay ahaataba inaa ku yeelan because markaa ganacsi leedahay fiiri xabadda wax ma maamuli karto qofku xabadda uu heli karaa laakiin markaa ganacsi mani ah hayso abo ganacsi saarta u gudi kartaa dawladda at least
yeah you're right but they're ahead of us right now though if you think about it Ethiopia is ahead of us right now and nobody can deny that
of course yes but markii ganacsiga fiiri ganacsi agenda ah dawladdu ay maal geliso waa inaan abuurna xataa artificial rich dawladda lacag ku wareejinayso at least waa agenda weyn u baahan tahay ma fahan
okay so you're saying it can happen only if we actually like that agenda like if we become like a superpower so they're going to join realistically if it were to ever happen it's going to be a later process
yes ad intaan la gaarin taasna waa inaan wax kale oo survival u sameeyno at least waa inaan ogolaano inaan investigate inaan dadka halkaas ku maalgelino inaan u fududeyno citizenshipka ma fahat isku socodka inaan
okay how involved is the Ethiopian government in this West Somali government how involved are they
at the moment dawladda cusub la doortay way si shaqeynayaan Soomaaliya ninka la doorto basiyulka magaciisa ay leedahay
Mustafa Akjar baa leeyahay asagu hadda niyo waa iska dimuqraadiga way dadku hadda way hadlaan inkastoo dadka niyo maskaxda ma aragtay marka aragto hadda mid baan is aragnay meeshaan isku aragno waxa isku dagaal rabnay aniga Ethiopian buu yiri ruuxan Ethiopian
ayanta saas ay leeyahay Ethiopian ana ay leeyahay
waa isqabsanay xataa mid bay isdagaal rabeen adigu niyo dadka xogaha mental disorder waxba jira u maleynaya
mental disorder ma hane the thing is dawladda Soomaaliya kan niyo jabin brother so so basically so long as Somalia is below Ethiopia they are always going to side with Ethiopia because the benefit for them is towards the Ethiopian government maybe inshallah in the future markii dawladda Soomaaliya kacdo and our economy is stronger things will change people will then say you know what we're better off with Somalia Ethiopia waxba kama helin
and we are we're not just better off we are
like in indhaha loo furo iyaga in ma aragtay lacala hadii anaga wax noqon insha Allah ilaahay hadduu noo fududeeyo in ayaga oo advocator u noqono inaan dhahno at least xataa maaragtay in ganacsi loo furo in maaragtay siyaasadda ay saameyn ku yeeshaan
batala fiican sheegtay 1 2 3 waxaa tiri citizenshipka in loo fududeeyaa fiican, which is a good point.
Doesn't that cause tension between countries, though?
No.
Cause tension.
No. Because that's the least we can do now. We can accept them citizenship. waxaan dhihi karnaa dowladda inaa ka qayb gali kartiin, the ganacsi, whatever.
Yeah, but won't Ethiopia stand in the way of that?
I do not think Ethiopia can stand in their way. I don't think Ethiopia.
waxaan ka dagaalamaya fahan waxaan ka dagaalamaya waxay tahay inta annaga aan ma aragtay citizenshipka u fududeyn weyno ee wadanka soo wada galaan dhulkina la loos garayo at least bartooda ha joogaan intaan ka caawinaha that's the least we can do.
I'm with you on that. I'm with you. Okay, so how far do you want to take this nationalism? Like, my question is different this time. Yeah, you know the Kenya, South Sudan, Tanzania, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi. They joined. They made a union. Can you see the same thing for the Horn?
Yes, I can see Somalia, Ethiopia, and Eritrea joining forces. They've already signed a tripartite deal. I would like to see. That's my dream.
Yes, way fiican tahay economic ahaan annaga haddii loo fiiriyo mid labaadna way noo xuntahay laakiin waxay u baahan tahay in laga fiirsto because fiiri midaan kuu sameeyo ma isticmaali karo dadkaana sameeyey annagana waa inaan sameynaa because annaga perspectivekeena way ka duwan tahay annaga 5 qof baanaanay Kenya 45 milyan iskuma dhigno midda kale inteed geeni 10 milyan ama 5 milyan oo oroma hadday ku timaado walaalo meel la geyn kara male.
No, but I'm saying like there are benefits to it. You can't deny it.
At least under restriction when I joogtaa.
Yes, restrictions 100%.
In la sameeyaa oo ma aragtay laga fikra ayadan waxay u baahan in wax laga fikro in la iska sameeyo ma berri haddii saan laga wado sida reer Yurub oo kale haddii wax isku daadsi laga dhigo berri at least 10 milyan hadday ku timaado ay ka codeeyaan ama hal meel intay hal mar degaan ama hal gobol ama 5 gobol intay degaan oo majority ay noqdaan.
That's the problem. Yeah.
hadda 10 milyan iska daa hadda waa aragtay xamar isbuucii hore ma ahayd kuwa qaar cabaada dhahan kursi han la siiyo ma aragtay 1 2 3.
Yeah, who was that?
way ka duwan yihiin kuwaas waa kuwii saan jeclahay
weligood deganaha
juuraanka gaalada dhulkaas qaar kamid ah gaaladii baa oroma gaalada
laakiin waa yarin Soomaaliya what I'm saying is that they tomorrow say 10 milyan timaada markaas problem noqon
hadalkiisa you said restrictions in it. We need to do that.
Of course, I believe this dollar will not be that stupid to just let them get power.
hadalkooda haddaa dhegeysto wuxuu yiri ex oromo hadalkooda dhegeysto wuxuu yiri ex oromadii hore macnaha hadda
weligood deganaa way Soomaaliya been runta
waxay deganayeen
qabiil ahaan oromo iyo ma aanay Soomaaliya waa
okay
marka ayadaba in laga fikiray u baahan tahay mid kale hadda Ethiopia isku furno waa naga awood badan tahay way naga dad badan tahay way naga ganacsi badan tahay caadi ganacsiga la wareegay.
So what do you think here? What sectors of the economy should we as Somalis like start reviving? Like what sectors should we start reviving?
halkamid waxa weeye horta dekadaha inaad dekadaha furno at least hadda heshiis aan maqlay in dekadaha
hal waxaan u sheegaa CD canal ma haystaa la dhaho SNTV Somali National TV.
Yeah. My parents watch that now.
I suggest you start watching now. You'll get all the questions that you have. You'll get answers on that channel every day. Talking about
no, I know they do. Like, what the plans? What plans? What are you talking about?
Plans of agriculture and the sectors they want to build. The Wazir I was talking about earlier, Wazir Bayle. He does a sit down with the media every 3 months, and they talk about how what they're going to spend their budget on and things they want to work on. So if you want to find out what the plans are of this dollar, I suggest you do your research on Wazir.
No, not this dollar. I'm just saying, like in general, like is there like not just one sector, but what are the actual things that will help boost us? Like, because there's some things that will help us more than other things, isn't it?
hadda dhaqaalaha for example meel aniga ka helo waxay tahay aviationka since we took over the airspace
a lot of people will be wanting to what's the word to take like holiday in it, like holiday what's the word tourism like tourism come back and
tourism ma kali maana hawada diyaaradaha dhaafay wayna lacag la siiyaa ma fahamtay aviationka marka that's a sector ay lacag nooga soo galaysa sanad kasta kordhaysa
hal su'aal aan weydiiyo shidaalka aniga waxaan sug wax yar waxaan aqaanaa nin hadda odaya adigu almost 90 ku dhow yahay dadkii shidaalka qoditaanka sheel la shaqeeyay from Hargeysa xataa aniga tuulo aan degnaa aniga waxaan degnaa janaale 10 kilomitir tuulo u jirto tuulada 5 kilomitir marka loo galo gudaha keemaha ceel ka qodan ceelku waxa la yiraahdaa haddaad taqaani meesha inaa maqasheen waxa la yiraahdaa kuntuwaari waa meel tuula cidla ah ceel baa ka qodan isaga xataa ninkaas uu ii sheegay meesha asaga ninkaas la degin oday buu hadda noqday halka meelahaas buu kaaga haray asagu kismayn dhinacaas muuse aadin ceelasha waa la qoday waa la daboolay laga tagay sidii un bay u daboolan yihiin kow حتى أنا وحنا مغلينين إنجنيرية قضاء كم ده Soomaaliya oo laga wareystay television in waxaan ku takhasus ahaa in meelahan bakool iyo dhinacaas ilaa iyo baydhabo meelaha meel ka dhow in uu simow laga arkay simow waxa la yiraahdaa marka simow ina garanaysin waa umaleynaya u fasiray
which was that
simow waxa la dhahaa biyaha ka soo qaad wabiga markuu socdo biyaha ma aragtay simow see ku macnay Soomaaliga xataa
minerals makalusa
may simow waxa la dhahaa wax ma aragtay biyaha meel ku jiraan in yar markii 2 kilomitir 3 markii 2 tilaabo 3 tilaabo biyaha harta daamka waxa arkay ilaa carrada inay qoyan tahay
you the not farming like irrigation
no
what
okay tusaale ahaan maxaa loo isticmaali karaa hashadiisa
macnaha biyaha fidaay ma fahantay oo carrada ku fiican carrada ay biyaha ay isku jiraan laakiin biyaha ma aragtay si ku macnaha waxa dhulka ka soo bixi rabo biyaha dhulka laga qodo xataa markii la qodo saliid baa ku jirta ma fahantay waxa wuxuu sheegay in meel kamid ah uu ka soo baxa laga ma aragtay markii cabaar la qodo kale simow
he's talking about the uranium ku kaalooya oo dhulka oo hobka loo isticmaali
karo uranium kama hal mar ceel marka ka soo qaad hadda ceel baa qodaysaa ceel marka qodayso marka biyaha u dhowdahay waxa arkaysaa carradu markasta inay si ma aragtay
isbedelayso
yes saasoo kale wuxuu yiri mar ceel la qoday ceel dheeraa buu yiri simow saliid camal ah oo biyo saafi ahayn baa ka soo baxay
okay maxaa loo isticmaali karaa simowga tusaalaan nasi minerals kama kaalusa
Soomaali kale uma aqaano Ingiriiskana uma aqaano
may kelmadda laakiin maxaa loo isticmaali karaa maxaa laga awoodi karaa ma fahantay
simow wax mineral lama aha wax laakiin waxa waaye كبسو قاد هذا بيا ملك جرو ما waxaan simow is marka wax yaran ku diir rabayso simow hada biya dam biya ku jiraan damka markii la qodo biyaha waxay galayaan moogtahay penetration dhulka ku sameeyaan penetration markii dhulka ku sameeyaan carrada u dhow kuwa adigu 5 mitir ama 2 mitir ee daamkaas ku wareegsan soo qoyaan ma noqonayso ilaa penetration biyaha ku sameeyaan simow taasal marka biyaha penetration sameeyaan carrada
I said it's kind of like irrigation a little bit but the soil is wet that's what you're saying
yes saasoo kale bay noqdeen macnaha dhulkii baa noqday
okay meesha ka wata si wad
marka wuxuu yiri biyihii waa la qoduu yiri biyihii markii la qoday meel ay ka wuxuu yiri biyihii markii ay qodeen biyihii aan la gaarin simowga inta loo dhawaa wuxuu yiri biyaha nadiif ma aha biyaha saliid baa ku jiro yiri waa ka xataa haddaad dhadhamiso waa ka dareemaysaa yiri
okay
حتى نكاس وحوش نكا كبرت واي إني عيالش كركود يكون قرين تضاب بقول إياه محيط تضاب بقول يتون أو مرك جيس لنا عقل فليب لو سميه نقونس أويل
that's a big number ما
ساكبرت عيالش إني كور قرين أو يعيري
everything has a system bro everything has a system process everything has a process.
I think wuxuu ka
petroleum price that
MashaAllah.
We're in what is it called? Cyprus.
لا waxaan ku oradaa
sanadkii koowaad hadda dhameeyey dad badan hadda dadka waa u moodaa waxaa moodaa in ay kusoo badanayaan weliba dad koonfurta ka imaado 90
1 2 3 walaalo
حتى انت waxaan ku kulmay nin siyaasi caan Somaliland wiilkiisa
والله
oo petroleum ku dhameeyay ha 2012 meelahaas u imaaday ama 16 u imaaday hadda uu dhameeyay
قرار even though Salida and Gaska kasoo baxdo Somalida, how is Somalia noqonaysa? Is it going to be like middle income country noqonaysa? Is situation bedelaysa? Are people going to be billionaires, or is Somalia noqonaysa sida Nigeria? How are we going to benefit? Is it going to help us industrialize? Is it how?
Yeah,
because
I don't we do ourselves, isn't it?
haddii si saxda loogu faa'iideysto
everybody
we're talking about $12 trillion here. We're talking about $12 trillion or more of resources. Dahabka, Salida, Gaska, Beraha.
So many. Wallahi, we don't even need all of it to become rich, fam. Wallahi, we have so much there.
Firi, galmudug caradeeda waxay leedahay hadda ogtahay uranium bay carada galmudug leedahay. That's why markay joogtay Iran ay dalbatay inay samaysato saldhig Mareykankuna u diiday. That's why hadda Mareykanku uu saldhig ugu samaysanayo dhuso Mareykan. Uranium bay leedahay.
We need to industrialize the economy. We need to industrialize the economy.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Which sectors, start saying then, like, what sectors in it? Like, bro, there's some sectors which are more important than.
Why don't Somalis not invest in the manufacturing, the pharmaceutical sector? That's a big demand.
Yes.
The Wainka.
We need to. Yes.
Yeah, but the know-how. You man are trying to run before you could start walking.
That's what I was trying to tell you.
No, but we're talking about what things are important, innit?
No, but I'm saying stability and peace. Security, stability, and peace.
In terms of the economy, what are the ones that will help, like, literally skyrocket one time? Like, we need to start. We need to make the manufacturing like Aura said, innit?
No, but I'm saying, look, before you even make manufacturing,
I'd say the manufacturing.
I'm saying we capitalize on blue ocean. I'm saying, look,
on resources.
We could be a you guys don't understand what a giant blue ocean economy is. You get what that?
It's huge. It's a diverse one. It's diverse.
It's so massive. That could bring in so much as well. I'm saying Gaska and Salid.
wadanka hal mid aan ku weydiiyo beeraha
the potential is unlimited as well.
Firi beeraha
Hassan Yaras said something very important as well, yeah. Technology.
Yes.
That will come at a later date, but right now we need to supply, like the businesses that need to be supplied. You have supply.
That's a really good point. Had the right now, people are investing in the technology in Somalia, Mukhtar, right now. Mukhtar, in the tech industry. A lot of investments are coming at the moment. At the moment, a lot of investments. Sanad kasta there's 1 2 3 yaqaano meel la isu hadda Muqdisho book fair lahaan jira Mukhtar.
Hadda technology ay soo bandhigaan.
Hadda waxay soo dhigeen
mid labaad labada course ee ugu badan dadka qalin jibiyaan waa medicine iyo IT. Midda kala hadla waxay tahay wadanka saddex.
Sorry, brothers. I Muslim Matters. Jump on if you want, man. The link's in the chat. That's one brother. He loves business as well. Anytime, jump on.
Bro,
don't be shy.
wadanka saddex buu leeyahay. Saddexdu maxaa loogu faa'iideysan waay? Midka hadda Shabeelle wuxuu marka ugu dambayso ku dhamaadaa dhul oo wada kayma ah. Mid kale baddu ku daraa, mid kalena gado wuxuu ka maraa daawo la yiraahdaa. Gado wuxuu ka maraa half kamida in yar kamida Kenya galaa. maxaa loo beeri waay almost ana waxa aaminsanahay 40% in dhulka ama 50 la beeri karo
Yeah, Taiwan, but what you need to do is
ما
how
فهمتي
are we gonna jumpstart the like CD
No,
said, jumpstart the economy. That's what we need to really do.
no, well,
Yeah.
that's what the thing he just said now. Like agriculture is one, it's crucial. It's crucial.
Okay,
Like.
go on, Rad. Go on, drop it.
What about
He-
the light manufacturing sector?
Yeah, but I'm saying like something like Ocean said. Yeah, sorry,
No, can I-
Abdissalam. Yeah, something my man said. Yeah, I'm thinking before we can get to manufacturing all of that, I'm saying let's think our biggest things right now. Location wise, Bodkena, Salida. You get what I'm coming from?
Yeah,
Technology.
that comes first. That comes first.
I think that's me here.
But can I add something about the economy that's in demand in Somalia? That I'm talking about export potentials like pharmaceutical products.
Yeah, carry on.
Yeah,
pharmaceutical, like manufacturing things like mattresses, pharmaceutical products, soft drinks, like perfume, like manufacturing stuff like that. Yeah, because there's many like companies that assist, as you said, about the know-how and technology transfer in order to develop the wadanka to industrialize.
Yeah, there are people that are learning, and we need to be supplying businesses to supply the customers as well. Like you got to think of businesses aren't only people that are supplying customers. Businesses need suppliers as well, fam. Like you got to think about it. Yeah, so we need manufacture like people that dig up the resources and supply businesses so they can further, develop the economy and stuff like that.
Of course.
Also, I want to add one last thing. Do you remember that incident that happened last year about Australia wanted to cull the camels and that? How come Somalia? I think Somalia needs to make trade agreements with other countries. If Somalia were to develop its dairy sector, like things like camel milk, or camel-related products and that, or dairy products. There's countries like Australia. Indonesia, where there's export potential. The Somali government needs to sign.
Well, the stuff you're mentioning right now regarding the dairy, last year, they were saying instead of selling these animals to Arawaha, and when you sell a camel to Saudi Arabia for 5K, they make double the amount by selling the milk alone. So the politicians were saying, why don't we have a dairying sector where we can sell them the milk rather than selling the animal?
No, but I'm talking about other potential markets like Indonesia, Australia, South Africa. Like there's many countries we could do.
We can do. We're the biggest exporter of cattle. So at the moment, our biggest customers are Saudi, Qatar, all these
هذا potential market هذا open Somalia هذا waxay majority هذا ganacsatada waaweyn Dubai way ka wareegsadeen Turkiga hadda alaabaha guryahoo dhan Turkiga laga keenaa dharka almost 35% waxay ka keenaa asagana Turkiga China si toos ah hadda ugu keen waagi hore mar waxa jirta hadda dharka inta China laga keeno la geenay Dubai kadib Dubai laga soo celinay hadda China si toos dada ugu keeno
okay, my brothers, we've got a new panelist, Jafar. You wanna jump in? Alaikum assalam, brother, man. He's a non-Somali speaking brother. He's from India, Muslim brother, and from Chicago. We had a brother earlier from Minnesota. First time on the panel. Welcome, brother.
Did you say India? What did you say?
He's from India, my brother. This brother's from India, yeah.
Okay, nice. Welcome.
From India. Thank you. Actually, I've been talking to Mustafa and Hassan in the back chat. You've been doing Amazon. So I've been working with Hassan. You know Hassan and Mustafa?
No.
You don't know them? The Somali brothers?
No.
I'm phone to him. Yeah, so when I've been talking to them with Amazon and some other brothers, but are you guys talking about how to make money or what's the topic about?
It's open
okay.
mic.
We're talking about the economy, innit? Right now, we're talking about the economy and how we can like sort of revive the economy. So I wanted to ask. 123 was saying one thing. What exactly the point he was making was about. I completely forgot. What was he talking about just right now?
Yeah, had a good point. Yes, Dusty. Salam alaikum. Welcome back.
Was it was it 123 or you? Who was just talking right now? Just right now.
Jafar was talking. Jafar just wanted to catch up on.
No, just before that. Just before that, someone was making a point.
It was 123. 123 had a point about He had a good point, man. Wallahi, when you're real, he was
It was
on
about the
time.
economy.
Yeah.
tan waxaan ka hadlayay shiftiga
The
marketka
international
Soomaalida
country,
hadda
yeah.
oo Turkiga iyo China aadayay
Yeah.
iyo wadan kale u maleynaa matay wadan kale ahaa hadda ha iyo Japan
1 2 3 talo ma haysa I mean example ma haysa oo Soomaaliya banaanka wax u diri karto hadda tusaale ahaan exportka hadda waxa gudaha soo gala fahanay waxa banaanka u baxi kara ma taqaan
yes hadda Turkey heshiis lala saxiixday dawladda Soomaaliya hadda Turkiga wuxuu bilaabay inuu qaato wuxuu qaadanayay Moscow waliba xataa waxay fureen suuq oo mar sanad ka hor dawladda ay asaga ay fureen oo ah in Soomaalidii waxay dhoofinayaan lagu soo bandhigo Turkiga waxay yiraahdeen carwada soo bandhig ma yiraahdeen ha carwo ma ahayd soo bandhigay
1 2 3 walalo Turkiga signed an agreement with course Somalida shirkada idoni furan industrial park Mogadishu modeled after Ostim the largest industrial park in Turkey idoni ka furan similar Mogadishu idoni ka furan
wallahi taas waxay keenay midda koowaad hadda dhibka jira waxay tahay aniga aseendo weyn 500 oo hektar ku leenahay shabeellada hoose laakiin ma aadi karno maanta because shabaab dhex joogo
shabaab degan
hal tusaale ku soo qaadaa in meesha barwaaqo tahay tuula waxaan ku degnayn qaxii muqdisho markii laga baxay 200 oo qof 300 oo qof 400 500 oo qof dhul waxaan beernay bis qudaarta baahida yararka ah sida baradhada waxyaalahaas oo dhan baan beernay waxaan ku beernay hadii la matiriyo 400 oo kilomitir dherer ahaan bal ahaana 200 oo kilomitir ba inta beernay oo qoys kastaba la siiyay 10 kilomitir square ba inta beernay ba xamar u soo dhoofinayna
okay
فانت hay'ad baa timaaday hay'ad baa dadka tababartay sida loo beero oo sufficient ah kadib dadkii ma fahantay si yar oo fiican bay u sameysteen oo hay'ad baa siisay waxa la yiraahdaa waxay siinayeen budo lagu shubaayo oo bacrimin ah oo macnaha fertilizer bay ka dhigay dhulka
so we are training our own people
okay walaalayaal dhageystayaa ninaan afkeena ku hadlin baa meesha la joogo wala afkan yara bedelnayna
Yeah. I was gonna ask the next thing that was gonna lead on to that. Yeah. What 1 2 3 said. Basically, I want to explain the question a little bit as well. Basically, you see what's happening in other African countries. You know, this neo-colonialism that China has influence in other African. What do you think about depending on other countries that aren't other nations to build up your economy? Because if we depend on them, that means we're always going to be in that position where we need them.
So why Sri Lanka go ahead, something like if you look at Sri Lanka, they've been in the civil war for like what 30 or 40 years. They came out of the civil war in 2009. Then China gave them billions, tens of billions in loans, and that's the biggest mistake. Sri Lanka, I think Somalia should learn from Sri Lanka. Look at Sri Lanka now; it's owned by China. Their port has been taken over by China, and they've leashed it for 100 years. They have to lease shit for China. Sri Lanka is basically finished.
Same thing's happening to Malaysia though. Malaysia's something similar happening to Malaysia as well. Bro, you know what I'm saying? Like that's what I was saying. We need to be suppliers of our own economy. We need first of all, we cannot rely on them. Well, let me just finish. We cannot rely on them. The things that are like like the pillars of the economy. We can't be relying on people outside of the country. We need to first have pillars of the economy supplied by people that the citizens there. The citizens need to supply and hold have a stronghold in the economy.
Just in the comment section, China owns 1/3 of Mozambique.
Not just
that's what I'm saying. We need to stop that, bro. We need to take precautions.
Go ahead.
Like we need to supply our own economy,
Let brother Jafar come in. Come on, Jafar.
Even the United States. The United States has a lot of loans from China as well. So China has given a lot of money to the USA, where they are in debt as well. So I think China has given a lot of money to a lot of countries, and that's what their power is. The power is money, right? So China controls that, and I don't think there's nothing that we can do right now about that. With regards to building the economy, I think the first thing we need to do is We need to, just like you said, train the country itself and the people in the country where all of them are entrepreneurs. I mean that they run their own businesses, they grow their own stuff and market it, and they control that type of market. Especially in especially exporting it. You have to control it. You know what I'm saying? You can't have an outside person controlling your market, which I believe a lot of countries are doing. You know what I'm trying to say? So once you have a stronghold of your own market and you know the resources that you're strongly you can export and control the prices, like a price is a big thing, right? With dollars and stuff like that. You need to control that before you do anything else.
Yeah. Okay. So I was saying as well. Also, I want to add to that. Basically, the only things we should be importing are things that we can't like produce ourselves, innit?
Yeah.
Do you understand? Like, other than that, there's no reason why we should be importing anything, bro. We need to like reduce that.
Yeah, not only that, but somebody was talking about technology, so that like I have a software company, and I run my own software business, and technology is the next generation AI.
Yeah, 100.
Blockchains and some of that. So I think if Somalia can get stronger in that field, then they can definitely take over and have a stronger economy. If everybody goes into the technical side, you know what I'm saying? Like India, for example.
Yeah.
India's all IT, so their economies are getting strong because of that.
Yeah, but also at the same time, you got to think about it. They rely heavily, like America use Indian labor, like in terms of customer service and other software
call centers.
They use them, so their business, even though they learned it themselves, the money they get is from America. Like we need to have this like economy within ourselves, teach ourselves, and have this with the money flowing within our own country. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, because look, for right now, right? Like for example, I have a call center as well. My head knows about it and stuff like that. And now there's a lot of call centers now are associated to Philippines. Like forget about India now. People are going to the Philippines, right? Because the market is much more cheaper, but people can speak English, and they're making crazy ass money over there. Right? Virtual assistants is going to the Philippines and South America now as well. So I mean, if Somalia listens to the call center, the IBOs and BPOs and technology, I mean, you guys can take so many concepts from outside the country coming into your country, like outsourcing was, that we can definitely build up the economy up there.
Yeah, but that's what we're trying to avoid, like becoming a cheap labor market for other countries. That's not a good thing, innit? That's what I'm trying. That's what I'm coming from.
Can I add something? Well, what do you have? Why do you have a problem with like cheap labor market? Like, because it's a good thing in a way when you like getting jobs and along with technology and knowledge transfer, just like with Bangladesh. Well, many companies like I'm from like in UK, Marks and Spencers, H&M, many retail companies. If you go to Primark,
they rely on them. Yeah.
If you buy,
I know.
The population of Bangladesh is 250 million. Somalia is only like 20 million max.
No, but the thing I'm saying is,
I'm talking about, for example, polo shirts from Bangladesh or from Myanmar. These companies, even though it's not the best of the deals, but if you look at the long term, they're gaining, let's say, wealth from these companies who are outsourcing knowledge, technology, and also in the future, these companies, like maybe Bangladesh in the future, will outsource work to Somalia. That's how, if you look at the cycle of it.
No, but the reason why I'm against it is because you can actually be trapped into that and find it very hard to get out of it. Like as a first few steps, it's not a bad thing, but you have to think long term. Like you want to have this. If you want to be a strong economy, you can't be a cheap labor market.
I mean, but when you talk about cheaper labor market, I mean, you're not being cheaper than what Somalia's labor market is, right? So I mean, when let's say when the USA gives you a contract, the contract is gonna be more than what you get in Somalia. So your employee
but look. Sorry.
No, but doesn't Somalia operate on US dollars anyway? It doesn't really operate on Somali.
That's another problem as well. That's another problem. But what I'm saying is, you have to hold off like becoming rich or on your own and just like sort of hold off on delayed gratification sort of thing. Like don't look at the money now. Think about long term. Like we can actually become much wealthier in the future if we hold off now, instead of like just, do you know what I mean? Like just selling out a kind of thing. I see it as selling out personally.
I think it's more of a foot in the door. You know what I'm saying? Like you got one foot in the door.
It's a foot in the door, but at the same time, it's like it stops you from progressing in the future. Like it slows down progress.
But you know, on
later.
top of that, I think you're right, because you have to meet the demand inside Somalia first before you can think about
No, but then again,
exporting.
no, but then again, you have to trade with the world. And you're shutting yourself off.
In the future, bro, that's what I'm saying. Like the things that are important, that are necessary to an economy, you can't depend on an outsider to supply that for you.
Yeah,
you just
I
can't
understand
depend on
that. Now I understand that, but what would be your ideal way of trading with other countries then? CD. Give me an example. What would you do?
Like
personally, go on.
You know, this is my suggestion. Somalia needs to basically become self-reliant, like invest in important key sectors, like for example, like key areas like biopharmaceutical, things like manufacturing areas like pharmaceutical, basically small-scale industries in order to get into like the bigger industries like steel and that, like what's demanded in the market. If you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, 100%. I'm with you on that. What in terms of like the global scale, yeah, we are not like ready to be competing with these giants like America and China. We need to build ourselves.
What do you mean? America has become a service economy. If you get what I'm saying.
I know. But I'm saying like in terms of competing with the world, like we're not in a position to be competing. Maybe in the future I'll be open to that. But right now we need to build ourselves, be self-reliant, like you said, no.
Can I add something? Well, you've got war-torn countries like Syria that's still exporting medicine and products. Like, and there's still
that's not
booming in that
thing,
country.
really.
No, but
Yeah, but
the thing is,
you know they would be better off.
has already been developed.
No, but you made a good point saying Syria. Syria is exporting it, but there's more casualties in Syria that need the medicine.
Of course, but the thing is, with Syria, Syria's always had a bigger economy than Somalia. It's always been developed.
No, not always, bro. Not always. Not always.
Waxaan kala macnaheed is obviously the past 10 years they've been in conflict, but certain sectors will still survive to conflicts like that. Somalia, for example, it's never had like a pharmaceutical industry. It never has.
No, but it's been destroyed in the war.
In the war,
I think it did, you know. I think it did.
Of course, you can say that because at the moment, the medicine that's coming into Somalia is being imported from Pakistan, and the medicines, the tablets that sometimes are sold in Somalia expired. So those are the things we need to work on, which is a good point Ara was making. But inshallah, those things will come with time, inshallah.
We need to be self-reliant. Does everybody agree on that, Horta?
Of course, 100%.
Okay, yeah. So that's the point I was making.
To a certain extent. We need not to forget our role, our places as well. As a developing nation. You know where I'm coming from? And we need to know our limitations as well. Is that something bad?
What limitations? Why put limitations on yourself? But yeah, go on.
CD waxaad tiri inaa anaga reliable nafteena ku noqono way. Before that, you have to invest people mind. Wayna dhisnaa maaragtay universities dadka ay bartaan kadib aan sameynaa possibility.
You don't think diaspora anyway wax barteen, like bro, like my cousin is a chemistry teacher in Cardiff. People like him can go back and, you know what I'm saying? They can teach the next generation, fam.
Yeah, but they need facilities, and I don't know. With the right, this is what I'm saying, man. With the right government, nothing's impossible. The right government that's on the hack for the people, and they like Bokani as well.
Of course, but
that's what it is,
at the moment we have to be patient, my friend. Inshallah, things are going to get better. The number one priority is security. If security isn't there, forget about PhD holders going to Somali, my friend. So if we get the security sorted, then alhamdulillah, brother, we will all be there, my friends, and all these things that we have questions to will be answered.
Ocean, would you privatize? Okay, you know, sir, we were talking about privatization earlier. Would you privatize the security sector?
In terms of what? The army?
No.
The army, Makale?
No.
Yeah, I mean, would you look for private outside sources to deal with maybe some of the problems that we do face as a nation?
No, because have you watched?
Can you elaborate?
Dini?
Elaborate.
I'm just saying outside.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm just saying maybe outside sources. You know this El Shabaab problem that we've got, and maybe outside
security.
For
example, regarding security, at the moment, alhamdulillah, our soldiers are being trained by the Turks, so that's a good thing. Eventually, obviously, when the arms embargo is lifted, we can buy arms ourselves, and then we can be powerful. But before then, the only help we can get is training soldiers from Turkey. Yeah.
Can I?
Ocean Star, like, can I add something about the arms embargo? Why don't just they should just do? They should just manufacture the weaponry themselves because it's not in the outsiders' interest.
Brother, you have to understand the international community, the UN, the World Bank, they've got Somali literally in its palm. If we were to say buy arms, if we wanted to right now, we would be in violation. So the thing is, the only thing we can do is which Farmaj is doing is every meeting we have yearly at the UN or international community, we do always reiterate that we need to have the arms embargo lifted. And the thing that they're placing on us right now is the hujjah is they're saying if we cannot all agree, the federal governments cannot agree or work together, we cannot lift the arms embargo. So that's the issue we have. Hence why many people are talking about Jubaland, Ahmed Mudobe, and Denny of Puntland. People are saying if we can all get along, then the arms embargo will be lifted. But Gala, their hujjah is if you cannot agree with the federal governments, we are not going to lift the arms embargo. So those are the things we have to worry about first before manufacturing weapons or buying weapons, brother.
No, that's the point. What Ocean Star, what I'm trying to say to you is it's not in the interest of the international community to lift the arms embargo. You get what I'm saying? Like, look at Serbia. Like, there's an arms embargo, I think, still on Serbia. Yeah, they manufacture their weapons. Sudan, there's an arms embargo. They manufacture their weapons. I don't see the issue with Somalia if that expertise or not.
We can manufacture. Okay,
why not? Like, because it's not in the interest. It's not in the interest.
That's a good point. We can manufacture weapons, but the thing is, we have to have the lag for Somahan. So as I mentioned earlier, when the economy eventually grows, when we have the money to build plants where we can manufacture, say, tanks, inshallah, maybe then we can think about making our own weapons.
Because the reason why I'm saying because if you look at the government, if you look at
Go on.
What I was gonna say was that
I'm saying if you look at the
Sorry, say that again.
Go
ahead, Jafar. No, go ahead, Jafar.
What I was gonna say that another thing you gotta look into is the trade difficulties that you guys have. So I think the only person that you guys trade to really is Dubai. So you guys are not in any kind of organizations with trading organizations or the European Trading Organization or any World Trade Organization. So that holds you back as well from exporting goods to other countries. That can hold you back from even making your currency even stronger. That's another thing they gotta look into is making your currency stronger as well. In Somalia, it's not as strong.
No, but Jafar, the biggest export is livestock at the moment in Somalia. It's not.
But it's only through Dubai though, right? So sesame seeds
mainly to Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, sesame seed, for example, is very big and popular in Somalia, right? That's like one of the largest lifestyles that you have. Largest type of agriculture that you have. But sesame seeds, how many people can you trade to if you don't have a trade deal with anybody?
No, but we need to trade with people on our level. We can't be trading with people that are like way ahead of us.
Yeah, that's why you join trade organizations like like the European Trade Organizations. You got the World Trade Organization. You have regional economic blocks that you can join. That's international and regional. So you should start having trading coming in and exporting your products, your resources.
I want to ask Ocean a question. You said we can't. What did you say? We can't manufacture our own weapons and this stuff until the economy becomes big.
Of course.
And you
said, for example,
you said also the economy won't become big until people won't return and educate their people until there's security. And then last video, you said we can't get security unless the government is strong. It goes around in a circle, bro. What makes a strong government? What makes a strong government?
No, what I mean is basically, we have to get our priorities first before we can worry about other stuff. For example, the brother mentioned weapons. Somalia right now, its yearly budget right now is standing at 300 million. That's what we have in a bank at the moment. Priority means we can spend 100 million on weapons if we wanted to, but there are other things, other needs that we have to sort out first. Once we have budgets, for example, say like the UK, where we have billions yearly to spend on whatever sector it is, then we can eventually say, you know what, we have 300 million here. Let's invest into weapons and start manufacturing weapons. We can do so in the future, inshallah. But when you only have 300 million, not a billion.
No, 1 billion. سنة كان 1 billion.
My Somali 1 billion ما يستوي باقي العقد ومجرت 1 billion هذا ما
ما budget الدولة ده 300 مليون ما 300 مليون waxay ka soo baxdaa wax ku dhow dekada 200 milyan camal 500 milyan gobolka banaadir ka soo baxdaa isku dardar meelahaas oo kale
maya maya busiir bayla sheegay brother bilaa sanadka bilaagiisa budgetka Somali sanadkan waxay noqonaysaa 394 million miya so it's really waa yarta lacagta laakiin markuu maya wasiir bayla afkiisa ka brother you can check if you want to marka when we have enough money enough budget to spend on many sectors then we can eventually mataqana spend heavy money on, say, artillery.
Ocean Star, what a cool idea. They should just increase the tax, if you get what I'm saying.
No, that's bad for business, bro. That's bad for business.
But the thing is, the tax is at the moment at 5%. You cannot increase the tax. When the economy grows...
No, but Ocean Star, certain regions don't pay tax. Like, for example, certain regions, they don't pay tax.
Of course. Hence why we can't raise the tax in Mogadishu alone, in fact. And
yeah, but I'm trying to say to you, Ocean Star, the reason why I'm asking this, if Somalia had, let's say, a budget of 50 or 80 billion, let's say if they were to extract the resources, invest heavily, who's going to pay the tax? What region is going to suffer in terms of like paying the tax? Higher taxes, while this other region is not being productive, just like with any other country.
The thing is, tax corporations right?
I'm not talking about corporations. I'm talking about individuals in that regions.
You cannot tax a man badiha jogo with 10 camels. You cannot tax that sort of person, can you?
Everybody pays taxes, man. Even in the country.
Brother.
Yeah, but isn't taxing un-Islamic anyway?
No. 1 second, brother. This is not, Somalia is not Europe, where everyone is working and paying tax. We have to be realistic.
You're right.
The only region which generates money, the little money that Somalia has, is Banadir. We have to be realistic. That's the only area where you can tax.
That's not true. Wallah, that's not true. I don't believe you.
Ani waxa gala dhicinaysa a man in the badi or digan Hiran is being taxed. Is that what you're telling me?
Mogadishu isn't the only city in Somalia, though.
Brother, yes, I've heard that many times, but I'm not saying Mogadishu is the only city. What I'm saying right now is be realistic, brother.
Yeah. I get you.
All of Somalia isn't as rich as Banadir. We have to be realistic. So of course Banadir will be taxed for now, but eventually, say when all regions become safe,
I don't believe you. Are you trying to say there's many other regions which are obviously Banadir, Banadir is the region and Mogadishu is the capital, but you got countries, you got like regions like Shabelle, Hossa. You've got many other southern regions which are rich.
1, 2, 3.
No, the ones that have money. Ones that have money in Banadir. That's
brother. We have to be realistic.
Yes. That's facts. 100.
It's not Europe, brother, where every city and council has
Oceano mid ogow kuwa kale magaalooyin kale waa la taxiga xataa waxa laga qaadaa xoolaha markii la kala iibinayo waa laga qaadaa laakiin si domestic lagu bixiyo ama ciidamada meesha joogo ama si domestic lagu bixiyo laakiin federal ahaan soo aadaan
exactly so illa laga gaarayo for example hadda meelaha badan ay shabaab haystaan you cannot tax those people ma fahamtay shabab
wait that's another thing I want to ask is it true that the Al-Shabaab they tax people?
Yes. So, for example, there were areas Al-Shabaab gacanta ku hayaan
So how do they tax people? So do the people know them or something?
Shabaab will obviously waa la yaqaana kora laga yaqaana lacagta keena leey marka qof hadii already
waxay sameeyaan
if we know them why don't they get arrested? I don't understand.
It's complicated brother. Beerta anaga leeyahay.
beer baa leedahay kama soo qaad hadda beerta leenahay haddaad waxba ku beerin xataa waa laga qaadaa hadda waxaan dhiibnay $5,000 baa laga qaaday waxay kaa qaadayaan canshuur waxay kaa qaadayaan waxay ku leeyihiin muslimiinta wax lagu caawiyo waxay kaa qaadayaan waxaa la yidhahdaa sakaadkii adigu 100 magac waxay u baxsadeen kowde xoolaha sekada adaa dhiibi jiri soo ma aha ayagu way imaanaya midka ugu fiican ay kaa kaxaysanaya xerada intu soo
galo yaa u imaanaya laakiin who is that person coming wajigiisa ma la arkaya
meaning you know, you have to understand Shabab is not an entity which is hidden in trees, while normal people like you and me.
No, but do we know them though, like by name?
No, you cannot. No, we do not know them by name because they're all hidden. They're
guerrilla. By their face or something.
معناها they're normal. Had for example in Mogadishu, there was a guy in Murdo recently, or Lahiray, who was a university teacher and he was a Shabab assassin. Can you believe it? A university teacher.
Yeah.
So these people.
No, but.
What I'm trying to say
is when they're collecting the taxes, like who's the person that's collecting it?
Okay, the people who are collecting taxes are people, say for example, dhalinyara la soo diraa ama waxaa lagu leeyahay EVC-ga lacagta ay toraysa haddii kale waa lagu tooganaa karo. In fear of your life, haddaad ninka arkay lacagta waa dhiibayso maahan kuwaas kale lama qaban karo laakiin waxaa laga yaabaa inay kuwa qaar ay gacanta kugu imaanaan lacagta laga qaadayo hadday dowladda ay joogto ay intel hesho then of course if we're lucky we can catch that person way dhacdaa kuwa qaar waa la qabtaa لكن بدنا لما
خطأ. Okay, so it happens. Okay, that's a good thing.
هل سؤالك وديو حتى شبابكو هذا وليبة دتك هذا majority جود سمقدش كنا الواودين كرتين واحد جرو بنك حتى دتك تاجرين تأيس ودوان هدو شيء يقال ما قاني بنك هذا السلامة واحد عادي نين واحد على العقد أوتالي واحد لي عن شورت ويسوع مركا أيجا ويسوع لمبر كم تقان markuu ku soo waco wuxuu ku leeyahay hebel iyo hebel marka koowaad xogtaada dhanay hayaanba marka lagu soo waco waa mar meesha wax ka cuntid qofka saaxiibka la tahay
your family
familkaaga aftirsiimada qabiilkaaga meesha jiifta inta caruura dhashay waxa qabato hatta hadii u baahdaan bankiga inta ku jirta hadda way soo helayaan ninba marka waxa lagu sameeyay waxa sheeg baa liir marka waxa jira Muqdisho dad taajiriina basku subaxda kula raac ma taqaan waa nin 5 milyan 10 milyan hayst
war kuwa bankiyada ka kuwa bankiyada ka shaqeeya xataa shababa ku jiro we have to be realistic
okay but so what's the solution to this then like how like realistically what is the actual solution to this
good point Hadda we have a spy agency called NISA have you heard of NISA
yes ocean star no. bankiga ocean star horta way Soomaalida qurba jooga way ka baqanayaan bangiyaha Soomaalida lacag ku soo diraan
ما يوديران brother كما بقينا anaga
for example waxaan ku weydiiyay for example aniga ma baqanay aniga shaqaysada ana haysata ganacsi
brother you're talking for yourself we have to talk about the reality on the ground you're talking about yourself I can say aniga naftirkay baqi maayo brother what are you trying to insinuate
no but what I'm trying to say is for example aniga Barclays Bank can take kara and I could send let's say 10,000 pounds to Bangiga Premier Bank or IBS IBS Bank or not a hawalada.
Yes, you can
international,
do
that. But what I'm trying to say is, my point I'm trying to make is why Somali Khurbajoga, why Kabakani and let's say if American Kuchoga or Canada, instead of going through type shit hawalada, why Bangi Kusudira international like there's now Bangiha Usub regulated by Dawlad Somalia international with Swift code Kusudira like could you explain?
They do.
I swear they do. I think they do,
brother. Abe has a few businesses in Somali. He sends lagaki from all avenues. Wait, they do, brother.
No, but does he actually go to actual bank in UK or Kusodira?
Brother. Not only him, but millions of Somalis do that, brother. That's not this. It's not news. In fact.
No, because the reason why I'm asking this right here because I remember years ago I went to Barclays Bank. And I asked one day Nakta question can like Bangiga Kusodirka to Somalia and he computer ke kabarti or te ha Kusodirka. She looked at the world map here, she said ha Kusodirka.
Okay, so what's your point? What's your point, Mark?
The point is do you think what paranoia kuchuk to Somalia as you say with bank system card because of reputation kakada isa Somalia? That's all I have to say.
What you're talking about and what we are talking about two different things. What we're talking about is the banks in Somalia. For example, Shabab will ask you for your bank details or they will say to you, send us money to this bank account. That's what we're talking about. So many people who, for example, have money at, say, Salam Bank, yeah, waxay sameynayaan lacagta intii bangigaas ka baxsadaan ay waxay siinayaan shabaab. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about money going into that bank. The money
personal information.
Ocean Star,
yeah?
trying to say that
personal information kana.
Baan ku weydiinaa ka sheekaysa masuuqda xun ka dhactay bangigaas. You trying to tell us about masuuqda?
ما فاهمين. Say again, brother.
مasuuqda salaam bangiga salaam noo sheegaysa masuuqa ka dhactay meesha.
wuxuu leeyahay ma ka xumaatay. Now basically yes, there's a bad reputation. Yes, there's a bad reputation with Salama Bank, as I mentioned.
Why dowladda iska xiri weyday then? Why dowladda xiri weyday?
Okay, that's a good question. As I mentioned earlier, this is to obviously find out the infiltrators. This is down to the Somali intelligence agency, and that's what they're working on right now.
Because the reason why I'm asking this Ocean Star over, because you know, like Bangia Debada, Bangia Shisha. If let's say, for example, Abahaki or Hoyd, Walalkeg or anyone in my family gig, let's say Bangi Elisadan, on Bakanaya, if the Batala Casino Bangiga Shisha, let's say Bak is a HSBC, if like Kusudiran, because there's been cases where you cut that tape if your family
Okay, you're saying what's your concern? Sending money to a bank in Somalia, is that your concern?
No, I'm saying I'm talking about that Bangiga reputation kind of for example, let's say if they make accusations or whatever, Bangigan, do you understand what I'm saying? Because if you go back 18 years ago, 18 or 19 years ago, I think there was a bank called Hawala, what was it called? Al Barakat, if you remember, Bangigas.
Al Barakat, I remember.
Now, Al Sota, Assets Code Al Sofora, and those accusations were false. But I'm talking about if the older Somalis don't investigate, there's going to be a similar situation to that. If that means that.
Currently, they're being investigated and many issues are being resolved at the moment as we speak anyway. So it's not something that's going to finish tomorrow or start again tomorrow. Why it happens. What we're talking about isn't the money being sent to that account. The money in Salama Banki was safe. It's just that bank accounts are being shared across between Shabab, basically. So basically, the guy they're targeting, they have all his bank details. They know the money that he has. So what I was saying earlier was, within Salami Banki, there are infiltrators who have all the details. Hence why it's got a bad reputation. That's what we were trying to say. But the money in the bank is safe. The money in the bank is safe. It's
but Ocean Star, is it the only bank? Is that the only bank or is it others?
There are other banks, but that one has bad reputation. Salama Bank,
Dahabshil waa mid ugu safesan. Hadda waxaa soo baxay asagana mida hadda wato asagana la yiraahdo Somali half bay leedahay la yiraahdo waxa la yiraahdaa IP gaas hadda soo baxay asagana IP wiilka sheegay
International Bank of Somalia Premier Bank wuu jiraa warunta Somaliland uu ka yeelata
Premier Banks laakiin dhibka jira waxay tahay Salam Bank personal information ka share garayaan
so basically
the target
confidentiality wise they are poor compared to others. That's what we were mentioning earlier.
What about procedures? What about procedures, Scotty? Like in terms of like bank account as well for what takeaway and procedures got?
Pretty much like any other bank, but the reason what we're talking about is reputation. So many people will try and stay away from a bank in fear of being in fear of their information being spread. But other than that, the procedures are pretty much the same as any other banks in Somalia, like Premier Bank and stuff like that. So what we were mentioning earlier was people who work within Salama Bank, because Salama Bank has a reputation for giving out information. Those people will then give the information to, say, a person who's in Shabab. That person will contact the person that they're targeting and they'll say, listen, we know you have 10,000 in your account. You're going to send us 5 today. If you don't send it to us, we know where you live. We know where you eat. Well, we'll do that. Khalas.
You know,
what about the people that lose money, though? Don't they get the money back?
No, they don't lose money. They pay out themselves out of fear. The money is always going to be there. It's just that the information is being given out.
Has anybody ever lost money, though?
No. Okay,
fair
Ocean qisa waxa dhacday nin intaas lagu sameeyay oo diiday lacagta horta ka baxsaday meesha banka lagu geystay kadib uu diiday markaas maalinka dambe asoo meel hay'ad fadhiyo
bash
maya meesha fadhiistay laba wiil marka meel yar oo 5 mitir u jirto way fadhiyaan labada wiil marka waxa loo soo diray warka diiday in la dilo wala soo waxa la yiri dhar noocaas ayaga information ka dhiibay dhar noocaas koob noocaas ma dalbatay saas ma u jeedaa bahal ma ka soo hor ninkii wuxuu u maleeyaa ninkii inuu hortaagay si loo sifeeyay
صح
kadib markuu saalay labadaas ma u jeedaa dharka noocaas kan
whoever is can you close the microphone iska xira please whoever is okay
macnaha waxaa la dhahay labada wiil halkaas fadhiya ma aragtaa dharka noocaas ka shan ay hor fadhisahaa haddii aad samayn weyso maalin hore waa kula hadlanay maanta haddaad samayn weyso labadaas wiil hadda ku dilayaan labada wiil baskoolada wata way tuseen so okay buu yidhi
okay walahi
base udi kadibna iskaga baxaaba umaleynaa nin ganacsato ahaa
So it's pretty much what we're talking about is extortion, my fancy. But the money in the bank is safe, the security is perfect. It's just that you, out of your own fear, you will take money out. Do you get it? So it works and functions like any other bank that you can find in Somalia.
Ocean Star, what do you think of Bangiha Shisha? Like, there's one bank, Kutala, Yemen Kaimate called Kak Bank. What do you think of Bangiha Shisha in Somalia? You think it's a good thing or bad thing?
No, that won't change anything. Say if you were to bring even, say, Barclays or HSBC to Somalia, the problem isn't the bank itself. It's the personnel within that bank who are working within that bank. Do you get it? So say if Barclays were to open in Somalia tomorrow, they can do as much vetting as they want, but one rogue person will get through eventually, and that person will give out information. It's just like anywhere in the UK, fraud or somewhere. If fraud happens in the UK, what makes you think that it cannot be prevented in Somalia? Of course it cannot be prevented. They can try their best, but eventually one person will turn rogue and give out the information, and that's how things are going to continue. So whatever bank you'd like to bring to Somalia, it's the personnel within that bank that have to obviously do a good job. That's like, pretty much it.
So what bank do you rate? Bangiga, which bank would you rate in Somalia number 1?
1, 2, 3 aniga bangi igu caansan I think laba yihiin Premier iyo Daabshiile lacagto dadkii amaanaan Premier Daabshiile amaanaan
bangiga oo hadda oo digitalka hormaray oo dadka dibadaha ardayda soo qaataan waa Premier Bank oo maaragtay sida la sheegana niyo magaca Ingiriiska laga leeyahay dad Ingiriisa leh ma Soomaaliya leh ma aqamo hubo laakiin sida la sheegay Soomaali share way ku leedahay
share ma aqaan Africa kale waa ku taala umaleyn I believe
ha share ku leeyahay madaxweynihii hore Soomaaliya share ku leeyahay Sheekh marka bangi kale hadda waxa bilaaway IPs kan hadda uu bilaaway asagana wuxuu bilaaway dukaamada marka kaararka markaa wada baashare lagu
ATM Premier Bank ka bilaaway runta
ATM kaasna uu bilaaway
Premier Bank became popular for the ATM so they have ATMs where you can withdraw money fancy
what about IBS
IBS is going to eventually grow too so it's no difference to be honest
no but are they only in Mogadishu are they like how come they don't have a branch in I know Premier Bangi case and had case up north but IBS might stand
wallahi eventually while I thought on I couldn't answer the question for you
how's their quality like IBS compared to Premier
brother to be honest with you all the banks are pretty much the same quality my family they all have money of millionaires businessmen
no so I'm talking about in terms of like are they affordable for the local people let's exclude the diaspora like I've heard stories where like only business people and diaspora and a few other like well-off people open bank accounts because in India there's millions of people who don't even have fucking language bank accounts.
Same in Somalia too, millions of people just get the only way of getting money for them is through remittance. They go and collect it by cash, fancy. But a lot of the Somalis who do have banks, so business and
So how does the government like record the data, for example? Like every country records their data, like how much billions is coming in. I know international organizations record the data that comes in and out of Somalia, but the Dawla Somalia, how do they record the data and monitor the people, keep records, keeping tracks of people?
Wazir Bela Kahalo every other few months. They talk about how much money they have goes in and out. So you can ask him those questions, watch his videos, and you'll find out.
No, iyaga hadda qof kasta uu furay laakiin hadda shuruud ay ku xiran hataa hadda waxay ku leeyihiin at least waa ina waraaqda qofku uu leeyahay licenka baawurka lagu wado ID-ga iyo ama passport uu leeyahay.
Yeah, so basically so is that what you meant how do you track these people?
No, I'm talking about like people who are sending and receiving, like to keep tabs on certain people.
They have to have,
like,
as 123 mentioned, they have to have some sort of identification. So, for example, in Somali, in Mogadishu, especially, anyone who drives should have a license, should have something called a transportile, and the plate should be registered to someone. So, in that way, in that sense, the banks will do the same as well. You cannot just obviously retrieve money without being known. You have to have some sort of identification.
Yeah.
So
Hadda
they are many people.
maalin hore
what
waxaa la
about what
qof
about
kasta oo
sorry,
hadda okay how
sorry 123, but I'm talking about here's a scenario. Let's say if you're receiving, let's say if qof Somalia joogta ma shaqaysid bank account ku furtad, and you end up receiving 300,000 from, let's say, someone from Panama or Brazil ma shaqaysid. What questions are they? Is the bank in Somalia just going to hand over you 300,000?
Good question, good question. You know, the banks over there, they function just like the banks here. You have to go into a branch. You have to sit down with someone. It will go through processes. Don't worry, brother. Sidii u shaqeeyaan bangiyada Ingiriiska xaggaas u shaqeeyaan. Qof lacag haysan tuuga iskama soo gali kara. He cannot just withdraw money. Believe me. The way they function over there is just like the banks here. You cannot just retrieve money without identification.
Even though if they were to hand them over the money, are they gonna like report this or like to Dawlad or to start an investigation?
100%. Somali, especially because of Shabab. I'll be honest with you right now. Because of Shabab, niftirkeeda, the Dawlad is keeping tabs on the banks. Especially, forget the banks. The Dawlad waxay la shaqeynaysaa Hormud. And they're working with Hormud Telecom to track down all of these callers. So they're really tight when it comes to the money and telecommunications. That's why you'll never hear money being taken out. In fact, I believe fraudulent activity is higher in the UK than it is in Somali banks. I can tell you that right now.
Ma ogtahay hadda forex shirkadaha inay dowladda xirtay hadda.
There you go. For example, in the UK, you can trade forex. In Somalia, because a lot of people are being scammed out of their money for forex, they've shut it down completely. So in a sense, Somalia is very strict compared to Europe.
No, maya wasiirka wuxuu yiri because dad badan intaas hal nin baa wuxuu hayay wuxuu ku trade gareynaya 32 milyan mid kalena 50 milyan oo ku trade gareynaya hal shirkad ah. Wasiirka wuxuu yiri wariya hal nin baa guriga waxay u taalay 5 milyan oo dollar guri u taalay.
Cash, come on.
Ocean Star, I'm gonna go one last question before I go here. Prisalada, do you think kuwa guryaha kuwa Somalida dembiga sameeya kuwa qarba jooga dibadda who, let's say, whoever from Nairobi, Mareykanka or Iceland, all over in the millions of Somalida qarba jooga ku nool, do you think dawladda Somalia should investigate those that build luxury properties like mansions or businesses, like in terms of like dembiga dibadda ka sameeyaan? Like investigation into assets ka.
I can tell you right now, qof kasta lacag leh Somali jooga faraha lagu haya.
Because there've been cases in UK for the past 20 years of Somalida masuqa sameynaysa hagan hundreds of thousands of 300 or even 500,000 that hadan they build businesses assets. Do you think Dawlada, the question is, do you think Dawlada Somalida should turn a blind eye to it or Maya?
I don't even think they do. They don't even turn a blind eye to that person. Ninki lag level wala dawagala. If they find out that he's putting money into this property, where dawagala, so that's a good thing. And this is all because of Shah, by the way, all because of terrorism. So in a way, it's a good thing that we're keeping tabs on all of these people, the banks and the telecommunications, just to defeat Shabab. And obviously, along the way, if we catch anyone who's doing fraudulent activity, he will be dealt with straight away. So that's the...
No, because there's a lot of jurisdictions here that basically turn a blind eye. Like Panama is my favorite country in Central America. I'd like to visit it one day. Tax havens. But what I'm trying to say to you is, like, if you come from Somalia and you want to buy a mansion, you got lag for the button, they could turn a blind eye. But what I'm trying to say is I do not want my country... Like Dubai, for example, is a filthy haven for money laundering and drugs, and they've turned a blind eye to a lot of things. Do you think Somalia should avoid that path? Even this includes the Somali Qarba Joog who are buying houses. Because the reason why I'm saying this here.
I was gonna say, guys, you been watching the content? Anyone been watching the videos? Hey, Dust, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, any of you guys been watching any of the videos?
I was watching the one with the Quranist. What's his name again?
Ahmed.
Maverick. There was a funny part in that one of the videos where someone said "Kali biyuku shube," and I heard you say, "What is that?" I was dying. I was laughing, man.
No, that guy, you know, that guy, he permanently hackles, you know, Ahmed. No, Maverick.
Well, I was perfect. It was beautiful. Like Kali biyuku daddy.
Yeah, Ahmed. Well, I was Abe this week, bro. I didn't see that video until I saw it on this channel, man.
I have a question. Do you know this Ahmed, bro? I understand that he's a hadith rejecter, but I think you guys might know him. You guys might be closer to him. How is he as a Somali, as a Muslim? Does he pray? Does he go masajid? What sort of Muslim is he?
Personally, I don't think he believes in praying. He doesn't believe in praying.
Okay, so he's not just a hadith rejecter for the sake of it. He rejects the hadith in order to avoid doing certain actions. Is that right? Like praying, fasting.
Yeah. I believe I think he's rejected both, you know, the sunnah and the thing.
Subhanallah, bro.
It doesn't make sense, innit?
Subhanallah.
Would you agree with Shamsi's, like Shamsi called them guys kuffars? What do you guys think? People like that, are they kuffar?
No, that's extreme as well, fam. Maybe he's actually right. Who knows?
I wouldn't call him a kuffar, but then again, of course, 100%, I wouldn't
agree. CD?
Nah, Ahmed is 100% bona fide gal, man.
Okay. I mean, we cannot.
Yeah. Because he doesn't. He admits that he doesn't do fasting. He doesn't do salah. He doesn't do all of the tenets of Islam. So, what deen is left afterwards?
He's right in that sense, yes. But I don't think we can call him a gal. I mean, he's on the what do you call it? He's out of the fold of Islam, you can say. But
no, bro, you can't say that, man. It's not your place to say that, bro.
But how do you know for sure that he's a gal?
So you guys, somebody who claims Muslim just by name, and he doesn't perform any of the tenets of Islam, so they're Muslim.
Is he actively going against Islam?
He's saying no, he's not going against it. He's saying he's a Muslim. Like you can't say he's not Muslim if he's saying it. He just rejects the hadith. And I can't. A lot of people see even the Muslims that accept it. I accept it personally, but I'm saying. There are stuff that people make up lies about the Prophet at the end of the day.
Nah, but it's not that simple. He doesn't just reject the hadith. That's not just because you can even ask.
No, I think he did though.
Long times, but he rejects.
That's why I was. That's why I was asking.
He rejects aslka salat. He rejects aslka hajka. He rejects aslka somka. He rejects
it's in the Quran though. It's in the Quran. He can't. He says he's a Qurani. He can't reject that.
Yeah, but he okay. So would you class rejection as if someone tells you, and salah doesn't mean salah that you mean, like shar'i salah?
Like maybe everybody has a different interpretation though. Wallahi, I'm not in a position to be calling someone a kafir though.
For example, there are many people. Sorry, go on.
CD هل سؤالك ويديو و statement markasta aan maqlo. I think kuwan progressive Muslims badankood laga maqlo oo you are not in a position that you can judge. Allah can only judge.
No. I know you're right. You're right. People can correct each other. I know. People can correct each other.
hal su'aal aan rabo waxa weeye wuu soo ordaya wax yar markaas wuu kala soo wax kale ma ahaya halka ay marka dadkaas in yar la hadashaba ama wax yar la doodo waa halka erey kala soo ordayaan diinta inay iska yaqaanaana u muddo.
No, but you're calling him a kafir. Like that's on another level.
سؤال بنكويدي هذا سؤال بنكويدي هذا أنا عدان مش هيجن كره عدان كويلا كور I'm a white. فيرو هاي لا فيرو رام وأنت super. At least ويقبل أوكي ويقبل كدب exam grade statement تيجي. لكن هذا لسه بود كورن don't judge. وحيس ودا كو أقبل أنا ماذا عدان واللي أو أركام ما قرأ.
No, but it's his belief. It's not something he can change it. His belief is something he determines.
You've seen the guy in a multi-free.
Well, yes. وأركي.
What do you think, Arugu?
ورنيكا أنا أسكلي اسمها كوحدة وحكت لسنتها نيروبي وحان في عربي اللويرة قرآنية يمن بين وقت ما تسان جعله
Wow.
Okay, so do you think they're the only people that are like misguided? You don't think Shamsi and his group are like doing stuff, bad stuff as well?
Shamsi laba tilaaba ka dagay aniga
Bro, do you know what he did? Can I just tell you what he did? Like,
before
you
you
know
say
the brother
something, before you say something,
no, it's not like backbiting or anything like that. I'm just saying, like, it's out on YouTube, innit? People can watch. This brother was like, you know the brother Isa, he used to go to speak his Quran that died.
He's on our channel. He's on our channel.
Brother.
Yeah, let me just say one thing.
Quickly something. Yeah, sorry.
Let him land, Ocean, bro.
Yeah, go on.
Okay, yeah, I was saying, bro, he made a video talking about his mistakes and stuff like that. Like,
that's what
just when he died, bro. Like, just when he died, he was talking about his mistake. Like, he's not even like, come on, are you trying to tell me this guy is not doing anything bad?
No, but forget Shamsi for a second. We're just talking about Maverick in general. I think how can you regard someone a Muslim who, let's say there's a hadith that says the difference between a Muslim and a girl is salat, and then he says salat or damba Muslimi.
Yeah, but he said salat is different. He interprets it differently, innit? He interprets salat as different.
hal su'aal ku weydiiyo sug dastiga hal midaan ku weydiiyo adna qofka salaadu tukanin gaal ma ku noqonayo laakiin su'aasha muhiimka waxay tahay oo taas ka sii muhiimsan quraanka saxan laakiin sunnada khaldan islaamnimada ah ma aqaan waa qarniga 21 islaamnimo ah soo ma kala umaleeyahay macnay taa fiir salaad aniga qof uu ka tagay at least aniga ma noqonayo laakiin qofku wuxuu gaal lagu tilmaami karaa markuu yiraahdo kitaabka saxa laakiin sunnada waa khalad haddii islaam kale ma aqaan islaamka jiri jira
Okay, I'll tell you. Look, even the people on this panel right now, there are some hadiths you lot reject yourselves. The ones, do you know what I mean? Like, this guy, he's saying he rejects it all. There's no difference. There's no real difference.
The only hadith we should be rejecting is if it's da'if.
Okay, but why is it even there in the first place then? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the position he's taking, isn't it?
Ocean waxay sug hadiisida waxay u kala baxaan xasan daciif mid kale waxaa jiro saxiix soo waxaad garatay ma daciifka waa allegation sameeyay sababta loo qoray ma taqaan xataa wanaagii xumaantii loo qoray way wanaag bis loo qori waay sababta loo qoray waxay tahay berri inaan la sheeganin la dhihin kana saxan maanta waa lagu qor waxa lagu yiri kan waa khaldan yahay sababaha lagu fiiriyaan ma iskama qoreen waxa la yiraahdaa sanad baa loo fiiriyaa ah ninka soo tabiyay ninka maalintu tabiyay ninka markaan u sheego cunugeyga markaan u sheego doon waa qoran tahay sanadka saas waa macna waa sida aabba wiil awowga sanadkaas waay labada qof kankii ku sheegay kan ba sanadkan ba u sii dhiibay sanadkaas way
laakiin 1 2 3 dhageysaboodiya adiga waxa u malaynaysaa in lagu eedeynay inuu yahay gaal salaada kaliya maaha shanta arkaan oo islaamba waa inuu wax dhan aqbaltid waay
hadda waxa arkaysaa in ilaahay ka cabsi ku dhahaya taas salaada waa iska xogaa general bal dhigi kara dadka qaar waa ka tagtaa lama diidi karo laakiin waxa muhiimadda ka sii weyn ee meesha taalo waxay tahay inaad tiraahdo kitaabka waa saxan yahay laakiin sunnadii nabiga ma raacayo
Yeah, but he's saying it's not. He's saying it's a lie against the Prophet. That's what he's saying. You lot don't understand.
Lie.
It's a lie, like Ben.
ayadda waxa ii sheegtaa ayaddu waxay ahayd quraana wax kale maaha illa huwa waxyi yuuxa waa waxyi loo su'aasha ku weydiina marka ayaddaasna ma been baa ayaduna at least saasan u maleynaa
No. You're talking about sort of the Najm. I'm not a scholar in it, but from what I know, it's talking about the Quran in it. It's referring to the Quran because the Prophet he had a whole life. Not everything he said was the Quran. Do you know what I mean? So everything he spoke wasn't in the Quran.
Maya, 1 2 3 wuxuu Ahmed ka wada waxay tahay aayado waxa jiro oo Quraanka ku qoran tahay laakiin aan la fasirin ma fahamtay oo macnaheedu u baahan backup marka waxa jiro loo baahan in xadiidka la fiiriyo oo xadiidka si fiican u fasira oo kala
No, but digest, bro. Aniba hadda after the video posted on SS this week, aniba waxaan taagan yahay Quran yun buu sheegan yahay haddana Quran kuba khilaaf la haysta video gan daawday was the Ayub Nabi Maha markaas waxaan dhahay like okay
that
xadiidka
was messed up. That was
No, he
messed
didn't
up.
say that. He didn't say that though. He didn't say that.
He did. He said, "How do you know he's a prophet?" That's what he said.
That's what he said. That's what he said.
He was Rasul,
No,
but
no,
not
I watched it recently. He said basically
How do you know?
100% uu taagan yahay waxa lagu dhahay are you sure 100% yes uu dhahay waan diiday.
No, he said it's not mentioned. He didn't reject him at all. He didn't reject him. He just said it's not
He
written
wants
in
to
the
know
Quran.
if he's a prophet or not. He's saying, where does it say he's a Nabi?
Yeah, he's saying it doesn't say that in the Quran, but he's not rejecting him as a prophet.
No, he said he's a messenger. He said he's not a prophet. He's a messenger or something. He tried to do something there.
But why was he trying to argue that? Why was he trying to argue that Ayub is not a Nabi? Well, I don't get it. Why?
No, because they were trying to understand the difference between both, and that came up in it.
That's funny, man. That's weird.
ما هل سؤال أن يوديو at least أنا واحد أملايا إسلام عصب أو يوروب كسر صعدة إنه إيمان دون والله بيبني شيء because مركا فيرس ورقة progressive مسلم متكلا وحوارا واحد بمود إسلام كلا إنه كل رقم تفسير كلا يبوقتو إنه مت هذا progressive كبوقتو أي قرطبة.
Khalif, أنا سؤال ودي يا رب. Khalif, brother, do you think Ahmed's being paid along with the other sects in the park? Because I feel like there are people that are being paid to come cause disruption and cause confusion.
Come on, man. It's everyone has a belief.
I don't think
Ahmed is. Ahmed is a regular guy that costs. I'm just.
Mate, I'm saying, do you reckon he's part of?
People. No, but there's people in that Berta, yeah, Internet of Somali Corridor. There's people in that Berta. I like funds, Palestinian. And when I mean the Christian, have you not seen the Christian lot?
Like the lady who screams. The lady
they get paid. They get paid. They're missionaries, man.
Hatun Tas Lag Balasi, 100%.
No, do you know what it is? Yeah, I was saying this earlier to a lot of people. What you gotta remember is as well, yeah, where Edgewood, you know where Speaker's Corner is? It's round the corner from Edgewood Road. So every week they've got fresh meat. I'm gonna be there tomorrow, innit? Yeah, I'm gonna be recording it. So they know what they're doing. And this is what I think. You know, that was what they created these Islamophobes. They've created all of this. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Really?
Because if you guys have the pleasure to ever come down, you see, you know, off the camera, it's a whole different vibe, innit?
Vibe, absolutely.
Yeah, and then as soon as the cameras are on, you see people acting like animals. That's the sickle not they. You hear me? I'm missing my OG. You know my OG Dan Drummer. He's a bit that.
That brother is big up, innit?
I love that. I really like you said Isa as well. Isa passed away. Allah Hadith.
Isa was my favorite, wallahi, man. And one that what's his name again? Shamsi spoke about. That's when I had to take a step back.
That's what I'm saying.
That's when I was in his last video. You see the last video was good today.
Who?
I literally before, 2 months ago.
Shamsi.
Now with Isa, it's even on Somali speakers. Yeah, like man's even on the channel.
Bruv, Shamsi was
bro, I was going to ask you a question about that.
I mean, Isa, sorry.
Isa was very good. I was going to ask you a question.
You don't know about the Medkhalis. Are you not aware about the Medkhalis and all of these guys? Because I was having a debate with someone today, yeah? Like, what do you think about the anti-da'wah that the people create?
Anti-da'wah, what do you mean? What do you mean? The Muslims...
remember, some of these people in the park, they become internet scholars.
I
feel like Ali Dawah has. I don't think Ali Dawah is a Dawah man to me anymore. I think he's become like an internet personality.
No, man, come on, man. Where have you seen him do anything? Nah, man.
No. What I mean is.
He's never ever claimed to be.
Come on, bro. He's never claimed to be a scholar, man. He just is that one.
The brother does some beautiful charity work.
Yes, he does good work.
He does good stuff, man.
No, he does good work.
He never called himself a scholar, fam.
I know, I didn't say scholar. He does good work. But what I'm trying to say is, do you really think he's the man to be heading that way at that park? I don't think so.
No, but he does it on his own, like for himself, innit? He's not trying to be a leader for people or anything like that. He's doing it on his own, innit?
Fili, hal mira rabaa inuu weydiiyo. Waxaa arkay head park mesh waa daawadaa. Waxaa arkay qaar soo militant ah. Farti la taago. Waxaad u moodaa ay qaylinay wixii soo baxbaa ku hay.
That's Shamsi right there. That's exactly who Shamsi is, fam.
That's why I'm leeyahay.
I don't think Shamsi is good at debating.
Shamsi just shouts, man.
Yeah, no, but my brother, I can't lie to you. Well, I think he's good at debating because you know sometimes a lot of the Christians and atheists.
You have to be tougher.
So you have to kind of
who are you talking about?
Get your word across.
We're talking about Shamsi.
Shamsi is a terrible debater, man. This guy just shouts. What the flip?
Of course, but
Yeah,
I'm saying that
the whole place is
environment,
shouting.
because of the environment, he has to behave in that way. He cannot be soft. That's what
No,
I'm
there are other people, bro. There are other people that talk calmly and
I
can
agree
get their
with you.
point across.
I don't think he's the best debater, but I understand his methods and
But
I understand
Yo,
why.
sorry,
far
guys,
from it, fam. Far from it.
guys. There's a guy called Ultimate Truth. Do you want to come on? This guy's been writing the most wickedest comments on the Ahmed video. I think it's another Quranista on our hands. Do you want to come on, bro? I'm gonna put the link in the chat. I want to speak to you, brother or sister.
Yo, quickly, Khalid, one question. Khalid, one question. Are you is the Somali speaker still happening in Speaker's Corner? Is it still happening?
No, do you know what it is? Your man's trying to create something new in it, brother, broskies.
Because we still need like a live thing in it, like a live.
Yeah, I'm going there tomorrow. Listen, as soon as I go sleep, I've got the cameras, me and Les upon the hack. He's the Dean channel, but what the problem is, I'm trying to start something new and different, and a lot of them blur me out on all of this. That's what I concentrated on. This week, I did more Ajnabi and Dean in it. But I would love to get more Somali brothers. Like I'm saying, I'm always there if anyone wants to come up, shoot up, or create something, or even I'm trying to move outside the park as well.
It doesn't have to be
if you guys are still on, I'll jump back on it.
What's that?
Speaker,
I'm gonna jump off in here. If you guys are still on,
probably we're gonna shoot another hour. We're gonna go for another hour in it. Keep the
speaker waxaan ku weydiiyey waxba diinta waxbaa kusoo dira annagii baa yaaban horta kowdhi intii ku jirtaa yaaban soconaysa ma fahan adigana adrid baa ku wadaa annaga niyo noo shaqeey oo maaragtay anigu at least waxaan aaminsanahay midda ka hal su-aalani weydiiyo at least dad fiifiican waa arka ururo samaystay midda kale ma og tahay dowladda Soomaaliya haddii aan pressure la saarin haddii aan maaragtay investigation lagu sameynin in qofku at least xataa lacagaha money laundering ay sameynayaan investigation scandal haddaan la sameyn waxba ma qabanayaan
warunta I'm with you, man. I know this is
ku leeyahay at least wayna abuurnaa organization ama article wax la qoro oo at least
I was saying that last video.
Yeah, no, don't worry. Let's get to 1,000 subscribers. We might get to 1,000 subscribers. Like a live stream,
different
post,
level. Different level.
You can post what's it called, comments. What post getting so you get where I'm coming from, my brother. So step by step, like I said to my brothers and sisters, we're still finding our feet. Not even a lot of people know about us. Everyone that I keep hearing, even today, Astro Camel. Is like, yo, I'm from America, Minnesota, or I love what's going on here. So,
maaragtay nin kastaba afkiisa ka badnaan waa markay Yurub la tago meesha waa waali horta kowdhi meesha haddaad waxaaga hesho baa aamusaysaa si Soomaaliya oo kale
1 2 3 where do you live 1 2 3
aniga Cyprus baa ku noolaa
you live in Cyprus
I never heard of Cyprus Somali ku nool I've never heard of that that's sick
we're everywhere
waxaa ku arkay
big up
Finland ka timaaday carruurteedu intay ku qalin jibiyeen hadda kuwa laba America timaada saaxiibanaanay oo medicine bay dhigtaan kuwa kaloo laba Ingiriiska iyo jaamacad kale dhigtaan
I read that, man. Come on, we're everywhere, man. This is the beauty. This is one thing here. This is two things I love about this. You know what I do? One thing that amazes me is, when I met the comments, comment section. When I first started the channel, I was just doing videos, innit? And then all of a sudden, people writing comments started jumping on. That's one amazing aspect. And the other amazing thing about, this, and I think a lot of people take it for granted, but I notice is like, meeting Abdi Salam, like we had Rabia, she's from Norway, she travels all around the world. We've got the brother Astro Camel today. You get where I'm coming from?
International,
so it's amazing one. This is beautiful. That can I've always been one of the people that's child,
in the future we'll be right next to each other.
I'm one of them people, them Somalis that if I see an extra Somali on the road, always salam alaikum. I've always been one of them people like.
I love that.
Yeah, man, 100, bro. It's love between us, isn't it?
So what you say, all of that, I believe in all of that. Soon come on, Tartiba. We gotta find our feet. Guys, I was gonna tell you, what do you guys think of if we make open mic Saturdays? Because Sundays, I don't think I can make Sundays no more.
Brother.
Yeah, so you started a little bit late. I'm not gonna lie.
Whichever is
Sundays is better. Wednesday we keep a topic, and like I said, all of you are in there. What's a hangout group from Akuchitan?
Yeah.
No, I'm not. What is that WhatsApp group?
The Hangout. The Hangout. The
Hangout.
Hangout.
The Hangout. I was
Google-
gonna say
Google
WhatsApp.
Hangout.
Yeah, Google Hangout. Do you have that CD?
What is it live or is it like people talking it or what?
No, it's backstage. We're done. It's like everyone, you know, all of the best people that come in.
Is it an active like group?
Yeah, it's a group. They're always in there week in. We discuss ideas, videos, and share. And anyone
I
that's got
joined that.
information,
Send the link in it. Send the link.
the link's in the description box. Go into the description box.
Of the YouTube video.
Yeah, I clicked that before. It said it's not working, innit? I don't know what it is.
Click it now. You want to click it now?
YouTube speaker.
Yeah, my brother.
Page ma leedahay Facebook.
No, this is the one thing. I got my own personal one. I've got Instagram, Twitter,
Mida kale waxaa sameysaa ama hal maalin oo Somali lagu hadla because you know kuwa dalkana inay fursad u helaan oo la yiraahdo live.
Thank you.
100.
No, but the thing is, Abdi Salam, the problem with Shakil can I start. There's oceanal class CD Bakuyra Hadla. Ariga Kwan. Ama Ucha the Rad, he doesn't know. مشاكل كان يجي هايستان وتي أفسمانهم كل التعظيم في إيمك محمد نو إيمك صار وحكلا شيء كيسونو أنا depends أنا أفسمانهم كل ودي كريا but that واحد كذا قلنا صح أنا أخوان
yeah they need to learn it innit they need to learn it film
this pisses me off sometimes it's like even in the birthday yeah there's times Ocean and CD and Abdi Salam you know in the speakers corner sometimes when we're having that you know we're getting into that private mood and conversation in it
yeah
I got the code word you know magic trick the magic trick أفكان يربدل نينو أفكان يربدل لنا إيه قاربا fucking ماشي تاجن رجل دمرو
like what are you talking about blah.
They just can't speak Somali and it's like yo
that's their problem fam it's like what you doing bro
yeah Ultimate Truth's trying to come on this is a brother that I wanted to speak to or sister your device is not connecting I hope you can hear me because this is a person
tell him to hop on
no how many
I'm here yeah there's something your thing's not connecting bro or sis I don't know if you're a guy or a girl the interesting person
why majority 90% nimanka Soomaalida uu dhahaa naag Soomaaliya guursan is it brainwashing or
better,
I don't know because heesaha waxa marka arkay heesaha Soomaalida oo dhan waa naagahan jeclaysiin ma fahanti iyo qorteeda dheereed iyo jannadii bay ka timaaday guriga marka timaado waxa lagu leeyahay maamadii you have to Somali adiga ما فهمينه ما فهمت maxaa u mudin أنا
are you talking about the Somali guys marrying Somali women or it's not ajnabi
my ideological أنا opinion ka marka fiiriso 80% iskabade ama 90ga waxay ku leeyihiin marka wadiso yaa guursan lahayd caalamka marka dadka fiiriso wuxuu ku leeyahay fast Somali
Somalia dhaha saas
ha
yeah of course is that, are you saying it's a bad thing
no but why
but you know we'll get mama قش شبرتي دولة دوشة
yeah
at least
صد مليون ماما قاعدين نادر أنا قلنا واحد تاجن تاي أنا البوبوليشن كلهم باهن إمك حبشيدا نقول حكتية we need to encourage that especially the internet بريهان دخل عاي وحن you hear me so that's another problem we have as well and I think it's just you know a lot of brothers and sisters have a lot of time on their hands internet car like I say if you're not using this thing productively there's no point do you get where I'm coming from
no but waxaa u moodaa at least markaa fiiriso in movementiya caalamka ka socdo aad u saameeyo rag iyo dumarka marka ragga Soomaalida loo fi dumarka because waxaa arkaysaa me too tag feminist cancel culture
cancel culture
you know movement kastaba in noogu dhow yihiin markii la arko
Hunter, you know, I was interested in something. Abdislam, I was listening to the stream. Keep on to do with Aduga Hubble say, yeah. By the way, I'm not gonna lie to you, man. I think Abdisalam's been man of the stream for the last couple of streams. You know,
he's been sick. He's been smashing.
No, do you know? He brought that Somali back to the stream. Do you get? I'm coming from Ocean. It was missing
I'm
for a little
happy
bit.
there's someone like him still. Like
Yeah,
Somali,
Somali
True.
dib u kala garanayo Allah
We have someone or Somali had the key with who knows the reality on the ground. That's a good
on the ground. maalintii dad waxaa tiri urur ayaa waxaan doon inta samaysto urur
at least ururka aniga marka waxaa ku fikiraa at least firi mid ani waxaan arkay hadda movement Britain buskiisa yaha umalayna waxaa la yidhahdaa anti tribalism waxay ku leeyihiin waa shuqulkii liberalka iyo leftiga oo ah color blind aniga colorkaaga uma jeedo oo kale waxay ku leeyihiin inaa tribalismka iska daynaa marka xaqiiqda loo dhiigaygu ku socda dhiigga ku socda at least xataa haddaada sheegan dhiiggaaga ku socotaa markay dhib dhaco waa la soo baxay kaarka waa mogta
yeah, these people they want to force it on you, innit? They want to force you to be the same as everyone.
You know, maya waxay rabaan sida liberalka oo ah haddii wax yar samayso shamingka lagu shame garaynayo wallahi maartay ka soco ta at least xataa si logic physics markaa timaado laba force oo parallel markaa rabto inaa maaragtay isku darto hal force ka dhigto hadda kaba soo qaad tribalismka ama qabiilka iyo Soomaalinimada waa parallel marka xaqiiqda loo imaado haddii indhaha la istirana waa Soomaalinimo ma fahanti sidee marka labadan shay hal awood looga dhigi karaa at least xalku ugu dhow waxay tahay horta waa inaa garataa dhibku leeyahay qabiilku dhibka markaa ogaato qabiilnimada qabiilku waa caadi laakiin tribalismka in dadka qabiilka loo awoodo si weapon loo isticmaalo markaad garato maxaa sameynaya first step waxaa waa reduce hoos u dhig ma fahanti si awoodiisa u leexiso hoos markaa u dhigto kadib si positive adoo wada si adoo negative ka aadin si positive u leexi ka dhaadhici qofka inaad hawiye noqoto inay caadi ay tahay inaad daarood noqoto wax caadi inay tahay oo qof kale lagu dhaadhimin oo lagu dhimin ka dhaadhici inaan kala duwanaano qabiiladeenu inay caadi tahay.
Can I ask you a question? Do you think we need another city like Mogadishu where there's no like tribal like borders? Do you think we need another city like that in Somalia?
Actually, Mogadishu is probably the most diverse.
Sorry, guys. Before I interrupt here, ultimate truth is saying your device is not connecting, my brother. Oh, you get me? Please, I don't know. It's something to do with your device. Can you hear me? I am Senegali. Are you from Senegal? Okay. Ultimate truth, come back. Have you seen his comments?
CD wuxuu dhahay caasimada maala durjiya in terms of qabyaalad ma waxaa rabteen caasimada loo durjiyo meel ay hal qabiil degan tahay is that what you want?
No, I didn't say that. I said, do you think we need another city like Mogadishu? Whether we change the capital or not.
Yeah. Change your device. It's saying your device is not connecting. Sorry. Go ahead, bro.
CD caasimada hadda aan dhahno aan bedelno. Okay, haddaan bedelno umaana caasimadaha macquulka ah waa Hargeysa waa caasimada lada Hargeysa saddexaad waa Baydhabo iyo Kismaayo ku dar garow permanent boqolkiiba 80 boqolkiiba 96 7 waxaa la dhigi karaa hal reer magaca guud markii la aado magaca hoosena markii la aadana boqolkiiba 76 dad baa degan oo MG ah umo Hargeysa boqolkiiba
No, I know you're saying it's not diverse. I know, but my thing is like we can still make a new city. Like for example, if the diaspora returned, wouldn't they be able to make like a new city?
Okay, my question would to you be why would you want to make a new city? Because
look, it would look Mogadishu people live peacefully. Like I mean the people in it. Like even though it's diverse, like that would be beneficial.
Okay, but it's the most strategic city. It has roads. If there was a better city out there which was more strategic, more built in terms of infrastructure, I myself would want the capital moved. But do you have any suggestion though? Do you have any other city?
No, but
No, I'm saying
also,
from
who did
scratch,
the
as in if
landmass?
the diaspora
Do
returned,
you know
innit?
when you're traveling? You see when you're traveling, yeah. Do you know how much landmass space أنا عندنا دقنين? For example, from Hargeisa to Berbera, yeah. Well, I was traveling from it's a 2-hour drive, all yeah. That was a lot of gotta go with it, yeah. Do you know how much megala of Benan?
That is so true, wallahi. That is so
Because
true.
when you say our population and landmass doesn't make sense. That's what I think.
speaker ma diido hargeysa hadda ogtahay buuraa ku hareeraysan naasa hablood meel adigu indhaha u qurxan way tahay mid waa jirta haddii dan xaleyd xal loo arko marka policyga wadanka ama jiritaanka wadanka haddii xal looga arko waa aaminsanahay in loo wareejiyo because turkiga hadda caasimadiisa iyo istanbul yaa dhaqaalo badan yaa caansan dadka qaar xataa badankooda ma wuxuu aaminsan istanbul inay tahay
istanbul ma Ankara waa
حسن يرسل عالبور for capital عالبور حقيقي
my pops is from there big up
عالبور Dusty
I can see
yo do you want to jump back in the hangout I want to close the link in it
how do I do that I tried earlier
I'll just click the thing in it
yeah 1 second let me try again
I have a suggestion though I do think Hargeisa can move capital. And do you know what I think they can move it to? Berbera, for some reason. And I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Because Berbera Badulei, there's a lot of work going on recently. Strategically, I think for the capital of Somaliland, I think Berbera would make much more sense than Hargeisa. What do you think, brother?
Yeah, wallahi, you know what? A couple of my Isa Musa, I'm the other side of Habarol in it. Isa Musa Sa'am Musa, yeah. Isa Musa live in Berbera in it, yeah. And they were saying this for time. Yo, I think we should change the capital to there. And plus, it's flat lands. And you know what it is? The Galiki didn't even ruin nothing. You know, the Galiki was mainly in Bur'a and Hargeisa, innit? So the lands are flat. DP projects strategically. If we were to fix Berbera, it would actually be a better port than Mogadishu.
Tourism-wise, it could be the new Mogadishu, if not better, over there. Well, that's what I was thinking.
What about Hobyo? What about Hobyo itself?
Hobyo could be a nice
Hobyo is paying. Oh, have you seen the beaches in Hobyo, fam? The beach is different to the beach in
Hobyo has the best, I think, best shore, definitely.
See, when I was telling you,
the sand is white.
You know what I'm telling you? If you look at location-wise, one real estate person was telling me, and I was watching a video as well recently, beach house front, Somali is actually one of the world's best.
Oh, bro, oh my God.
Look at from coast to coast, from Zayla Hatalaga Balabu, yeah? If we do the whole Horn of Africa, from Zayla all the way to Shebelo no, go all the way down. Do you know how much acres of sea land that is?
The whole coast, well, that's crazy.
Every city or coast of coast, you can make a port.
Oh my God, man. If, say, Somali was like a tourist destination, do you know the amount of cities would be popping? You see how Egypt has Sharm el-Sheikh? Yeah? We can have like tens of Sharm el-Sheikhs in Somalia, you know that? A tourist destination that has a coast.
Bro, waxaan weydiin rabay why hadda waxaa isweydiiyaa dadkan hadda westernka so called westernka ama western yaaba la dhihin westernka dad madooba ku nool dadka cadaanka hadda adduunka maamula haddii macnaha sida policygooda anaga noola dhaqmaan iyo siday u arkaan haddii ay ka dhici lahayd wadamada nagu hareeraysan mar hore usoo gurman lahayn ama horumar ay gaarsiin lahayn ama dhib yar markuu ka dhacaabo si u hadlaan si ugu gurmaan waa la arkaa why I think they hate us islati macnaha minala tahay inay neceb yihiin ama ha noqoto islanimo ama why ani had ilaa hadda waxaan ku fikiraa why
I think the resources are learning. I think because of the resources and the strategic area Somali is, all the bigger powers, whether they be from the UAE or Saudi Arabia or Morocco or Europe, so long as we have resources that can
maya midwada kuidin waxay tahay gacanta waxa uu nagu haya anaga waa Mareykan EU ma EU gacanta wuxuu ku hayaa
UAE aan ku dhahay UAE
East Africa laba loo qaybiyaa Kenya Uganda Kenya Uganda Kenya Uganda waxay u sameeyeen East African حتى waxay samaysteen passport oo international oo u gooniya laakiin dhinaca markii loo imaado dadkan majority kushaytiga ah waxa gacanta ku hayaan jeclahay Mareykanka u maleynaya EUda waxa igad gacantiya ku haya sameey
Ethiopia
may waxa ninka igad u fadhiya ninka nin maalin hore professor ka sheekeynaa daawanay Greek way u maleynaa ninka United Nations waxa advocator ku ah EUda gacanta nagu hayaan jeclahay
marka igad waxaan ka hadlaa basekeeda Ethiopia maahan
basekeeda Ethiopia haado laakiin waxa
kor ku haya of course Europe UNK
okay what is egan waxay for the people that don't know
international aid wax magaca laga soo gaabiyay adigu waa wax ay ka kooban tahay East Africa Horn Africa miya
East of Africa Kenya Uganda waxa soo ku jira marka it's like our only or clicking it but the East
is Somali part of that are we involved
Somali's part of it we're heavily involved okay black in Somali lama siin madaxweyne for igad in years goormaan ugu dambeeyay siyaal barweegad ma ho
may wallahi taas waxay ahayd tii qaramada Afrika laakiin
Afrika sorry ha
meeshan Ethiopia ku taala hatta hadda war soo baxayay AMISOM saldhig waxay ka sameeysan rabtaa Ethiopia qaybta Soomaalida at least waxaan isleeyahay in maaragtay intay wadanka ka baxaan ay haddana hadhoodii barnaamijyo kala sameeyaan dib ugu soo laabanay way halkaas u sameysteen macnaha ciidankii wadanka la gelin lahaa macnaha bartas timekii wax yar ay sugayaan miya
Well, I don't know, brother. But one thing I do know for sure is Somalia is in such a strategic area. They're doing circles around us, literally. Every area around Somalia.
Why, Firi? Hadday dhahayaan strategigan ayna leeyihiin saas. Why anagu cadow ma nihin xataa Firi? Waxaa nala qaybsan karaan mugti. Anagu aysan dilaynin.
Adduunweynaha ogoleen. For example, Carabaha haddii say lacala resources maanta laga helo Somalia. It would be a big hit to the Saudis and UAE mugta because kuwaas oilka ka dhamaana ma fahamta so kuwaas dani ugu jirtaa to cause havoc in that region
I've always said that ocean Arab wa qarc wa hasid حاسد والله قرع الخميس قدشان
حاسد
السلام عليكم والله أصدق حاسد
100%
أنا waxaa aamsanahay iidayaan lagu tukan ba adigu wax kala aab waxaan leeyahay sidii iida aan khilaafna aan ku wadno iida hadda ma aqaan inaan isla tukanay khilaafka waa taage waa halka khilaafa taageeraya
okay so do you guys think we should leave the Arab League marka
Yeah, 100%, bro. What the
100%. Because then the woman just then the woman just.
I don't even get why. I don't even get why we're part of the country.
You have to leave smartly. You can't just leave straight away. You might lose a lot of business.
Would you guys want to sit on an African table? Or are you who gamin your powerful position? Or Arab League and
to be honest, the Arab League camp will tell you, okay, if you want to leave the Arab League, the African Union kuso jesamaya mafante. Okay, I think my point is then, okay, forget the African Union. We were still a part of the African Union. We always will be. But I think if, say, the Horn, Somalia, Ethiopia, and Eritrea, sat down together and focused on each other. Because I know the rest of Africa will not. Somalia will tell me so. At least we can work with the neighboring countries. What do you think? A little.
100. I agree with you. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier.
I think Dusty's on that fuck the Habashi campaign.
Nah, you know what? And one kala saar kara in siyasad iyo dadka in so aniga dadka
what I think is, of course, historically.
But but this is the thing. I'm worried about these guys. You know, our next door neighbors. We're going to talk about that
thing. That's why I'm cool. At least waa in xataa haddii aan lacala dowladda aan joogi lahaa waxaan dhisi lahaa institution oo daraaseyn bis ah ama regional ama international bis daraaseeya political ama qaabka wadanka ama wadamada daraaseeya because hadhowdii aad baa noo helbegraynay ma garatay that's what ku leeyahay
dadkaana fahmay walaalo
daraaseyn waxaa waaye daraaseyn waxaa la dhahaa ama waxaa la dhahaa survey.
Okay, survey, yeah.
Research.
Political survey. Ama wadamada si loo dhiso ama noloshooda because hadhowdii go'aamada politicalka ah waxyaalahaas ku beesgareysan yihiin.
Studies of course studies
hadda Ethiopia ina addressino oo waxay neebigrayne waxaan ku wajahayno siyaasaddan ku wajahayno waxay ku base garaysan tahay information ka heen
Iman, come back here. Hold up the panel, brothers, yeah?
hadda aniga waxaan taaganahay Ethiopia intii ay Soomaalida iska dheelaayeen Allah waa xabashi waa gaalo waa cadowgeena aniga waxaan taaganahay aan la shaqeyno laakiin si caqli ah maartay aan hoos ka warqabno wax ka sameeyaan
yes that's very markaan hadda ogtahay taariikhda markii Britain iyo Britain-ka wali ay China ay poverty ku jireen u tagayeen dhaayeen xoog noogu iibso
wiila committee ku dhahay HA wuxuu dhahay think tank he's absolutely right think tank
we need a think tank
we need a think tank that's exactly
markay posenka ay sameeyeen xoog noola trade grey la yiraahday policy-ga isticmaaleen waxay ahayd investigation waxay ku sameeyeen dhaqaalahooda fiiri kow waa la daraasiyay iyaga markii hore waa lagu qasbay inay sameeyaan laakiin waxay sameeyeen policy ah ma is dhiibin at least policy u gooniyay sameysteen hadhoodii ah kii ay ku qasbanaayeen way sameeyeen kadib way ku revolution-ka markuu imaaday iyaga sameystay wuxuu
صح
maanta way ka madax bannaan yihiin at least maanta ma dhihi karno sidii 60-kii ama 87-kii aan awood u lahayn ma samayn karno laakiin in anagoona dhulka isdhigaynin ajenda kalena inaan wadano noo gooniya baa jira
no gooniya of course 100% hadda
laakiin waxaa taas ka horeysa in horta I believe inta waxaas la gaarin inaysan dowladda samayn karin waa huba because disconnection dadka ka dhexeeya jira ma fahanti hadda why waxaan isweydiiyaa why maxaan mideeyey marka hadda qadiyadaha adduunka a fiiriso hadda ka biso qof Falastiiniga midka jooga ku dhashay Gaza midka jooga all the world meelahaas oo adduunka dhan jooga hal qadiyad bay ka mideysan yihiin maxaa mideeyey because qadiyad baa mideysay waxbaa mideeyey annaga waxna mideeyay ma jiraan wax asaas aan ugu dhimano waa in la abuuraa
runta 100%
Soomaalinimo
Soomaalinimadu yes in la abuuro
I think as sidoo sheegay 1 2 3 haddii Britain laga helaa oil Soomaali ay dowladda awood leedahay ee aan la dhici karin aan ay shanta gobol ay ku heshiiyaan inay qayb ka qaataan I think markay maqlaan darisyadeenna ama cadow carabeed ayaa raba inay dhulka soo galaan naga qaataan I think that's the only time I believe ay Soomaali ay wada midoobi karaan markii
bro trust me Turkish people don't like the Arabians we have alliances as well.
I feel like when Somalis feel like their oil is in threat when we've already say dog up the oil and we're all distributing the oil between all of us and we're getting the oil is coming in from all corners and everyone's getting their share of the pie and then for example UAE and Saudi say you know what we're going to go into Somalia and try and cause a distraction I think that's probably the only time we can all unite and say you know what let's work together but apart from that at the moment
but there are other things you can do okay let me ask one question then.
What do you think
would you guys think
together
okay let me I'll answer that with another question innit? What do you think about having two capitals what do you think I mean there's potential in it
okay I think I want to ask you a question I think you've mentioned this so many times is there any specific reason why you want to
no because it's something to bring people to no because I've seen it somewhere and I thought about it it's something because originally why the North wanted to split up was because that they weren't getting any power share in it it's the power share thing I'm thinking of
okay at the moment
there needs to be a power share in all of the regions
I agree I would definitely entertain two capitals that's if Somaliland were to accept to join Somalia but until then these guys want to secede so at the moment let's just talk about Somalia where would you want the capital move to realistically speaking give us an example where would you like the capital to move to
where in Somalia within Somalia I don't think there's khilaf
there's no khilaf capital wise
no don't move the capital I don't have a problem with the capital
okay so you want to keep it there
no
I was just thinking of something to give them like they feel like they don't have power fam
okay,
that's what I'm saying
so you're saying pretty much to get the Somaliland on our side we've got to compensate or give them something is that what you mean
Not just compensate. They need to know that they have a power. Like they have power.
And that they're on our side too. 100%.
That they're on our side. Yeah.
You see, the problem is here. حتى haddii laba dowladood laga dhigo dhibaatada waxay imaanaysaa yes ha ismaamulaan laakiin ha ismaamulaan micnaheedu maaha ma noqon karto Soomaaliya inaha maamulayo taas waxay u baahnaanay policy-gooda inuu ka iibsamo dadka kale firi haddii hadda Somaliland haddii ismaamulaan xataa policy-gooda ka iibsami waayo ama xisbi ay yeeshaan oo ka iibsami waayo koonfurta maadaama lagu double gareynayo maybe laba double gareynayo population-ka haddii policy-gooda ka iibsami waayo ma gardaraan ku leeyahay haddii madax noqon waayaan waa may waxoo dhanna waxay ku xiran tahay policy-gooda si dadku uga iibiyaan sida ma aragtay politician-kooda ay u hadlaan si dadku u soo jiitaan weeye ma aha biri waxay imaanaysaa cod tiro number bay imaanaysaa ma aha waqooyi ba ah waa la isiiyo ma imaan doonto tire imaan doonta tiraha iyo waxay la imaan doontaa sida aniga kaaga gado waxaan aaminsanahay sida aan waxaan ku leeyahay waxaan ku qabanayo
so 1 2 3 right now is saying even if we were to offer them the capital.
No, I understood. Yeah, like it's going to come down to the vote.
He said at the moment haddu wuxuu leeyahay
bilyan oo la siiyo madax kama dhigi doonto biri
berita sax ana diil
aqliga psychological ina u fikirna way midda kale caasimad iyo waxaan caasimad waa lowkey waxaas because ciddii dan ma leh maanta haddii caasimad baa sheegtay haddii wax leeyihiin hala ima wax uun ha sheegtaan baa hadda la taagay adigu caasimad baa ka hadlaysaa
Then we need to show that we need to build ourselves basically. Then that's the only way. Then.
leeyihiin maamul anaga
Ocean Star adiga waxaa tiri waxaa ku raali tahay in Ethiopia la shaqeysid laakiin horta inay isballaarin rabaan adigoo garanaysa Soomaha inay
Of course, but I need had for example you're aware of the tripartite deal, right, with Ethiopia and Eritrea.
laakiin
I understand where you're coming from in terms of them being landlocked and they want the ports of Somalia and they need to see Somalia. I understand. But aniga waxaan taaganahay, do you think if say you were to look at the future, of course we have to be vigilant. Of course we cannot just be blind this.
No, khaasatan taas buu hayga daran and I was reading a report like an asbuucii hore iyaga waxay ku leeyihiin gudaha Soomaaliya ciidamo oo ka tirsaneen ba Amazon ah oo ka howlgala Soomaaliya so ilaa nimankaas ka baxaan Soomaaliya
hal su'aal ku weydiiyo maya way jiraan waxay joogaan ma aqaan dawladda fasax ku saan u maleynaa dawladdu isla ogyihiin waxay joogaan
Jubbaland ka shaqeeyaan
maya xuduudda galmudug way ka soo gudbeen hadda xuduudda Hirshabelle way ka soo gudbeen 8 kilometers
they're on their borders, they're pretty much on their border now, they're not in the center no more.
waxay joogaan dhinacan koonfur galbeed Jubbaland xuduud way ka soo gudbeen because shabaabkii wax xuduud ku waada xuduudii xoogaa soo galeen dawladdan way la ogtaasan jeclahay laakiin wax inta soo galeen sheegteen ma jiro dhibka jiro kale waxa weeye dhibka kale jira xataa policy-gooda ma aha maanta sheegasho wax 100 sano ka hor 500 oo sano ka hor adal evad iyo waxaas markay jireen policy-gan wuu jiray inay Somali Peninsula ay soo galaan policy jiray mani salaam ma ku imaado policy-gan wuu jiray xataa sheekh meelaha markay ahayd sarkaal mar article akhrinay Soomaaliya sarkaal ka tirsan TPLF-kii jiray wuxuu yiri macquul ma aha hadalkiisu waa code gareena wuxuu yiri macquul ma aha Ethiopia oo 100 milyan
oo bad haysan
macquul ma aha
of course
way hadda badda ciidamada badda intee ku waran muuwiga Nile bay ciidamada badda hadda dhisanayaan marin doonaan iyo
That's their problem. That's unfortunate for them, innit? I don't care. I'm not going to give any point to them.
Of course, but the thing is
marka intaasoo dhan idinkoo og sidee ula shaqeyn kartiin niman waxaan ku fikiraya imika Palestine ba ka hadaltaan annagana laga dhigan karaa Palestine.
I agree, but the thing is we have to like the way you're talking, it's very pessimistic. You have to believe in your Somali government, your Somali military power. What I'm trying to say is pretty much is I'm not going to try and downright the power of the Somalis. Of course we can work with them, but if we speak in that sense, we're pretty much surrendering to the Ethiopians. We have to be vigilant too. We have
No,
to
no, no,
believe,
no. We're saying they have ill intentions. They're the ones with ill intentions.
and we have to be smart and be aware of the ill intentions at the same time. In fact,
Yeah.
if we have an army today, for example, we have an army today. Ethiopia knows if they even attempt to step foot in Somalia to take over a certain area of land, and it will die. So Ethiopians know that. In fact, so our job is to prevent that from happening. That's it. So long as you're confident in that area, there's no need for you to worry about them trying to landlock Somalia or taking over Somalia.
All right, on that side,
get into the sea. That's not something you should be worrying about at all. If you're confident in your ability to go on that.
Okay, Ocean Star, would you allow them to have even Hasriera said this year? I would stop them from having a navy. That's off the tables if they're using our Tikadena.
I think there was a
that can't run.
There's some things which are off the table. Like you just can't.
Of course, there was a tripartite agreement apparently for Majo.
Sorry, this guy keeps coming on. Ultimate truth, bro. Your device is saying it's not connecting.
Maya, su-aasha jirta waxay tahay why u bush garanaya because hadda barnaamij hadda lagu tuugsadaa jiro liro pirate hadda waa dhamaatay. That's why hadda European pirate-ka markay dhamaadaan in ayaga lagu wareejiyay u codeynayaan. Ay badda Soomaaliya anaga ilaalinaya dhahan. Filim dhamaada wey. Midda kale isbuuci horaa la keenay sharciga pirate-ka. Markaas pirate waxa wallahi xildhibaanada qaar ku hadlaa waxay yiraahdeen badankooda waxa ku qornaa micnaha sharciga waxaad moodaa inuu target gareynayo dadka fisherka waxay yiraahdeen sharciga anaga qof Soomaali ma soo qorna uma leenaynaa yireen in xalana iyo nimanka cadaanka keeneen because waxa ku qornaa
because everyone working in we just have many enemies.
EU mission in Somalia Spanish ship la dhaho Santa Maria waxa lagu I don't know xildhibaanka magaciisa laakiin waxaan arkay clip xildhibaan ka hadlayo oo dhahay dhalinyarada Soomaalida 200 nautical miles ma dhaafi karaan khadku dhahay badda because inta la qabto dooni wala afduubaya camal waxa lagu ridayaa maraakiibta waaweyn marka waxa lagu tilmaamayaa burcad badeed so
fiiri kaar la xoqdo way kaarka burcadnimo waa kaar la xoqdo ma fahanti hadda at least 10 sano sii xoqdaan waa iska xoqdaan ma aqaan at least hadda ciidamo la tababaraa jiro
we have an actual navy now.
20 jiro hadda hore qalin jibiyeen dugsiray ka bixeen
وشيك ما 1 2 3 وشيك صفان وشيك صفان
no which waa maqlay laakiin
we have a navy now to train by the Turks. Did you know that?
Yes like a small way adigu hadda at least ani xataa marka laabto ina maybe navy-ga iska aado 2 sano
inshallah
yeah same I'm trying to think about that
no we have on time wallahi we have on time we fiican tahay laakiin aniga waxaan ku leeyahay imika Europeans ka baa ka fikiraysa oo toxic waste nuclear waste balayadaas dhan ku shubaya badeena markaas Ethiopia hadda ilaqaadka in la hagaajiyo aniga waan jeclaan lahaa laakiin iyagii ku xiran tahay aniga waxaan leeyahay anaga ma nagu xirna
yow shaydaan adigu ma shaydaan heshiis ma la saxeexaa karto waa qof fiira qofka haduu straight ya waa la heshiin kartaa laakiin qof manipulation wada oo gado wax ka gadaal wax ka wada ajandooyin kala wada ma la heshiin kartaa
ha intaas leeba sheegay yani wax kale ma sheegi
buuga wax lagu qoro muhiimadda muhiimadda waxay tahay buuga qofka ma daacad ma ka tahay
yes
waa maya taas waa maya Ethiopia I'm hard look
you know what on that side that's like saying Germany and Britain look everyone went to war done you know economical done they can't follow economical done do you think it's outweighs it must outweigh the fucking order
the problem is that's why I'm cool dadkan xabashida iyo they're very intelligent horto in la admit gareeyo laakiin we should waa ina daraasayna qofka fiiri haduu ka aqli badan yahay xataa hadii uu iga aqli waa ina daraasaysaa at least xataa
you know what dhageysiga hadii sidaas ahayd intention kooda iyo ujeedadooda uu cad yahay because Soomaalida ku degan Ethiopia sida loo dulmeenaya anaga ba u jeedna haddaba usbuucii soo dhaaftay nin Amhara ku day inuu taalada Said Maxamed Abdulla Xasan soo dejiyo intuu baanga dir qaatay inuu dumiyo isku day marka
that's sensationalism
no lakin
halkaas then, of course, it was very disrespectful, but I'm not going to take that as a threat. Like I said again, we have to be vigilant, of course, but we cannot take that as a threat to someone. Had the brother in the comments mentioned.
Okay, so what do we take as a threat then? On what level? What level?
The brother in the comments mentioned a win-win situation. As I mentioned earlier about the tri-party deal, we've offered to give Ethiopia. We've offered to give Ethiopia a port. That's not built yet, but we'll give them a port in a tripartite deal. But it's going to be a win-win situation where we get something out of it. So instead of them having to conspire behind our backs thinking, okay, how can we get access to the sea? They've approached us directly out in the open. We've agreed to help them. But at the same time, we've told them, listen, you want to get a port from us. We've given you access to the sea, but we need to get something in return. And that was what was agreed in the tripartite agreement. So do you understand where I'm coming from? Sit directly, what do you think? And we stay vigilant at the same time.
But I'm saying, would you ever think China would give America a port? Like,
Theory. At least
of course they wouldn't. But when you give them ports, and then of course we are in a big problem, Marcus. But at the same time, when I say vigilant, we have to be aware. Haddaan mar port siina port labaad port saddexaad siina intaas aysan ku filnayn, then obviously you can see what the agenda is here. They want to take over the country slowly. Now our job is to prevent that from happening. If we've given them, say, one port, and the one port,
you think you can what's it called, fill up their appetite? One is never going to be enough. They're obviously going to ask for another.
Of course, one is never going to be enough, but there's got to be a limit. So when I say vigilant, I mean 1, 2, 3. I've seen it. But if they want to keep on going, saying we want the whole coast, then of course you can see the agenda there.
No. صاحب أنا هرت شيدان وحكم آمنة لكن مد بنكون شيء
ما
وحير بنكون أنا كون شيء أقليا
والله this guy
ما لك كثير 1 2 3 وحي كل شيء already
وأنا دكان شيء اسمه بدك على وايد مان كان ولي سميه لدون هذه كم بكار لسا
ما يبوت إثيوبيا دي حبل السيان كهلا هذه
أنا Somali كمان لا that's why كل هاي history writes itself بالله
of course
ولي وايد مان ما أقران دونه إثيوبيا إن ما عرفت at least حتى إن humiliation لو سميه ما فهمت
maxaa ku humiliation
fiiri advocation xataa waa u noqonaya ay u doodaan xataa waa u doodaya ma fahanti midda kale waxaan aaminsanahay in xataa ma aragtay baasaboorka Soomaaliga waxa uu qorayaa 5 sano qofku waa inuu wadanka joogaa canshuurta si sharci waa inuu ku soo galaa marka koowaad sharciya canshuurihiisa dhiibtaa 5 sano kadibna uu apply gareyn karo anigaas ma aaminsan أنا واحد عامسنا هاي سيدا ماليشيا وكله ماليشيا أنا قولي ما هالدون لكن أدلست حدا جورستو وحكوسينا 8 سنة أو حكولو فناين في ساعة ودن كجويس
صح
ما فهمتي 8 سنة في ساعة حكولو فناين ودن كواجوي كرتا هدو قاعد المها جنوا يسينا يعني
صح
ما فهمت أدلست كان هاف صومالي عن سينو لكن فول ما ديبكر
of course بديبين that's what I mean by vigilance
20 سنة أو generation أما كم سقط ودنك 20 سنة هرمر ودنك وساق بعي
صح
8 مليون إثيوبيانة إلا إثيوبيا ده هرمت حدادات كده مو ولا كافين دونت
ما يبغى أنا واحد كودا vigilant is هذا خطر وجدا أنت صومالي أنت عربي أنت أفريقاني ودنك أقبلين السوقلان كويت نوصلها لكن باسبور وديده ما أنا قصاصا يلنا تغالي أنا جنوا حواني. What do you think?
Exactly, we have the power.
I'm saying if you're vigilant, هذا باسبور وديته أترى وضن كان citizen committee لكن دخالي هنا واتكلون كرتا ما حد كوديه تاس.
ورتاس لمد
أنا واحد كفكر رئيس.
أنا
واحد كفكر رئيس. ما أنا مسرو. أنا واحد كفكر رئيس. أنت أنا بقول سنة اسكتلو من لهنا عدو أنا اسكتلي عنه ولا لهنا معهم. أنا واحد كفكر عيال كان دلو وحي سيد لان إني العجلان. أنت باهي كل مرة every 5-10 years in famine. Why don't you try and add to the economy rather than subtract because you're worried about the enemy?
لما تدين لكن أقوموا economic حتى economic haddii adiga iyo ninka aad la trade garaynaysa aad same level at least xataa aad u soo dhaweyn isku mid ma noqon doontiin
maya anaaba ogoleen iska daa isku mid anaaba ogoleen
midda labaad at least waxaan samayn karnaa percentage inaan dhahno 20% qaata sitan kale annaga maalgelinayno taxation lagu sameeyo
taxation xataa qasab ahaa 100% ha wax xalaala ma jirto wax free ma jirto
midda kale waxaa samayn kartaa ina traagyada shirkadaha ina Soomaali ka dhigto oo hadhow lacag ka abuurto meesha
sax war dhabarka inaan ka jibinaa ma fahant dhabarka inaan ka jibinaa least
taas waxay u baahan tahay in dhaqaalo wadanku at least uu helaa because haddii aan dhaqaalo helin wadanku wareeri hadhow dekadaha laga wareeri sida China sameyn
of course 100% ma fahant marka aniga taasan taagana aniga waxaan taaganahay haddii dhaqaalada ay koran karto it adds to us I'll take it but at the same time dhabarkan ka jibino let's not make them citizens let's not allow them to get comfortable in Somalia like so long as they can add to the economy aan ogolaan
uriya ana waxaan leeyahay hadda xataa waraa fiil waxay sameeyeen manipulation kay sameeyeen waxa kaaga daran qabiil Soomaaliya bay sameysteen oo macmila maxaa la yiraahdaa no fiilkan Soomaalaha iyo barnaamijkan gadmanay muxuu yahay waxay ku leeyihiin Soomaaliya ahnay iyo jaarsa dir iyo filmo fiir mar Soomaaliya sheega mar jaarsa marba gobolkay Soomaaliya ka joogaan wali waqooyi u badan yihiin 90%
waqooyiga xoog u degayeen ha
wali hadda Hargeysa ku batay anu waxaan dhihi lahaa adan macaan dadka iska qabta
Kay the speaker bro I wanted to ask you about Oromada and degan I mean Habashada degan and
Habashada
Oromo sorry isla wixii
yeah Oromo
isla wixii la waaye Habashada degan is it ish dib ma idinku keenan what's the plan
no wallahi they what's it called brother migrant workers that's what they are but they just come there to wish Pakistan they don't even want
population kiya bateen ka wada qaar dadaan arko cabaada la haday saan ku sii socdaan inay idinka badanaanayaan what do you think
yeah I think so I think wallahi sometimes it's not even just them Yemen Syrian there's a lot of people border control we use this when let's go qabto Allah gala tina but in a way we have to think of this numbers getting over here as well
because Puntland hadda 40 sano mar bay daabusha qaar
yeah I think that has to be necessary to be done
video ina aragteena u maleynaa ninba wada ku socda wadada kow markuu bilaabo ilaa iyo adigu 5 kilomitir u soconayo Oromas daba socdo video kolo daaqad kala bax markaas uu duuba ayagoo boqol baawurka dhexda ku leeyahay nimanka inta ku
socda ku socda
marka fiiri habashan ka soo orda dhulkay iga soo qaaday laakiin dhulkaaga kula sheer gareena aqli ma ahe orado laabo dhulkaaga aqliga waxaan kala yaabanahay 40 million majority wadanka ah haddana dhulkayga laga qaat marka amaana ay kor noolaanay very stupid statement why UN kana UN stupid why UN wadanka laga baxaa
talan haya hadda Khalid said Somali dhul badan oo banaan leedahay iska bacaada I mean iska Sahara aniga tala wax if I were to let them settle somewhere I would say dega meelaha banaan dhisa laamida dhisa
waxba ma waxba yeesnala degin dhulkooda ilaahay hadda nabad ha ugu 4 sano soo socota haday nabad u noqoto wadanka laga celiyo oo Oromada ay qabsato meesha ma xogaa ay maaragtay safe space aylaan hal la celiyo because marka hore first excuse sameyn jireen waxa way Ethiopia waan lagu dhibaatay discrimination kaas haduu dhamaadana hal la celiyo so wax jira ma Ethiopia hadda waxay sameysay Puntland control bay ku sameysay guryaha lagama kareyn karo
another thing I've realized is they say because waxay rabaan hadda portiga ay uu farmaajo uu siin lahaa waxay rabaan inay badda laami ka dhisaan laami ka tagay badda ilaa Ethiopia mugta inay dhisaan mugta hadday markii Ethiopianka ay laamigaas dheer la dhisi rabo ay degaan from beginning to end ay milimaadkooda u degaan ay hadhowta say ay community Soomaaliyeed oo yar degan rabsho ku bilaabaan yaa hadhowta difaaca dadka Soomaaliyeed ma fahmt
way dilaan anaga ku dhexdaga way dilaan
anagana haddaan maagno Ethiopianka Soomaaliya joogana dowladda Ethiopia waxaan ahay waxay leedahay dadkeen waxa u taabanay marka dhibaato kale ilaa hadii loo ogolaado xataa so
that's why ku leeyahay waa inaan helnaa ururo u hadla markii dadkaas la dilo because dadkaas loo codkii baan jirin codkii u hadlayay baaritaan baan jirin waa UN anaga hadda wax sameyn UN kan lagula ordi waa ayaga lagula ordi waay that's why ku leeyahay codkii baan maqan
aniga maadaama rabi lahaa inay dhaqaalaha soo kordhiyaan ay wadanka soo galaan dhisi lahaayeen aniga waxaan weli waxaan ka fekeray dhibaatada ay tahay dadkan tirada badan oo iska soo galaa iska soo qulqulaa oo hadhowtii la taaba karin taas aniga ka fekeray ma fahanti at the same time so it's a sticky one wallahi it's a sticky one
Somali
what did you guys think of the Oromos getting in power? And Dusty, that goes for you, bro. You've been off the stream for a little bit as well. I wanted to ask you this question. I wanted to ask you the Khaira question as well. The other day you'll be back in the cabin.
Yeah, bro. I missed that stream, by the way, man. Oh, yeah, man. You done that Wednesday, so on.
Yeah. What do you think about the Khaira situation first? Because you're missing.
And Khaira, yeah, man. Well, to be honest, for me, at first, I was thinking, I was surprised, but then at the same time, after what happened in Dusamareb, and you know, basically,
our brother just commented about me said that the solution to this little population we have against the Ethiopians is to marry 4 wives. So we need to populate heavy. We need to marry 4 wives.
radical feminist
Wow. And that could be the solution to overpower. Of course. That's a good suggestion, wallah.
Our population is a joke.
Listen, you know the stream. We're in bad terms with Hablah. Man, nigga, they son now,
Radna ulati.
Radna, nigga. Oh man.
Oh, no. That Rad guy, wallahi, he's on something else. I'm telling you now. What was that thing he said to the? He said they need FGM. Wallahi, bro, that kind of stuff will. The reputation of your channel is just gonna go down when you have people like him.
The questions he was asking earlier, you can tell this guy's out of touch with the whole Somali community, man. I mean, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but I mean out of touch in a sense. There were very sensitive areas. That you have to be very
controversial,
controversial topics. You have to be.
هل سؤال أنا وديو waxaan gudniinka haddii la iska daayo soo caadi maaha
عادي لكن that's is their choice, isn't it?
بعديها معنا
dadka qaar ma lagu khasbo. Look, think about it. Most people are not forced. Some girls actually want it.
ما لكن هذا ويرتاح الصومالي بعديها كهله معنا كابيت مالي الصومالي دقيقة هنا ودك وحبرتي ورجع عليها. It's okay. It's not as bad as before.
مايا في هذا active ما نقرأها ما فهمتي. ليس بين نقرأها ما فهمتي. متى كانوا وحي كليين.
Another year, please, on Kubarian.
No. It's just
anytime I rate this right now. We're not talking about it. Anytime I rate this the other day, apparently, this 80 was it 92% male audience in the 8%. I'm trying to work on my numbers. Please,
لو ديدرا لكن waxa kale kuwa hadda waxa aad fikir gareeyayo mid kale haygu noqon de kuwi dadka sheemgir anu runtan sheegay runtu waa taa
okay no عادي runta tan qaadno ay si dabada waalno I think this thing is it was a Duckan thing obviously and I think wallahi wa haram in qofka waxa lagu sameeyo
Yes.
I just think it's wrong.
Bro.
You know what? You know what? I knew in year one body American and one brother lahat layna and waxa kale jirta and darajooyin kale kale jirta like levels bachelor hair bachelor and I think waxa jira mid la dhos cutting amal iyo mutilation iyo waxa jirta obviously even in the UK waxa jirta and
stitching, bro, they have stitching as well.
The women they voluntarily go into these clinics and they get like procedures done So
for the Hyman, do you mean?
Yeah. Details go on a little bit, like it's not too dissimilar from you know, there's a hadith and there's a thing called sunnah cutting or something. Adu melku hanuni or something walgu ugali in that wax ku samaysid, lakin
yeah, but people are here doing like designer vaginas, like
no, waxaas oo dhan waa wax sheeko kale, lakin waxaan ka hadlaynaa ta Soomaaliya ta Soomaaliya waxa jirta mid ka imaaday faraciintii hore, taas baa xaraan
mid baan kuu sheegaya laba way, midna waa fircooni oo waa moogtahay inta kore dareenka ahaba la jaraa gebigeedba, midna waa sunni dhiig yar bay ka keenaan.
mid ka hore markii ay tolaan laakiin ay sakintar ka goyn kaasa roon, laakiin still maaragtay
been kuma sheegaya
it's wrong wallahi, it's wrong.
ninkana fiiri qisa dhacdo waxaan joogay wuxuu guursaday naag fircooniya, naagtii waa isku dhibtoodeen, ma fahantay, heer dhakhtar inta la geeyey qalliin lagu sameeyey lasoo hagaajiyey kadib baa naagta loo keenay.
سؤال موجود ممكن لو كان عادي بيشركوه شو نمر بيه
نو قيلو وقصر وفهد
نروح من الجبان China ما جبان بالو ساسبي
سؤال كردينا واحد تاي
والله وقعد دبري oh my god they're gonna kill man والله this is gonna go down.
We're talking about FGM. We're not dissing anything.
I'm going to speaker's corner tomorrow anyway as well, so that's going to be a killer.
Some girl's gonna approach you.
I'm joking. Yeah. That's what it is.
سؤال كلا نودينا واحد تاي anigu mar baan ilaa hadda waan aaminsanahay fikir kan feminist waxaan at least Somali markuu at least hadda vacuum-ku ku soo abuurmi rabaa hadda si ideological
it's going to happen iyo Quraaniyista iyo kuwaas dhan we're going to have different ideological beliefs in Somalia soon.
diaspora oo laabtay oo FGM NGO u shaqeey kuwaas oo keenay waxa Soomaaliya
maya feminist hadda ideological waxa shape garanaya westernka ilmaha joogo iyo dadka joogo marka Soomaali uu imaan doona in waliba marka u fiirsto marka anigu u fiirsaday marka Europe la fiiriyo way u awoodayeen marka aragto because waxay target gareeyaan institutionada waxbarashada waxay target gareeyaan constitutionka markaas haday intaas qabtaana si kasta mucaarad ugu how ayda awood lahaana because wax kasta
Abdi Samad, you know what you gotta do when a dean tell the court captain.
Maya, at least intaas imaanada hadaan laabto waxaan rabaa inaan sameeyo man is right wadanka hadda kula organization soo rabaa because intaas imaan baa si abuur rabaa.
Man's right. Mana gidaysi
intaas imaan buu la dagaalamay.
Mana gidaysi balaalo. Please the wallahi intired and the only person I am got we get dusty we get sick again I feel it. I had a flowing
no but you know Rad is like that, bro. Rad is one of those guys that's called MGTOW, men going their own way.
It's part of that too.
marba tawnay bilbi kormay ahayd mar waxaas aad ka hadashay markaas maan awood inaan soo galo laakiin waxa joog mar gabdha qaylinayeen baan ogaa meesha joog
yeah that's it, that was the video.
That's what we had this
next game waa imaan doona Ken because they like markaas waxa laga hadlay waxay ahayd victim shame iyo waxbay ka hadlayeen
it's one of the streams. I think it's the stream.
It was the rape victims and stuff like that.
Is it recent?
Recent. It's recent. It's on the stream. It's the girl with the picture. You see it on the face,
Okay. Because some marka aragto way ku saxan yihiin laakiin shape gareynaya waxay tahay adigoo hadda haysta dib baa dhacay kaba soo qaad fiiri dib uu dhaca hadda killinka Soomaaliya waa dad badan way dhintaan sidii rape-ko kala way runta marka laga hadlo dadka dhimashadooda haddaan dhaha ka waran legislation extremist aan gelinayaa legislation aan ka dhigayaa hadda waa dhib because waxaa imaan kara accusation qof baa iska
naba cabdisalaam haddii waxaan dhacayso ilaan walaalo in maana nagu habboonin ina ka hadlo ina waxaan la cadeeyo hadday rag iminka hadday rag waxaan ay dumarka ku sameynayaan haddii indirtay rag xanuunsanayaa jira rag sick bastards baa jira garanaysaa
fiir taas lama diidana laakiin waxaa la diidan yahay hadda ka war haddaan dhaho black life matter hadda la soo oroda ka waran white life matter
Black Lives Matter is all a joke anyway, man.
markaan ku dhaho dhibkaan arag waxaad leedahay ka waran because wax real baa igala soo ordaysaa aad leedahay ka waran ninkan let's be that taas gooni waay waa kuu agli gareeyey taas ma fahanta taas meedlig waay markaad ka sheego aa ugula soo ordaysa victim haddana ugula soo tan fiira ay leedahay waxaan ku dhaha horaan kugu dhahay haddii qofkii waa inuu ka hadlaa yes waa kuu agli gareeyey inuu hadlo no victim shame waa agri gareyn taas meelaa dhigna waan aad dhibkaan keeno aad taas haddana ugula soo orday
no that okay especially with small family
is they're bringing something that's not in it they're bringing something that's not involved into the topic
no ma taas maaha ifaan waxyar kaba soo qaad hadda arrinka uu dhacay waa ogahay kufsigu inuu badan yahay Soomaaliya markii la joogo lama diidana inay jirtaan laga hadlin dadka laga waana waa ogahay lama diido waliba Soomaaliya markii la joogo laakiin su'aasha waxay tahay okay dibku uu jira waa aqoonsanay aan u imaano wadamada legislationka extremist hadda Europe oo kale hadda qof dumara ay accusation bis ay sameeyso ma ahaya
you finished
hora laga dafa targashaa jirto marka ayagana waxay buush gareynayaan waxay tahay hadda aniga naag ay soo accuse ay u soo sameeysto waa la daf ayagana cadeen fiiri maxkamadda markii la tago hadda kuma dhigi karo qof hadisha way imaanayaan oo keenayaan bay raadinayaan hadii ka
oo kala soo adigu imka cadisam basically waxa ka xanaaqsanta qaybta council culture-ka
evidence and stuff like that
yes anu kula raacsanahay but
may waxay tahay tacticada dheelayaan waxay tahay at least markii kan la bring gareeyo oo la keeno waxay la soo ordayaan kaarkoodii ahaa victimka ah wow kan fiiri why diidan si taada loo aqbal ina tan why markii la soo qaado opposition u sameeyay isla markii because tanbo way dhici kartaa lama diido wayna dhacdaa Europe markii la joogo dad badan oo Soomaali is qabay oo ninkii naagta inta isku dhaceen naagta orday dacwaysan ilmuhu kufsado beera
but how way dhacda but then again on the other side no biladu ninkan qofkan waxa uu sameeyo qaybtana ka hadlano ilaa qofkii imika adeen dirtay runta wanaagsan yaa cabdi sameey dhamaan dadka panelka oo dhan saaran nimaraqaanihi you get on coming from I don't think Abiyabahan from always going to look at it from dinner gooniya you get on coming from my left socto walaalo
waa ku fahmay laakiin waxaan ka hadlay waxay tahay ifaan ma diidana fiir markii dadku aan hadda ku weydiina waxay tahay why markii anigu ku hadda waa isku raacnay in waxaan ay jiraan dhibkooda ay badan tahay markii Soomaaliya la joogo waxaan tan baa dhici karta at least waa in restriction ah ama rule ah qofka waa eedeysay lama diidana hal la soo qabto jeelka hal la dhigo maxkamad hal la marsiiyo laakiin cancel culture ah
no, but then again, there's the Arab culture as well. There's times habla wax lagu sameeyo laga cabsiyo ay baqani kareen ilaa at the same time waxaan u doon inta waa dilo waxana ku dhacday come on there's multiple this is why I say this is a very sensitive area
subject
and like I say this subject and then hablahena la hadleen I don't like to I feel uncomfortable then the government la joogan and because the same time up here how can I say there's things that anu ana ka fikin as rock you get coming from and I was chatting to one of the sisters here and she says Khalid you know how the feeling of makabaxtid nin walba doonid ku fuulo habeenkii cabsanaysid waxana sameynaysid as a man waanu waxa ma dareemi karaysaa dhabaanteen waanu waxa ma dareemno weliga waxa maskaxdaada ku soo gasho marka banaanka u baxsid
As in, as in you can get attacked.
Yeah,
that's what women think about, innit?
Yeah, constantly. So there's a different type of world. That's why I'm saying these areas that certain subjects. I prefer in a knowledge organ in a Do you get where I'm coming from?
السؤال بان كويديو ما marka taas laga hadlaayana at least aad tusaale soo qaadano meelaha adduunka ugu safe ka badan ma dareemaan ayuu ilaa hadda
Yeah, but mela safe badan iyo mela kala jiro I'm not even talking about mela safe numbers na waxaan ka hadlay I'm just saying arimahan I'm saying there's rug walaalo rug even community can all around the world men iyo dumar there's rug waxaan sameeyo walaalo
nowhere is safe, to be honest. Nowhere is safe.
Nowhere is safe walaalo you get where I'm coming from. There's people that waxaan dumarka garanaysa waxaan ku sameeya. So we have to sometimes, so we have to encourage a wahan. And I'm not even gonna lie, Mama, there was the last couple of years. No, but as Abdi, please let me finish what all yeah. We go there. We're gonna run the stream for another half an hour another day. I'm just saying, there was a little spike as well. In the last couple of years, that bottom hogia it was a also getaway.
Johor. It was in Johor.
There's a spike of this going on here.
It was by her Sheikh.
Johor afgoy maaha meel kale oo maxayd.
No, it was in Johor, bro. I remember.
And this is where some of the sisters that they got overheated and angry and they weren't listening to some of the good men actually speaking up about this and encouraging.
Yeah, because we had like people like Rad on the show, fam. He just ruined the whole thing.
And we had other people on the panels who also like like clapping hands. For me, it's multiple. Like you see this year, it is going on, and to address it, we have to be wholeheartedly honest and open, and it has to come from both sides. You get where I'm coming from? Like topics like this here, we only as men we can only see it from as men's perspective.
Yeah, otherwise they'll always stay feminist, innit?
Yeah, go ahead.
Like haddaan ka hadlayno like Somalia iyo xuquuqul insaankooda annaga qurbahan joognaa Soomaa. So only ra'yigeena baan dhiiban karnaa. We can't really like ma geli karno too deep in it. Qoto dheer ma geli karno. So
we have
so
to
you know when 1 2 3 I know mid baan like la fahamsan yahay he's basically wuxuu ka wadaa like dadka hadda like loo dhiibo xuquuq sheegasho kaliya ama eedayn kaliya hadda loogu dhiibo waxay sheegan lahaayeen dadka dhiigooda iyo hantidooda waxay odhan even there's a hadith I saw about that similar like evidence wise I saw a documentary in Israel and it was in I think Tel Aviv and the taxi drivers were scared to drive the taxis because naag walba usoo gasho haddii if they didn't gain in destination code waxay ku aadanaysaa kufsi so bilaash bay u gaarayeen around the city so the taxi drivers were losing money.
Yes.
That's crazy wallah.
mid kale Israel aan ka daaw documentary nin iyo naag baa jacayl ka dhaxeeyay fiir waxaan ka hadlay fiir dad bay galaafan doontaa markaan ku leeyahay nin iyo naag marrabo عقد مرة أسكودي.
What to tell Somali?
I love it. It's my guy. قال كوعلي.
marka ninkii naagta jacayl baa ka dhix nigta naagta uu ka xiisa dhacay marrabo iyada way rabtaa uu soo hanjabay oo ku eedeena ninkii oo wareersan video call ba waxa ka duubayo channel way documentary ka diyaay ninkii madaxu uu cabsana wuxuu leeyahay waa cabsana dawladda ugu dacweyne haddana fiir wadanka Israel naagta hadday dhahdo bis hadal bis hadday ku eedeyso waa lagu dafaa dhowr sana cunay حتى way cabsanayaan nimankii cabsanay discrimination waxa la maxay discriminationka nimanka lagu hayo in Israel way ka waran dadka ay galaafan doonto ka waran labada qof inta isku dhacaan maxay u sameyn doon anigu waxaan ka hadlay maaha dadka victimka waxaan ka hadlay dadka ay galaafan doonto ayadoo xaquuq iyo low ma u haysaa markay leedahay anu taas baa weydiinaya anigu kama hadlay
you can't forget the victims though
of course but this whole feminism ideology I understand where the women are coming from. but markii la fiiriyo meel Somali kale it's not designed for feminism, it's not designed فهمتي for women to scream about their rights when Somalia itself is not even equipped to go against those allegations. For example, Europe markaad joogtaa for example hadduu qof dhintaa oo laga shakiya dhimashadiisa baaritaana lagu sameynaa ma fahamti there's post-mortem they do forensics in Somalia haddii hadda naag la kufsadaa there's no rape kit ma fahamti
ما هذا way keeneen
isbitaalada waaweyn haddii la fiiriyaha laakiin waxaan ka hadlaa tuulooyinka oo kale for example meelahay kufsiga ku badan tahay meelahay maaragtay dowladdiisa awood ku lahayn ma fahamti haddii naag of course marka meelaha aan rape kit oo meelaha aan taqaanaa lagu baaritaan lagu samayn karin haddii eedal la tago oo taqaanaa nin asaan yeelay ideology xaggaas la geeyaa daba ka kacay mesh
midda kale annaga Soomaali baan nahay waa ognahay fiir ina been khayal isku sheekayna ma Soomaali oo ognahay hadda in yar aan chance ka helo waa bis waa kula meeraysanay exactly so aniga waxaan taaganahay I understand gabdhaha xanuunka ay dareemayaan iyo what they want from the men ma taqaana to do on behalf of them but we have to be really careful especially in a society in Somalia because it's very fragile ma fahamti very articulative way dadka hadda tira ilaahay ka cabsa oo warkaaga iska wada xumaankooda warkaaga bedelaya haddana loo u sii dhiib
qalad
that's why marka waxay leedahay naag dambe salaamin iyo had waa ifiiris waa ku staa ku xigto marka
this guy ultimate truth's been trying to come on all day, ultimate truth, your device is not connecting. So it's in the galley guy. That's a Quranic something. No problem.
dadkii quraanka iyo xadiiska aaminsanaa baa hadda kala cararaya adna hal quraan baa la soo orday bartiisa iska joogdo
Allah huwa alayya miskiin I'm probably going to see him tomorrow anyway
No, it's his belief.
1 2 3 akhi why don't you just lower your gaze akhi maxaa dhacay
barnaamijyadaas Yurub baa laga yaqaanaa meeshaan waa la isfiirinayaa aniga la fiiri adiga meesha hadda waxa philosophy meeshii taayinta kaaga sheekeeyo hadda waxaan rabaa wadankan hadda joogo ma arkin laba qof wadankan waxaan kala yaabanahay askari wareegay ma arkis qof inta hadda joogo hal mar wiliga hal sano bar wiliga ma arkan qof askariya oo ku weydiinayo ma laha passport ana meesha rabto document ana wareegay at least marka lagu weydiina waa mara xafiis rabto document wax samaysanaysid ama jaamacad marka wax yar ku sameeyay mooyaane inta kale تدور عملها كسر صار بوسط مالين بس لقوموا ويدينا قف إسعينا ما أركز تدور وريكسن ما بوقان وحملوا ويدينا يجي استمر دجالا دمر كودا لما تابطو وين باشا فيلي مركا ومسلم إسكا ما عرفت لكن مسلم ما عرفت إسكا قاقاون أدليس واحد
ماشي واي ماشي
قيبت التركي كانوا مركا واحد فكري واي nimanka ay isku dagaali si Soomaaliya marka waxaan isdahay waay hadana kufsiyaas markii imaaday marka waxaan dhahay waay waxa sa u maqan weysay
خير الرجال في موجها بسوف يجتمع الصليب على الظلام ستكون
Hello. See trolls, man. I carry on. Hello, sorry about that, lads.
waxaan ku yiri marka waxaan isdahayba anigu waxaan isdaahay niyo manaagahan qaaqaawan ee nimanka ingiriiskooda ku maqan yihiin macnaha naftiba qaatay miyay isku dagaalayeen nimankan ma baqayliya hadda isdagaalaya xataa waa isku qaylqaylaya indhaha laba nin oo isdagaal Soomaali feer baa ka uu qaylinaya uu cayna uu isfiirinayaan way kala tagayaan maanti ama at least time ma bahayaba uu ninku mashquuliyo ama isdagaal iyo kufsiyo ma bahayaan at least waa naagu gacanta ku haysta mid kale mashquul kuma bahayo ayadaa wareerinaysa mid kale filinkan low gaze kana ma dhici karto at least dad qaar way samayn karaan laakiin xogaa in is xakameeyo maanti
ولا سمين كريان هذا لقى أنا وقلين
فيري
أدي إلى كل حما ديك أصاب توست فإنه هو
لا runta la
We've got that background noise. We've got that background noise.
midda kale lowgeeska waa iga joojiyo waddankaana joogo maalmihii kore yes xoogaa waa is ilaalin laakiin hadda haddii qaawunta hadday xataa intay itusta xataa inaan arkina umalayna wax caadi bay ila tahay because normal bay noqotaa
waa la qostaa hadda waa aragtay india waad aragtay meelaha qaar naagaha hadday maraan iyadoo maaragtay garabkeeda tusaysa maaragtay waa la istaagaa waa lagu abaaba maaragtay waxaa leeyahay waa waray naagtaan waa qaawanta tinteeda loo jeedaa qoorteeda loo jeedaa markaad fiirisaa waa la yaabanta hadle nimankaan naaga weligood ma arag miyaa isleeda marka qaar
hindiga lo'da ka amni badan naagahaba wallahi wala qeexiyay waan arkay documentary ama sheegaysa cows are safer than women
so I'm like these guys they're so deprived of looking at women or seeing women that when they see a woman in a sari and she shows a bit of skin they're all circling around her like they're in a circle or something. Sometimes I'm like, you know what? Maybe, of course, Dinian is not the right thing, but I think sometimes that kind of had to see the shake. I 1, 2, 3. Europe had the sugar. Nagi so okay, Kuwait with the Taiwan. Waham mala ahamba. Whereas India, a white woman registering with a lambing marta. Wallahi lambing is a lot of it shows me فهمتي society iskaha
midda kale maxay Norway meed Norway aad kale akhrinayay waxa la naaga waxa batay uurka rabaan macnaha nin inay guursadaan ma rabaan laakiin waxa jira donation oo biyaha nimanka sperm bank dalbadeen marka waxa la siri naagu ma dhibaato kala kulma macnaha ragii baa dhibaato loo arkay oo spamkoodana waa la rabaa midda kale su-aasha isweydiye waxay sidee ninka doqonka biyihiisa soona ma arka waxba helin iska dloonid gale meeshu
ala figa bay qarad baa bilaash u sii geystay noode lacag baa ku heli karaysaa lacag baa bilaash ku fursanaya imagine this year lacag baa rag ku helaya Somalia hada shirkada la geeyo shirkada Somalia baa every day baa la taadin lahaa bro
biggest investment ya ka dhacay biggest investment
wallahi waxay abuuraysaa garacnimo iyo waxaas wallahi ma fahmo
of course like
wallahi
baahi darteed waxa ka wadaa nimanka maalin kasta maartay
maya hadday rabto naagta inta aniga aan maaragtay isku dili lahaa ama gacanta la isticmaal lahaa may naagtu ogolaato hal mar diri admit lacag mar raba aniga moogtay laakiin waxa istilnimo u arka waa discrimination nimanka ma fahanti oo liidnima
listen they think it's time that look at the end of the day we're living in new times where women are actually stepping up. Do you think it's something that men have to start learning to accept?
So marka in biyahayga I have to make fiiri wax kale waa ka hadli karaa laakiin biyahaas is horumar in biyahayga aan maaragtay gacanta iskaga kan doonad gareeyo waa horumar miya xaq waa anigu discrimination aan warka fiiri perspective-kaaga waa sheegi kartaa adigu
hello we got a new panelist
these guys man come on
they got all day some niman dinta ku washay they got no nine fuck they keep doing this all day man
why what's the point what the hell bro
I've got something to ask you guys don't you think for example in the UK I understand nimo waxa jiro maaragtay naga ka faa'iideysto xoogan kamti but when you look at the West compared to other third world countries don't you think women have it easier here than any other place? So my question then would be, why is there a focus on feminism and why is there an emphasis on feminism, especially in the UK and in the West, when in other parts of the world women have it much harder, much tougher? What do you think?
It's middle class.
Well,
middle class that scream victim.
I mean, like
no,
women here.
Bro, listen. You made a good point, wallahi, but
I'm not talking about equality or fairness at workplaces. What I'm talking
حقوق
about
ده
is
كود يعني, like right to just to live and not be disturbed عمل.
Exactly. For example, the naga inta jooga hadda heerku waxay gaartay if you even look at a woman, it can be considered harassment. Ma fahamt? Do you know what I'm saying? And waxaan leeyahay naagihii have they become so sensitive that the little things that are nothing in other countries has become such a huge problem. So I'm thinking xagee la socdaa markay.
Bro, it's human nature. When you don't have something to say is a problem, you look for even the smallest things, innit? It's just how human nature is.
So do you is it fair to say that feminism has lost its touch now in the West, especially?
Yeah, it was a real movement back in the
Before,
day. The early days, it was a good thing.
Nah. Wallahi bilay, it was never a good movement. Yeah, if you like, because I knew Handige Century and
in the early days,
I mean, halaqada Muhammad Hijab, the guy who comes on thing, and he done a thing on feminism, and he broke down like the first wave, second wave, you know.
Yeah, I studied it as well.
So
media,
you know,
ما مقشي
ناقتي فرانسيسكا مقعدتمو.
I don't remember the names, but early days.
ناقتي سيمون دي بوفوار اللي هي
أيه.
وحيلتها ما دي عرفتها إني and
male gaze.
family qoyska dhan ba inay kala tagaan naagaha inay nimanka u baahneen nimankii naaga u baahneen and ay siduu 1 2 3 dhahay 1980s bay sheegi jirtay maalin baa la gaari doonaa oo la hormari doono oo biyaha ninka ay naag ka qaadan karto ay kaligeed caruur dhalan karto.
Bro, feminism started way before that.
Aniga below feminism, I can understand, especially when they wanted equal pay. If a woman is much smarter, has a higher IQ than a man, has more experience, I believe that she has the right to be paid as much as the nearest man. So feminism in that time, now the women in the West have more rights than anywhere else in the world. From here on.
No, they just want attention, man. It's attention.
midda kale waxay ku leeyihiin maybe waxaan kala yaabay gender pay gap waxa la yiraahdo oo ah waxay ku leeyihiin nimankan naga lacag badan oo hadda shaqeyn wasfiir aniga ninka ragga waxa laga yaabaa inuu 12 saac uu shaqeysto
صح
capability-giina uu haystaa because waxay ku leeyihiin engineernimada ama haddii loo fiiriyo waxyaalaha aan sameyno wax high payment-iga sameyno engineernimada mostly IT-ga CEO-yada ugu badan niman weeye kambaniyada raan so guilty I should feel guilty inaan meeshaas noqdo miya why ani ma dambi waxay ku leeyihiin fiiri marka fikirkooda fiiriso haddii lacag aan sameyno choice-ka haddaan badino ay dadka sameyn lahaayeen different-iga uu badanayo markastoo choice-ka bato different uu badanayo
No, but waxaa soo baxay study oo sheegaysay in la beeneeyay gender gapka mise pay gapka because mudada ay uurka leeyihiin iyaga ma shaqeynayaan soo maaha so nimanka intaasoo dhan way shaqeynayaan so
bro if you look in Hollywood in the film industry it's a real thing women get paid less than men it's actually true in the film industry anyway.
Okay, film industry is one thing but like a shaqooyinka that are very demanding and say for example naagta markay dhiiga leedahay her performance levels drop whereas the man unless he's not affected by anything mentally or physically and he's doing fine, he's healthy, he's performing at a better level than a woman. Do you think that the gender pay gap is unfair? I think it's fair.
No. It depends what you bring to the table. You get paid what you deserve, isn't it?
I mean, physicality, if there are jobs that are very demanding, and especially for
you're right. I agree
for
with
men.
You. I agree with you.
Then I mean, it would be fair for them to obviously pay the man better wage than the woman. In that aspect.
Horta, Maverick mentioned he said the female actors draw less audience. That's BS. Females, there's such thing called the male gaze theory. They actually draw more.
That's
No,
why
but
secretaries. That's why
marka
secretaries for
marka
women.
laga hadlo sportska camal waa runtii walahi. Female football game camal, you're not going to get the same crowd as you're going to get in men's.
No, but he said actors.
Football, for example, yeah. Markii la fiiriyo sportiga banooniga. Hadda you seen the Megan Rapinoe, the female captain of the USA national team. She's the one. Wow,
the same pay wage.
The same pay wage, and I'm saying, look at the performance levels. Ninka performance stuff like that and Kahela. So in that sense, of course, it
there's
should
an
be
argument there. So the argument there is, you guys are not bringing in the numbers.
Of course,
as the men's game,
they do not generate as much.
It's I heard this in the NBA. You know, the women's NBA. That's the argument. They have a stumbling blocks. They're like, well, if you're bringing in the same numbers, crowd,
then ask as much as you want,
Yeah, but he's saying, look, he's just talking about money now. He said views first, man. This guy, get it right. You said views first, bro. You're tapped.
CD.
I tell him to jump on, man.
CD.
I tell him to jump on, man. We'll do another hour or half an hour or so.
CD. su-aasha ku weydiina waxay tahay marka ciyaaraha feerka la joogo inta lacagta aad soo xareyso iyo pay high bay noqoni marka lacagta lagu siinayo way badnaani.
Of course.
Yeah, of course. I agree with you, bro.
hadduu ninka actorka ahi ama feeryaanka ninka ahi uu lacag badan soo xareynayo lacag badanna uu helayo taas ma dhib bay leedahay ama
no. But the problem is in the film industry, if the woman is bringing in more views, then she should actually get paid more, not even the same.
Of course.
Okay, no problem. Taas de ma dhihi kartaa taas idea dhan ee gender pay gap waa ku base gareena.
No, but sidee loo camiraa taas film sawta awgeed la isku wada jiro sidee loo camiraa
bro, there's articles, there's some men here that are famous actors that said, yeah, I'm not going to be part of this film because they're playing the same role as the woman and she's getting paid less. There's articles on this.
Actors do that. Actors do that. They say, listen, I'm doing this pretty much the same job as this woman. She should get paid the same as me. Wait, of course. But I think what I was saying was this feminism thing has gone so far and beyond that Nago, they do not deserve as much pay, are asking for much pay. So that's what I meant in it. This feminism thing has lost its touch.
Let me ask a question. How many, like, what percentage of the women out there do you think are actually low-key feminists? I think most of them are. Like, most of the women in the world
pink hair. All of them.
50-50. I think some of them ain't, really. I think some of them
bro, I think the vast...
It's become
but then again, if you break down the meaning of a feminist, most men are feminists as well. If you believe in women's equal rights.
No, I mean, I don't know what it is today.
I'm not gonna lie to you. If you
actually
think deep here, if you deep what the word feminism means, just getting the fair, just giving women the fair,
female empowerment.
Yeah, just giving them the same playing equal field. Most men
but some women get lost in the sauce. They think it is what it is.
There was a rally like I think last year or the year before, where it was a huge rally in Marekenke, and all the feminists came together, and this time they brought actors with them. And do you know this woman called Elisa Milano? She used to be in that drama called Charmed, The Witches. I don't know if you guys have watched it. Stage Soccer say recently she was divorced. She came out of a very toxic relationship. And then she put down a suggestion forward to the women, actually speaking into the mic. And she goes, listen, ladies, we're feminists. We want to take our power back. Let's not give these men sex. And wallahi, bro, all the women in the crowd started cheering for her.
Yeah, that's the type I'm talking about. That's the type.
Yeah, but she's chatting shit, man. Come on, there's some girl out there. Yeah. They know they're going back to their man and they're doing this.
This is supposed
to be. Bro.
But this is supposed to be their annual.
No. Do you know what I get? Look, I'm starting to realize something. There's incel, incel women. A lot of women are incel, fam.
They exist.
In a Melgalan, in a good Sudan to move on. I understand
even the one in relationships.
But you know, really, even there was one of the sisters on the video. She was even saying it. One of the sisters was like, "Yo, look, there's incel guys and there's incel women as well." And I hear that frigid, that Bakanian in the Wahsamayan, yeah. Put them to a side, and there's certain men like that out there as well.
incel horta maxaa laga wadaa waxaa laga wadaa qof doonaya inuu zina sameeyo ma samayn karo miya awood
someone who can't get what they want.
It's someone who can't be in a relationship.
A sellout to the cause.
Is it somebody who wants to have a relationship but they can't? Yeah.
Someone an incel as a whole, no morals, nothing, sell out pretty much.
Like it's like the word black. It's not even a word that should be used.
Because I know when I heard it, I always used to think Hawaii and the way someone explained it to me is involuntary celibate. I'm like,
what? No, bro. No, that's such a bit. It's just don't use that word in it. Let's just not use that word. It's basically people that you can't describe it. Everyone has different opinions.
No, the actual meaning and how it's used is different. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Yeah, it's one of them ones. Now for me, it's just someone that's scared, either a relationship or marriage. They just don't know what it's about.
I was shocked at
and it's to do with the opposite as well. To do with the opposite sex is usually men having certain feelings about women, women having certain feelings about men. Generally,
that's it.
I've been taking shots like that's
su-aashani weydiina waxay tahay hadda markaa rabto magac hadda waxay la yidhahaa cadaalad bay rabaan. Let's start first the name. hadda haddaan dhaho ka waran magaca cadaalad haddaan ku dhaho cadaalad darro waa cadaalad haddaan ku dhaho ka waran magacuu cadaalad saxiin waxay yidhahdaan
magaca feminist baa ka xanaaqday
at least may kama su-aashan ku weydiinayay wax yar ogo waxaan ku yidhi waxay dhahaan waxay u doodaan advocator ah cadaalad dadkoo dhan nin iyo naag waxay ka hadlaan magacana cadaalad ma wahaba كودي اللي مقعه at least هذا نين يناق بان عدالة قاضي يا إكبول بان ربها أوكي مقع حتى أنك سنان كل أنك بانو كدب at least هو سوى هذه كرنا لكن مقع إذا أو نقرينا عدالة وقوة أدفتقرينا أنا وما كان
Bro, these people take it to the extreme. They want to be naked and they want to call themselves, they're liberating themselves.
No,
stuff like that.
وحدي كرا yes هلا ده manist and feminist ويلا لكن feminist أو ناقة education أنا مي مثلي كرو ماني أفكر يكون هلا إني هذا أنا اسمه أو neutral أنسى ما يسمى أو كم ذوي كرو
لكن ناقة neutral مرة at the moment أنك هلا at the feminists of today do not want neutral ناقة هني وناقة lesbianism أما ناقة نمن سحنو قلي and their agenda is not to be treated equally. Naga they want a Trump, man. The stuff I'm seeing nowadays, it's not feminism before.
It's not feminine. They said it's feminine. Nor is it involuntary. Bro, involuntary. You can go pay someone to go blow you. What the flip? It's not involuntary, fam. The flip wrong, this guy.
The actual meaning and how it's used in social media is totally different.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I think. I think it's one of them ones.
It is
used in a different context.
The way I took it was
heerkay ka gaartaa waxaan arkay documentary ah naaga dhahay nimanka oo dhan ha dhintaan macnaha hate rate-ka nimanka u qaba intay gaarto
No, but then again, I
realize radical feminist.
Yes, but then again, certain girls they don't realize. I've had a couple of conversations. Certain girls rugby skin عبيين, they don't know what head rugby عبيين.
Bro, even the ones in relationships,
No,
it's not just the ones not in relationships. Bro, even the ones in relationships, they low-key hate their husbands.
midda kale waxa weeye ma oga feministigu inuu anaga no danooya inay noo shaqeynaa midda kale feminista ahay waxaan rabaa biilka wada dhiimanayna guriga dhib male fiir at least waxay ku qayliyaan waxa weeye guriga shaqada nagala qabo weel yaroo la dhaqaayo iyo ma fahantay iyo guriga yaroo la xaqayo guriga la xaqayo gaariga way ii iibi haddaan u soo iibiyo mobile ayadu waxay ii iibinaa computer ama computer da u soo mobile ii iibinaa meel kasta cadaalad la geliyo because cadaalad aad ma shaqeynaysaa bala aragna hadda
This guy Maverick is bugging out. He said, 1 2 3
I do two guriga ku soo dhacona iyada
yes
Yo, Khalid, tell Maverick to hop on, fam. Maverick is low-key being a keyboard warrior, fam.
He's been a keyboard warrior, innit? دور بجلسي من بيرتو توماسو قايلين
ninka caadi baa wuxuu ku leeyahay nin caadi badankooda dadka taageera haddaa aragto waa fool xumaa ka muuqata madaxa
lesbians iyo naaganimo si xoog ah
midda kale magaca women magacii naagnimo xataa corrupted uu noqdo corrupted waay hadda
feminism kale
hadda article akhrinay RTA soo bandhigtay waxay yiraahdeen magac kale carafix meel magac Ingiriis oo hore miya waxbay keeneen magaca women waa corrupted meel aska dhigo magac neutral oo naagaha dhan loogu wacayo oo naagaha dhan iyo kuwa u eegay kuwa iska dhigay kuwa jiraan women meel
aniga hadda waxaan taaganahay of course naagaha xuquuqda loo dagaalama laakiin Europe waxa degan wallahi they have it easy compared to other places like wadamada Africa ku taali Asia Arabaha. So I need to me in my point is right now I understand that you want what's best for women. I do too at the moment, but at the moment the cause, the feminism thing at the moment it's lost its touch at the moment.
HA, what do you mean?
Oh, you talking something.
Yeah. What does he mean? I don't understand.
What did he ask you?
Of course,
I don't know. He's just talking. He said, "Of course, a feminist doesn't get it." Get what?
Yeah, well, I don't even know. I hate Jay, man. He's another keyboard warrior, man.
And these keyboard warriors, just hop on, man. Nobody will know who you are. Just hop on.
My lie. Just have your say. I just don't get that. But anyway, lads, it's been. I want to push it for another 6 hours. What are you telling me? 15 more minutes.
Yeah, 15 more minutes.
Yeah, I'll push it, man. Because I gotta be. I want to do a couple of shoots in Speaker's Corner tomorrow as well.
Bro, feministigan waxa corrupt garay left agenda saaxiib horena u socod wax kasta waa la corrupt garay wax kasto
I might do a video on feminism tomorrow just for you 1 2 3
Can you manage to gather قبل Somali and كل هلا tomorrow ماشي
Okay, we lost.
Ask them if they're feminist.
Ocean Star. It's a 92% men viewers. Fuck it. We have to cater for a new audience. Wallah. Don't watch that. Somali speaker sisters have to come out.
Bro, midda kale tuma kuwa macallimiinta aan isku dagaalno anaga jaamacadda mid waxaan arkay gudoomiyaha meeshan joogo feminist u qaabilsano xataa calaamad yar waxay leeyihiin nooc kala calaamad ma xasuus ba isqabsan English bay idhigay wallahi beenku waa safneen majority African baahin dhorba carabta ilaa naagaha waa iska gadaan waa la safta marka balaayo waxay ka kacday waxay tiri nin iyo naag inay sinaadaan macnaha su'aal ahaan inoo weydiisay mastamayn macnaha totally equal anaga waxaan aan totally equal manihin anaga 24 qof waxay dhahay oo ay ku jiraan laba gabdho ah iyo 22 nin ah oo majority African ma yeedha ma sinaayo toddobo sideed lix Arab yihiinna waxay yiraahdeen way sameeyeen soo halkaas markii la tagay waa la dooday waxay tiraaheen nimanka marka naagtu waa jim bay qaataa xogaa annaga waxay physical ahaan isku mid mini awre maskaxda si u shaqaysanaa nimanka hadda ogtiin focuskooda hal they focus on one thing they interest in things shayaday xagga naagaha ay bilaadanka iyo waxaas dhakhtarada u badan yihiin iyagu ma fahantay yes human waana laakiin waa inaa waxaan dhahnay adigu waxaad push gareynaysa maxay tahay kow marka maalmahaas ka hor anigu waxaan iska daadaaway filimaan waa weydiiyey adigu abortionka ma taageertaa at least waa ogahay haddaa feminist aragto abortion iyo waxaas they push this agenda ma fahantay waa weydiinay agenda waxay tiri naagaha woman power qaylay bilowday
That definitely sounds like a feminist style. That sounds like a feminist.
wax jirkooda soo aruuray markaas inta xanaaqday ay miis qaraacday banaanka u baxday waa ka cod badinay waxaa jooga afrikaan iga daran oo dhehaysa weligeen xataa mid wuxuu yiri weligeen isku mid ma noqonayno.
Okay, I wouldn't have said that, but like naagta xanaaqaysa maxay u xanaaqday? Why?
Warni waxaan leeyahay waxay ku leeyahay tolerance ayaga tolerance ma hayaan wayba xanaaqo intii is control u sabanaanka u baxay.
Marka
kadib anigu waa ka badishay marka arkay macallin ama EB ku siisaa isla waa ka badishay macallimadii kalena ayada waa
naag lisan oo gym qaadaba maxaa uu la dagaalamaysaa adee naftaada
shaqo ugu darna waxay markii la yiri isku mid physical mini markaas ay dhahay saas gacmaha intee sida gym ko kale marka ay show muqaale ya ay ku markaas wiil yaro 20 jiro afrikaana soo istaaga markaas yiri kale ila dagaalamo kasida adiga low key no that's not adiga dagaal aamsata may wuxuu yiri aan dagaalano mid macallimada kale ee u tagnay macallimada kale u wareegsada ayadana waxaan isku dagaalnay abortion man right woman right my choice balay ka bixi weysi ana adigu waxaan dhahay sug
You know what? Let me say one thing to any sisters listening right now. We are full the true and pure intentions of feminism.
I forgot. No, but well, I 1, 2, 3. I forgot like red man.
But I think also because a bunch of feminists in each other maybe.
I just wanted to make sure. I just wanted to clarify that we're not for the feminism that has been hijacked today. Yeah. By the lesbians.
هلا بقنصة أبتي man. هلا بقنصة.
عبسن فيري.
No, you need a disclosure.
ما أنا alright fam. أنا قاعد بريد كل اللي يمان الدور. أنا قبرت قبل سكتشو قال. خالي what the fuck was that stream again?
Khalif mentioned already that he's got sisters on his stream. Okay. I just want to clarify that.
Khalid man. Ocean.
Sorry, brother. Sorry, Khalid. Of course it's Khalid. Sorry. Yeah. He mentioned that, but there are girls who are watching streams like this. So I just wanted to clarify that we're not against feminism. What we're against is the one that's been hijacked. That's what we're against that.
And again, we have what done akasawchida.
Yeah, well,
no, man. You gotta be for women's rights.
Come on, brother. You gotta be for women's rights. You've got sisters' rights. Well, I'm like that.
No, women's rights. Well, what it? Feminism, women's rights.
Yeah, but
feminism initially started from
definition. The definition. That's what I mean.
Definition,
Initially, it started from there.
Not what the agenda. Think of Black Lives Matter. The first time it was mentioned, it was about police brutality, and then it's been hijacked by all the people. You know what I'm saying?
marka macallimadu way soo booday waxay tiri my choice marka ayadu marka waxa isla cudurku waxay ka soo qaaday America wax ku soo baratay marka sana meesha marka waxay my choice macnaha ani fasalkiyo dhan aniga kaliya حتى نمك أيضا يفصل قادم يمد إسلامي هاي راشيانة هاد إنجليز في عام بيقوليس تاسع إذا بدك توا وهي تري ما يجوز بركاسة وهاي يري أوكي رأيي أقبلنا كبسوقات ناكت ما بقول سنبا مركو ظهر وهاي تشويس ما تدري يعني لكن مركا أنا أنت اسكو إيمان فيري مركو ما تشويس واي أنا جركي ولا أنا جركي ولا أنا إسبام عليه هاي أنا إكس بالله مثلا أنا وريري واي مركو واسكو سني فير وقت جور سني أنا أسكو درسنا 50 متى هرت جورك 50 ما يهنا مركز ها أوكي واحد على شدو 50 متى هاي habeenkii macnaha labada qof inay have sex 50 ma iri sex sugana boqolkiiba boqol my choice han noqdo de sex sugana
jinni ma ku fuulay ana ku fuulay
biyaha markay isku tagaayeen waa 50 ayadana ilaa biyo halkay biyo kama abuurmani so markii
everything 50-50
ilma markuu noqdo ma choice noqona aawi aniga dadaalkeygii
okay taasi waa fahmay haddaad isqabtaan ee uu real taageeradii daalaka adiga aad tirada cunug waaba laakiin su'aal idin haya
ilmahaygi may yani
of course waa runta qalada markaasi laakiin haddii naag la korsada for example say hadda waagi Ethiopianka waa xasuusta markii
Yeah, she has a right. حقي ولا ذا.
حق ما يقولون ما diinta ma ogola laakiin what do you guys think haddii naag uu yeelataa kufti darteed cunuga marii kartaa what do you guys think
Yeah, 100.
no I mean when you put Islam to a side what do you guys think
No, I swear Islam says yeah.
I don't know.
قف ميل كسو قري إسلام هالقطعه. Well, who's this Faison Dimbil from? What's this guy talking
because
about?
she can't handle.
Yeah, I believe.
ما هو Faisal ونن.
Faisal Dimbil ميا.
Yeah, I believe him, and he's always trying shit on the fucking.
وراني
He's not even a Muslim ما هم يا.
Yeah, Somali woman, I don't know, bro. It's a troll, isn't it? He's troll.
Wow.
marka waxaan ku yiri markii ka Ocean Staro markii saas oo kale ciyaarta u socoto kaar wixii la soo baxaan ah kaar waa anu waxa aaminsanahay waa life matterka all life matterka oo ma aragtay opportunity markii waxa la keeno kaarka wixii la soo baxaan naaka fusado kaarkaas la soo dheelaan si adiga ay conversationka kaaga xiraan kan oo kala adiga kufsiga waa gooni waa box gooniya bartiisa dhig
of course
لكن أنا كود هاللينا
لبا إسقاط إسجعل لبا خف إسقاط إسجعل عيال رواها ورنتها أنا هدي
واسكت عيسين ما يسوي هذا قدر روا
خلاص
yeah that's قدر والله that's right
because ما كهر عيال ما يسمى يدقن مش وحوا اسكت درسنا كلية في أدلست حتى كلية جوان كما جاري كرت هلا نك
يا قبل هذي كلية واحد دور ست سمسو نكم حس ما كريا
of course
حس ما كريا المية جواب الجلي جورك مركز equal right بالربا equal right ما جورك هلا جي equal right يفهم الإسلام ده جورك هلا جي
I think قال the reason why ناقها حقوق الأسيان وحي تاب because ناقته علوك ستة صومهن مركز that's why they give her the power that's why
because it's in her body that's why
she's
it's not really her DNA yeah
of course that's the sad thing هذول الله خيبس الله it would be perfect
مايا سؤال شاك ويدينا وحي تاي سؤال شاك ويدينا وحي تاي at least حتى تاس أعمال لجنة cunuga markii hadda la sameeyo ay abortion sameynayaan waa qof bil aadan ay jirayaan at least hatta markay sameynayaan formku uu sameysmay bil aadnimada marka aniga cadaanka waa ka aaminaa veganiska ah ha abuse gareyn xayawaanka ha cunin
laakiin abortion
is good فير happy كرسي مركز عالم من قاعد عنا.
That is so true. That is so true.
والله you're right. والله بالله هو right. That's perspective why.
فيري مثل فيديو أداوناي نبى فيري مال بابليو جوجا روح أسوء باشا إنه ضبطه إن كلون غير دم أو صعبة باوحي أركي كلون كمركو ضبطه بنانكو صادته وبوداي ويبقوين ويقرع من هو لا بيوسي مركز إنك وحولي فرح إيه قال أنا public I have to my right بولي public واي ماشان فرح إيه قال مركز إنك أنت قبتاني حولي سبدك وعلي حيوانك ساسا أوجعشين حقوق السوا دوريسين الكور رقف بلا آذن أو هالكاس كجرا لو سوريدايو and because ما أوجي لبعتنك سنة واحد صوص عضا أما إكنوميكي ما أقانون إحنا نقول دونه أما كل بعد دكتور أما
لا واحد واسكا excuse واحد
حولها عيال كقيمة بدن قالوا حولها عيال كقيمة
والله
قيل أورادنا يعني they just don't want the responsibility
هو هذا أو feministiga aan ahayn kuwa kale way wareereen
okay marka aniga my question is marka gabdhaha Soomaaliyeed oo feministka sheeganayaan what is the aim kuwa gabdhaha xijaabana Soomaali feministka what is the aim that's what I want to find
out course I believe personally if I say I feel like they've been pushed into that and it's because of
that's
our
what
culture.
I think
because they've been pushed into that it's not actually something they want it's they've been pushed into it
do you reckon it's daddy do you reckon it's daddy problems? Do you reckon it's girls who think?
Not just daddy problems. It's like what they've been told about the religion.
Yeah.
Second, I met some girls that ain't even got daddy issues. I got perfect dad, perfect brothers.
But you're spilling this
No,
garbage.
it's true. It happens. But it's what they're told about the deen, innit?
Second. Issue kala raba inuu awoodo waliba very high Somali community meelahaas. Waxay ku leeyihiin dambi kasto aabaha ama waalidkii ama aabihii wuu tagay uu ka tagay familkii markaa waxaa lagula imaanaa barnaamij ah aabahaas uu xun yahay I hate my father midda kale why qof cunug markuu xanuunsado ama cunug ama qof waxaa dhaadin mental issue ama program ama pressure saaran laakiin aabihii pressure ma saarna miya asaga why asagoo dagaal buu ku imaaday impact buu ku leeyahay wadankan systemkiisa lama socdo qaabku u socdo
waranta
wuxuu rabaa fiira xataa ma fikirayaan wadan kale ku imaado ku soo koray system kale ka duwan totally u imaaday wuu isku dayay inuu la qabsado still wuu dadaalay wuxuu rabaa wuxuu ku leeyahay aabihiisan iima sameyn jiray because white people say sameynayaan bal fiiri white people system kooda waa ka duwan yahay boqol sano soo sameynaya at least xataa markaas wuxuu rabaa that's waa ku leeyahay markaa tagtay westernka waxay systemku wuxuu u diyaarsan yahay inaa at least dadkaaga perspective inaa nacdo meel kamida inaa nacdo inaa karaasato at least xataa ma sameyn at least hadda fiir
waxaas lagu dhex abuuray
that's what systemka u samaysan nooca
like lagu dhex abuuray actually sometimes also sometimes waa dadka gabdhaha qaar waa la kolkooliya aabahooda kolkooliya maha and sometimes they think that's how they should be treated like some kind of
boqolkiiba boqol marka nimanka loo fiiriyo in ayaga la kolkooliyo
no but you know gabdhaha ururadan ka qayb qaata I think ujeedadoodu fiican tahay laakiin iyaga ma garanayaan agenda your measure
I wanted to exactly how I wanted to ask
where it's heading.
I wanted to ask Khalid if you do come across some Somali girls tomorrow, because you said you do feminism. Ask them if they're feminists and what is the main reason as to why they're a feminist. Please, bro, and make sure you add it onto, because I want to really find out. Into all these avenues and stuff of misogyny and stuff like that. I want to genuinely find out for a Somali Muslim girl who lives in the UK
without talking about men. Without talking about men,
ask them to her own self. What is?
Now you can't restrict it. Well, like if you ask, you have to be ready for the answer, however it comes.
Oh, well, this is Somali speakers, man. We don't edit. We'll film it. On that note,
please.
It's been 6 hours.
Let's debate.
Yeah.
Debate كود أنت هلا مادان. أنت debate كود هلا مادان. بدك على سؤال شو يدينا واحد. مو باهن هاي. هنا في ideology ده أنا مفيري. ideology الرا مقطع basic. فيري حتى ideology هذا قاعدته. It will be impact because هذا شيء هذا ربا إنا بلاو.
You lot. On that note, we're out. Somali speakers, we're gone, y'all.
Well, Maverick is lost, fam. Man said you expect logic from women. What the flip, bro? What the hell? Isn't he married? What the flip?